Chapter 350. Suddenly, Li Qingshan pointed at the picture album on the table. The pages flipped rapidly with a flurry, and the story passed by in a hurry. Suddenly he stopped at the last picture. He could only try this. He did not want to use Ma Liang as a medium. He wanted to use his power of will to summon this picture. That would be the end of this fairy tale. Ma Liang was captured and brought to the palace. The emperor wanted him to draw a money tree. Ma Liang raised his hand and drew a C. The emperor was very unhappy when he saw this. He scolded, "I asked you to draw a money tree, who asked you to draw a sea?" Ma Liang then drew a small island in the sea. He drew a tall and big tree on the island. "Isn't this a money tree?" The emperor immediately became happy. "Hurry up and draw a boat. I want to go to the sea and earn money." Ma Liang drew a very big wooden boat. The emperor then brought the empress, the crown prince, the princess, and many ministers and generals onto the boat. Ma Liang drew a few more strokes of wind, and the boat started to move. The emperor felt that the boat was moving too slowly, so he shouted at the bow of the boat, "Stronger wind! Stronger wind!" Ma Liang added a few more strokes of wind, and the wooden boat quickly moved towards the center of the sea. Ma Liang added a few more strokes of wind, and the sea roared, rolling up waves, and the boat swayed. The emperor was scared. He shouted at Ma Liang, "Enough wind, enough wind!" Ma Liang pretended not to hear him and continued to draw the wind. The sea was angry and the waves hit the boat. The boat tilted and the boat was in chaos. The emperor hugged the mast of the boat and shouted, "The wind is too strong. The boat is going to capsize. Stop drawing." Ma Liang ignored him and continued to draw the wind. The wind became stronger, and many thick dark clouds were blown over. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. There was a heavy rain, and the sea was like a collapsing wall, crashing towards the boat. Han Qiongji could not bear to watch anymore. She was worried that Li Qingshan would not be able to bear the blow of failure. She thought about how to comfort him later without hurting his pride. After all, he was so proud. She gave him such a thing. He would definitely be happy. At most, she would let him fulfill his wish a few days ago. She suddenly heard the sound of waves. This place was very far from the lakeside, so how could there be the sound of waves? Then there was a salty smell. When the smell entered her nose, she abruptly raised her head. A huge wave like a high wall stood in front of Li Qingshan. Boundless ocean. Li Qingshan pushed his hand forward. The huge wave toppled over and swept towards the blazing inferno, forcibly pushing the hellfire back into the field. The tongues of fire and the waves wanted to collide, turning into a wisp of steam. However, at the same time there was even more water and fire. They surged forward. They collided fiercely on the long dividing line. Steam billowed and rose like smoke signals, forming a white wall of fog. Then, because of the disappearance of the power of vow, it dispersed. With a sizzling sound, water extinguishes fire, and fire evaporates water. This was a battle between water and fire. But soon the giant wave ran out of momentum and was evaporated by the flames. The suppressed flames surged forward once more, but they were immediately swatted down by a second wave. Chu Donqing's face became bright red from the light of the flames. It was slightly twisted, and even his eyes flickered with red light. He was close to going insane. He constantly used the hell endowment and even more hellfire surged out. He shouldered his master's expectations, the painter's hopes, and the wife in the painting in name. He could not lose this battle, he definitely could not. Li Qingshan had already stopped caring about the consumption of the power of vow. He conjured huge waves. Cloudwisp Island was a good place, so how could he just give it away to someone else? If he lost, he would lose all the power of vow he had used up. Moreover, he smiled. He could not lose face in front of his future wife and father-in-law. The circular great martial arts practice field was divided into two parts, scarlet red and bright blue. It was a twisted boundary between the hell of fire and the ocean of water. It constantly advanced and retreated, locked in an intense stalemate. The crackling of fire and the roaring of water were deafening. Everyone was stunned by this earth-shaking confrontation of techniques. Originally, they thought that they would no longer be surprised by a battle between Qi practitioners after witnessing the battle between Li Qingshan and Chu Tian. When Chu Tian and Li Qingshan fought, They only occasionally displayed the abilities of foundation establishment cultivators. Now Li Qingshan and Chu Danqing's abilities had completely surpassed the level of qi practitioners. They basically seemed no different from foundation establishment cultivators. So be it the painter, but what Li Qingshan displayed was truly the power of the school of novels that they had been mocking for a very long time. Meanwhile, Li Qingshan was only at the 7th layer of qi practitioner. Had they underestimated the school of novels all this time? Chu Sherdao furrowed his brows as he stared at Chu Danqing's back worriedly. He had never thought that Li Qingshan would actually possess such strength. He had some understanding of the abilities of the school of novels as well. They should have been restricted by the divine talisman of great creation. Under these circumstances, it was clearly because there were many people who firmly believed in his books. How was it possible for them to achieve this in just half a year? Lu Chuanfeng stopped cheering. He stood on the platform with his mouth wide open and his hands raised high. He seemed like a frozen statue. His entire body tensed up, as if he was the one pushing the giant waves. Sun Fubai watched this scene greedily. His face was filled with both joy and sorrow. Yes, this was the power of the school of novels that his master had described to them. He had doubted it in the past as well, but now Li Qingshan had proven it to them. He had proven it to everyone. The school of novels was not trash. The heavens had given this child to the school of novels. Han Qiongji clenched her fists and stared at Li Qingshan in an infatuated manner. She was tempted to tell everyone that this was her man. Of course, in reality, everyone already knew. Wang Puxi shook his head. This kid sure was full of surprises. It had only been a year since he joined the 100 schools. If he had time to develop, just how far could he go? The Han family had found a good son-in-law. He would definitely be a great general in the future. However, while Han Anjuan rejoiced, he also felt a hint of worry. Soon afterwards he relaxed. She would have to slowly experience this great life on her own. Zhuchenzi looked at the slovenly Taoist priest who was pouring wine into his mouth. He smiled. "Master, you're regretting it again." The slovenly Taoist priest roared. "Who's regretting it? Who's regretting it?" He could not help but admit that he was slightly regretful. He could even use the techniques of the school of novels to such an extent. If he had used the techniques of the school of Taoism, wouldn't it have been even more powerful? Sigh, if I had known earlier, I would have been a little more polite to this kid. I've cursed plenty of disciples before. You're the only fucking one who dares to throw a tantrum at me. At this moment, the light from the infernal bestowment gradually dimmed. No matter how much painstaking effort he poured into a painting, its power would not be endless. Although the water Li Qingshan conjured was only regular water, slightly inferior to fire, Li Qingshan was still able to conjure up water. However, the 5 elements countered one another. It was extremely easy for water to put out fire, but it would take a tremendous amount of energy for fire to evaporate someone. Li Qingshan suddenly stirred up an even greater wave. I'll give up on the power of belief I've accumulated over half a year. Let's see just how long you can last. Chu Danqing's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He continued to use the infernal bestowment, and a thin crack appeared on the painting. However, he did not care. Even if he destroyed the painting, he had to last. "Danqing, let's stop here." Chu Shirdao's voice rang out in Chu Danqing's head. "But master, if we keep fighting, both sides will end up injured." Chu Shirdao was someone who loved paintings. How could he bear to see the infernal bestowment that he had worked on for 6 months be destroyed just like that? On the other hand, Li Qingshan showed no signs of running out of power of belief. His chances of victory were close to 0. Chu Danqing could not disobey his master's orders. He kicked over the table before him and put away the infernal bestowment reluctantly. Li Qingshan immediately stopped using the divine talisman of great creation as well. It was not easy to accumulate power of belief. Every bit counted. In a single moment, the water and fire vanished. Everyone felt that it was unreal. If it were not for the clear traces of the 2 pieces of painting that had been burnt by fire and washed away by water, they basically would have suspected that everything just now was a dream. The entire place fell silent. They looked at each other. Just who had won? However, the patriarchs all saw it clearly. Lu Chongqing cast a questioning gaze at Chu Shirdao. Chu Shidao raised his hand and walked over to Chu Danqing's side. He patted his shoulder comfortingly and said to Li Qingshan, "You won." Li Qingshan clasped his hands. "Thank you for going easy." However, Chu Danqing's eyes were red and his lips trembled. He seemed like he was about to cry. "Why do I feel like I've become a great villain who bullies naive youths? It's just a competition. Is there a need for you to act like this?" Before this, Li Qingshan had been brimming with confidence, but he had also been prepared for failure. After all, nothing was absolute. Compared to the crushing defeats he had suffered in the past, a competition that did not even threaten his life was nothing. At worst, he would just have to move to another island to develop on. The School of Novels did not rely on land very much. As long as he had a train of thought, was there any need to worry about not being able to develop? Li Qingshan had climbed up from the very bottom. How could he understand this? Chu Danqing had studied painting for 10 years, and he had never suffered any setbacks. He had lost in his first battle, so the difference was indeed difficult for him to accept. He had thought that he had only won a powerful painting. He had never thought that it would be Chu Danqing's wife. Cheers rang out from the platform. Although the School of Novels did not have a great reputation, they were still much more amiable than foreign painters. After all, they had been cursing at them for so many years. Now, everyone recognized the power of the School of Novels. They could actually conjure up figures that could use the abilities of painters to defeat them. This was just too unbelievable. Some of the new disciples even regretted not joining the School of Novels in the first place. Under Lu Chongqing's lead, Chu Shidao and Lu Chuanfeng arrived on the platform. Behind them were the primary disciples of their respective sections. Chu Shidao offered up the Heavenly Maiden scatters the blossoms with both hands. I've long heard that the School of Novels can conjure up all sorts of wonders. Now that I've seen it for myself, it really is true. No wonder you're one of the 10 schools chosen by the Sacred Emperor. Your disciple Li Qingshan is even more outstanding. We wholeheartedly accept our loss in this battle. If we've offended you in any way in the past, please forgive us, Patriarch Lu. This painting is something that I've painstakingly created, so treat it as my apology. Please treat her well. P.S. If you vote, it will be sunny. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 351. Lu Chuanfeng was rather flattered that such a great figure was speaking to him so politely. He returned the gesture in a hurry. Master Chu, you're exaggerating. My disciple only managed to win against your disciple out of luck. There are many similarities between the methods of the School of Novels and the School of Painting. We still need to interact more in the future so that we can benefit from each other. He accepted the Heavenly Maiden scatters the blossoms and directly passed it to Li Qingshan. Although he was rather reluctant to part with the goddess in the painting, it was what he deserved. Don't worry, Master Chu. I'll definitely cherish this painting. Li Qingshan accepted it politely with both hands. Although he had won the battle, he had used up almost half of the power of belief he had accumulated. This was the natural limitation of the School of Novels. However, he had at least obtained a decent piece of spoil, which made up for his losses. This was the best outcome. He did not want to end up with enemies everywhere. Of course, he was still clueless about the fact that he had won someone else's wife. Chu Shidao nodded slightly. Danqing, you need to ask Senior Brother Li for guidance in the future. Even though Chu Danqing was extremely reluctant, he could only reply, yes. I wouldn't dare call myself Senior Brother. Back on Cloudwisp Island, Danqing and I hit it off as soon as we met. We even drank together. Back then we treated each other as friends and brothers. I don't know why, but I actually stopped coming back. Li Qingshan's first impression of Chu Danqing was quite good. He felt like there was a rare aura of naivety about him. You're still bold enough to say that? If you hadn't gotten me drunk, why would I have said something like that? Chu Danqing glared at him. He felt ashamed again. Something like that? Li Qingshan was stunned by Chu Danqing's resentment towards him. He was very confused. Although they were opponents, there was no great enmity between them, right? Only after thinking about it did he understand what Chu Danqing meant. He had no idea whether to laugh or cry. Why was this guy as fragile as an adolescent boy? No, he was an elementary school student. They were both geniuses, but compared to Chu Tian, that bitch who never knew what shame was, he was different. Chu Danqing was basically on the other end of the spectrum. He was so childish that he was cute. Or perhaps a genius in itself meant that they had a unique temperament that was different from ordinary people. Only then would they be able to walk their own path. Among the geniuses he knew, Hua Sengzan was a romantic, Han Tie was a piece of cold iron, and Chu Tian was an arrogant idiot. And Little N, who was widely recognized as the #1 genius, was probably the most special one among them. In other words, you didn't tell anyone. Chu Danqing suddenly grabbed Li Qingshan's shoulder, as if he had seen a ray of light in the endless darkness. Who would remember drunk words? Li Qingshan had a strange expression on his face. He wasn't a gossipy old woman, so he didn't have the time. Spreading drunken gossip. Chu Danqing felt like he had just survived a disaster. He exhaled deeply. In other words, his reputation had not been ruined yet. It turned out that he had been thinking too much all along. But when he thought about how he had been entangled in this matter for so long, and even drew a painting like Infernal Endowment, he regretted it so much that he wanted to bang his head against the wall. Chu Sherdao asked curiously as well. What did he say? Li Qingshan said casually. Danqing said that he wanted. Chu Danqing covered Li Qingshan's mouth. Master, it's just drunken nonsense. It won't reach your ears. Chu Sherdao smiled and clasped his hands. Schoolmaster Lu, please take us to the School of Painting. Please come with me. Lu Chongqing waved his hand. When the competition had just been decided, construction had begun on a desolate island to the southwest of Contention Island. They planted trees and designed gardens. Originally, he planned on giving it to the School of Novels as compensation, but he never thought that it would end up like this. He had already received the benefits anyway, so the School of Painting could no longer say anything. With a disciple like Li Qingshan, the School of Novels should not have declined. After this battle, the School of Novels would become famous. During the next entrance examination, there would probably be quite a few people who would fill in the 3-word School of Novels. Chu Sherdao's group arrived at the School of Painting's island that was still under construction. The buildings on the island were close to completion. Although they were not as dense as the spiritual Qi on Cloudwisp Island, they were extremely exquisite. They gave off a thriving atmosphere. Lu Chongqing did not want to offend the School of Novels too much, so he had asked the master of the School of Moism to personally take care of the buildings on the island. The pavilions, terraces, and cornices were all elegant and generous. After sending off Lu Chongqing, Chu Sherdao made his way to the entrance with his cane. He gently rubbed the pillars that still gave off the smell of pine wood and smiled in relief. Master, why did you have to be so polite to Lu Chuanfeng? Chu Danqing supported him carefully from one side. Foundation establishment cultivators and Qi practitioners were people of completely different worlds. Moreover, Chu Sherdao was no regular foundation establishment cultivator. If I can turn an enemy into a friend just by being a little more polite, what's the point of my dignity? Master, it's all because of me. Chu Danqing blamed himself. I even made Master lose that painting. I really deserved to die. No, if you had won, I would have been even more polite. The School of Novels can't be underestimated. Li Qingshan can't be underestimated. Even if we can't become friends, we can't become enemies. As for that painting, it's not like you like it anyway, so she's just a painting. I really am getting old. I worry too much. I believe you'll definitely be able to draw a painting 10 times, 100 times better than that. You'll be able to draw the woman you love. But Master, I like living people. These words lingered in Chu Danqing's heart for a while, but he did not dare to say them out loud. He only said, that painting is Master's precious memories. I will definitely take it back. I've already had so many memories that they're about to overflow. That's why I painted that painting. I'm probably the person in the world who needs her the least. How strange. I actually remember the matters of 200 years ago so clearly now. Chu Sherdao leaned on his cane. His smiling gaze seemed to have already pierced through Chu Danqing, the 100 schools of thought and space, seeing a very, very long time ago. Qingshan, I really never thought that you'd be able to win with this book. Lu Chuanfeng flipped through the thin album. He still found it rather unbelievable. Li Qingshan explained the principles behind it. Lu Chuanfeng and Sun Fubai both came to a realization. Even mortals were nothing in the eyes of cultivators, let alone the children of mortals. Only now did they realize just how important something they had overlooked was. Sun Fubai immediately made up his mind. He would set up the Hope Private School right away. Lu Chuanfeng expressed his wish for a great celebration. Li Qingshan glanced at Han Qiongji, who was waiting nearby. He patted Lu Chuanfeng's shoulder and said, "Keep a low profile. He lost in such a graceful manner, so we can't be too flashy when we win." How could he be in the mood to celebrate with these two men? He was better off showing off to his woman. Sun Fubai expressed his agreement as well. That Chu Danqing would definitely be an impressive figure in the future. It would be best if they could resolve their grievances. Li Qingshan clasped his hands and bid farewell. He arrived before Han Qiongji. "Qiongji, how was my performance? I'll definitely cherish this painting. How do you plan on cherishing it?" Han Qiongji said right away. She seemed like she was both annoyed and smiling. The cloud lifted up Li Qingshan and Han Qiongji. Taking off and arriving beside Little Ant, Li Qingshan bowed towards the One Thought Master and said to Little Ant, "Let's go. Let's go play in the Clear River Prefecture." Little Ant glanced at Han Qiongji. "I'm going back to cultivate." "That works too. Wait for me to bring back a gift." Li Qingshan rubbed her head with a smile. They were going to spend the entire night together anyway, so a little time like this would not make a difference. With the three of them, the atmosphere was rather strange. Han Qiongji let out a sigh of relief inside. She nodded towards Little Ant to express her gratitude. The cloud flew out of the 100 schools of thought, directly returning to the Clear River Prefecture. Han Qiongji suddenly said, "Hold on for a moment." Li Qingshan stopped the cloud. "What's wrong?" Han Qiongji said, "You still haven't answered my question. Don't even think about getting away with it." Li Qingshan smiled. "Obviously, I'm going to cherish her like how I cherish you. You can't even be jealous of a painting. Don't you dare. I just want to be jealous. Give me the painting." When Han Qiongji heard that, she immediately refused to back down. She extended her hand. Li Qingshan casually tossed the Heavenly Maiden Scatters the Blossoms to her. "Here, take it." Han Qiongji originally only wanted to test him, but she never thought he would give it to her so readily. This was not just a painting. Its value was so great that regular Qi practitioners could not even begin to imagine it. Her heart was filled with gentleness. Out of curiosity, she unfurled the painting. All she saw was the face of the Heavenly Maiden scatter the blossoms. It was blurry as if it was shrouded in mist. The power it possessed completely surpassed Chu Danqing's infernal bestowment. The value of this item had completely surpassed spiritual artifacts. I don't think it's anything special. I don't care." Han Qiongji tossed the painting back to Li Qingshan. "But you have to tell me who you see in the painting." Li Qingshan caught the painting and asked in surprise, "How do you know?" Sure enough, the rumors were true. Han Qiongji said complacently, "What don't I know?" "Don't interrupt me. Tell me." She acted like she did not care, but she was rather nervous inside. "Is it me?" Li Qingshan sighed. "Can I not tell you?" Han Qiongji said without any confidence. "Of course not." Did he see Gu Yining? If that was the case, then it was not his fault. However, her mood plummeted. Li Qingshan said, "Fine then. Since you want to know, there's nothing I can hide from you." "That's right. What I see is our village's widow Li." Han Qiongji's heart had already hit rock bottom. When she heard Li Qingshan's answer, she froze. She blinked. "What did you say?" Li Qingshan said in embarrassment. "You know, I'm young. Widow Li is the dream lover of all the men in our village." Han Qiongji's mind was in a mess. Of course, Widow Li posed no threat to her. But when she thought about how she had actually been defeated by Widow Li, who did not even have a name, she found it even harder to accept. Li Qingshan laughed and held her in his arms. He lifted her chin and said, "Fool you are." Han Qiongji roared, "Li Qingshan, you're teasing me again." Li Qingshan pinched her chin and shook it gently. He said with a smile, "This is not teasing, this is flirting." Is it true?" Han Qiongji's voice suddenly became low. She bit her lips and said, if the answer was not her, she would rather he lied to her. Li Qingshan stopped smiling and kissed her gently on the forehead. I swear, your support is my greatest motivation. Oh. Chapter 352. Even though Li Qingshan's love life was not completely blank, it was not much better than Chu Danqing's. Only when he caught a glimpse of Gu Yinying under the cedar tree outside Qingyang City had he experienced love at first sight. However, he was not Hua Sengzan. No matter how deep of an impression Gu Yinying had left on him, no matter how great of an oath he had sworn, she was not as important as her. Right now, she was not as important as the woman in his arms who loved him deeply. As a result, when he saw the painting, he only did a pitifully short rewind of his memories. What appeared in his head was her leaning against the bow of the ship. It was natural and graceful, without any pretense at all, which made him admire her. You're in my arms right now, so why would I care about a painting? Qingshan. Han Qiongji only felt like her heart had melted. She was like a cloud in happiness, about to fly into the sky. The two of them leaned against each other on the vast, blue waves. They were both filled with endless satisfaction. Li Qingshan had never thought a single sentence from him would have such an effect. He slid the tip of his finger across her plump lips and smiled. Are you satisfied now? That's more like it. Han Qiongji glanced at him. Her eyes rippled and her cheeks reddened. She was as charming as she could be. Is there a reward? Li Qingshan pointed at her bouncy chest. Here, the gift you promised. Han Qiongji slapped his hand away and took out an item from her 100 treasures pouch. This? Li Qingshan was stunned. There was no mistaking it. It was the high-grade spiritual artifact pill cauldron he had taken a liking to in the School of Miscellany. The pill cauldron was not forged from metal. Instead, it was carved from the rare green jade. A long dragon coiled around the mouth of the cauldron. Its full name was the Jade-Sculpted Cauldron of the Coiled Dragon. Wasn't it supposed to be the man who bought what a woman took a liking to? Their roles seemed to be reversed. Li Qingshan's heart was filled with tenderness. What do you think? Do you like it? Han Qiongji asked in concern. Although she came from an aristocratic clan, Han Anjuan had never treated his daughter well. She had never known what spoiling was. This time, she had used all her years of savings and even exchanged the contribution she had accumulated in the Hawkwolf Guard for spiritual stones. Only then did he have enough spirit stones. Without saying a word, Li Qingshan put down the jade-coiled dragon carving furnace and kissed her cherry lips. I said. Han Qiongji struggled weakly. But this man almost barbarically hugged her in his arms. With a posture that allowed no resistance, he kissed her lips. Her mind instantly went blank, and she subconsciously hugged him. The tip of Li Qingshan's tongue opened her pearly white teeth and penetrated straight in, tasting her to his heart's content. His hands exerted force as if he wanted to rub her delicate body into his embrace. His heart was completely filled by her. Was this kind of woman not worthy of his wholehearted love? After a long time their lips parted. A strand of saliva flowed freely. Han Qiongji's eyes were blurred. Her lips were slightly parted as she recalled the first kiss of her life. The sound lingered for a long time. Returning to her senses, she met Li Qingshan's smiling eyes. So you really are so afraid of being kissed, Qiongji? Just now he felt like the woman in his arms was boneless, completely limp in his arms. He could do whatever he wanted. You don't keep your word. I gave you a gift out of kindness, yet you used the opportunity to bully me. You even used so much strength. It hurt. Han Qiongji's face was burning as she grumbled coquettishly. She did not blame him at all for his actions at all. It's for you. Li Qingshan stowed the pill cauldron away in his 100 treasures pouch before taking out the heavenly maiden scatters the blossoms. He thought about how inadequate he was as a boyfriend. All he cared about was enjoying her tenderness, yet she gave him a gift first. Han Qiongji refused it. It's not like I'm exchanging it with you. You want it, so keep it for yourself. Li Qingshan stuffed the painting into her hands. This is a token of love. Do you understand? In fact, he didn't really understand it himself. Compared to the romantic feelings of their hair knotted into a knot, the token of their love was more pragmatic. However, he liked this woman who did not know what romance was. Han Qiongji finally realized the meaning of the painting in her hands. Her heart was filled with endless joy. and she immediately loved it. She looked at it again and again, as if the painting in her hands was not the same as the one just now. After a while, she suddenly closed her eyes and raised her head, her red lips slightly pouting. Li Qingshan said, "What are you doing?" "Idiot, I want to try again. Feels pretty good." Han Qiongji opened her eyes and said in a happy and angry tone, "But you are not allowed to take the opportunity to make a move on me." Li Qingshan shook his head and sighed. How could there be a woman who would take the initiative to ask for a kiss after their first kiss? If he thought of her as a shy beauty, then he really misjudged her. He said, "Thank you for reminding me." He lowered his head and kissed her. His left hand wrapped around her slender waist and gently stroked it. His right hand fell on her perky buttocks and rubbed it hard. Han Qiongji snorted and subconsciously twisted her body. However, her mind was completely immersed in the sweet kiss with him. She only cared about dealing with the foreign object that invaded her mouth. She had no time to care about anything else, so she just let it be. After a few times of intimacy, Han Qiongji smiled and refused Li Qingshan's suggestion to go to the lake. Her red lips rubbed his cheek and stopped at his ear. She breathed out like orchids. Pervert, don't always think about this kind of thing. Her right hand hooked up her middle finger and gently flicked his lower body. She was not unfamiliar with certain parts of a man's body. However, most of them were dead. She felt that it was very interesting to be born on her own man's body and have all kinds of changes. With her personality, how could she be willing to just let him tease her? She would return the favor as soon as she had the opportunity. She would let him taste her power. He could not think that he could bully her as he pleased just because she had become his woman. Li Qingshan suddenly widened his eyes before frowning and shooting a vicious glance at her. Once a tomboy gained a hint of femininity, she would truly be something. Her wild ways were truly captivating. Only by using the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression did he suppress his restless lust. He had already grasped the trick to dealing with her anyway, so he was in no hurry. He would strip her naked, wash her clean, and swallow her sooner or later. Arriving in the Clear River prefecture that they had not visited in a very long time, the two of them held hands and swam around. The banks of the Clear River were filled with willows, and there were many boats on the river. Although it was summer, it was unable to stop them from enjoying themselves. The culture of this age could be regarded as liberal, especially in a prefectural city directly ruled by cultivators like the Clear River prefecture. Even the legendary Golden Age of the Great Tang could not rival the degree of freedom and openness. After all, one of the three rulers of the Rui Commandery was a woman. Women could practice martial arts and cultivate. They were definitely not subordinates of men. The person beside Li Qingshan was a living example. Although Han Qiongji's appearance was far too eye-catching, such that Li Qingshan was forced to deal with a few scoundrels who had been blinded by lust, this long-awaited secular life and the atmosphere of the marketplace left Li Qingshan reminiscing about it for a very long time. As he paced through the tall buildings and held the hand of this modern woman, he felt like he had returned to his past life in a daze. When there was no one around, she would give him a peck that was as light as a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water before fleeing to one side with a smile, watching how helpless he was from being teased. At dusk, after bidding farewell to Han Qiongji, obviously with a kiss as well, she had already completely fallen in love with this method of intimacy. Li Qingshan returned to Cloud Wisp Island. Sure enough, Little N was waiting in his room, currently reciting Buddhist scriptures. When she saw him, she smiled and tilted her head. "Where's the present?" Li Qingshan sat down with his legs crossed before her. After a moment of consideration, he still decided to tell her the news. After all, this was the last bit of information that woman had left behind in this world. "Qian Rongji has gone missing. She told me to give these to you." Little N was stunned as she stared at the pile of pills and spiritual stones before her. In his sweet, passionate love with Han Qiongji, Li Qingshan had basically completely forgotten about this woman's existence. It was only during a casual conversation that he heard Han Qiongji mention that Qian Rongji had already gone missing for 3 months. The Hawkwolf Guard had already sent out a search mission, and it was basically confirmed that she was dead. Han Qiongji had already become accustomed to seeing death, so she only sighed back then. She no longer took it to heart at all now. Unless there were special circumstances, The relationship between cultivators had always been very thin. Li Qingshan sighed gently. Had she finally reached the end of her crazy search? Little and suddenly thought of the woman who had laughed madly amidst the mountains of corpses and seas of blood. His heart skipped a beat. Was she really dead already? I want to perform a divination for her. Fair enough. Li Qingshan did not hold any expectations. Han Qiongji's final mission was to head south and investigate a man-eating demonic beast. She had basically already left the vicinity of the Clear River Prefecture. That place was a vast forest. Countless demonic beasts of various sizes lived there, as well as countless venomous insects. It was even connected to underground caverns. Just entering that place was extremely dangerous. There were even rumors that it was very likely for the White Lotus Mother to hide after she escaped. However, if Gu Yanning did not take action, who would be bold enough to investigate? If they really found her, they would be dead for sure. As a result, after Qian Rongji went missing, no one was bold enough to carry out the search mission even though the Hawkwolf Guard had sent out a search mission. Little Anne closed her eyes and sat down with her legs crossed. She stroked the items one by one with her right hand. As a divination technique of the school of Yin Yang, she had never given up on comprehending and practicing the cloud bookcase of the 7 lots. However, this was the first time she had actually used it. At this moment, the light of the setting sun was powerless to penetrate the dome of leaves in the southern forest 500 kilometers away. The forest had already darkened completely. A fly buzzed in search. Suddenly, it smelled a heavy and alluring fragrance. It was the smell of blood and death, which often represented a corpse that could be passed down to future generations. It flapped its wings and flew in that direction quickly. It dodged a spider web and arrived before a small mountain. The smell was right there. It circled around and passed through a cave that was basically covered in vines. It was already pitch black like night, but it was unable to stop it. Very soon it found its target, a humanoid corpse on the ground. Yes, they were only in human form. Their exquisite clothes had been torn into strips of cloth that were soaked in blood, and it was impossible to discern their original appearance. Numerous wounds covered their entire bodies, and their blood-red mouths flowed with blood and even pus. They were like numerous tearful eyes and mouths that were wailing in pain, and they were recounting indescribable pain. There was not a single inch of unscathed skin on the corpse. Even between the wounds were uneven scars, as if they had just healed up before being ripped apart viciously again. The face was the same. It was difficult to even distinguish its gender. Only a pair of eyes were wide open, so wide that even the corners of the eyes had cracked. They stared at the darkness before them, covered in a layer of gray dust. Chapter 353. This is already the 6th hexagram. Do you still want to continue? Li Qingshan asked. Although Han Qiongji did not mention it, this concerned the life and death of a legalist disciple. She had most likely asked Ma Bai to divine for her. If he could determine that she was still alive, then it would not be a search mission but a rescue mission. Searching for the living was also a search, and searching for the dead was also a search. Little and gradually became more familiar with the cloud bookcase of the 7 lots, but the 6 consecutive hexagram were all the worst. She could not find any chance of survival at all. However, she refused to give up because it was very strange. If Qian Rongji was dead, she should be able to divine the approximate location of her corpse. However, the hexagram showed that she seemed to be trapped in hell. This was the most unbelievable thing. Hell was the home of all souls, but even with Ma Bai's divination, it was impossible for him to reach another world. I want to divine one last time. All right. Li Qingshan nodded. Although the spirit turtle had the ability to divine, he was only a 2/9 spirit turtle at most. At most he could sense the danger of death. When he was in Ancient Wind City, he had not sensed any danger even when he was trapped in Altar Master Black Lotus Formation. He had relied on his demon instincts to sense that something was wrong at the last moment, but he did not manage to escape. Of course, he felt that his senses were not sharp enough. In the end, it was more daunting than dangerous. Little Anne clenched her hands. The 7 types of yin and yang, the 5 elements, and the 7 types of true qi combined and condensed in a wondrous way. It was as if they were evolving the changes of all things in the world, matching with the thread of fate in the unseen world. In the end, it condensed into a cylinder. Thousands of colors mixed and revolved in a special pattern. It was like a kaleidoscope, forming various images, scenes, and words. However, Li Qingshan only took a glance at it, and he felt dizzy. A thin bamboo skewer. It slowly rose up from within. The cylinder disintegrated. Little Anne suddenly grasped the stick in her hand, as if she had grasped fate in the unseen world. The cloud bookcase of the 7 lots originated from the most ancient divination of the 7 stars. One stick represented one's fate. It could tell good or bad luck, life or death, and know the past and future. Li Qingshan could not see through it. He thought to himself that if he used a tortoise shell for divination, then Little Anne would be asking for a divination stick. Of course, he didn't know that his dream lover, Gu Yinying, used the 6 lines divination technique, which was guided by copper coins. Of course, this was not a real lot. There was no difference between the best lot and the worst lot. Instead, it was a piece of information that appeared in the ever-changing fate. For fate itself, fortune and misfortune, life and death, there was no difference. The only thing that mattered was the human heart. Little Anne closed his eyes. He furrowed his brows and tried his best to free his imagination, to decipher the message in the lot. Fate would never tell you clearly, "Hey Zhang-san, you're out of luck today." Even this simple message contained 10 times more information than an encyclopedia. It was 100 times more difficult to understand than a drunken painting by an impressionist. The main job of the fortune teller was to decipher the message and tell the fortune teller, "Hey Zhang-san, you're out of luck today. You'd better not go out." And this was a question with a time limit. The shiny bamboo stick flickered and twisted constantly. Soon, it dissipated in Little Anne's hand. Li Qingshan asked, "How is it?" Little Anne opened his eyes and frowned. The cloud bookcase of the 7 lots was based on the previous 6 lots. The 7th lot was the most accurate one. She finally found a chance of survival in the hellish divination. It was so weak that it was not even a narrow escape. It was like a lonely lamp in a storm that would go out at any time. After listening to Little Anne's explanation, Li Qingshan thought for a moment and said, "Do you want to find her?" The fly confirmed the source of the smell and cautiously flew around a few times. It was a little uneasy when it didn't find its own kind, but it couldn't resist the temptation of the smell. Driven by instinct, it flew to the round eyes of the corpse. For a moment, something seemed to swim through the eyes of the corpse. The eyes of the corpse suddenly moved. It fell to the ground silently, ending its short life. It lay on the ground with many of its kind. After a short period of sobriety, the eyes moved slightly and observed the surrounding scene. Based on this, she knew how long she had been here. Her thoughts were completely broken. She felt like the biggest liar, making her think that she had been here for hundreds of years. Reason could only play a small role. It was like picking up garbage from the ruins and trying to rebuild a city. It was ridiculous and futile. However, she found the long-lost sense of time. Her memory returned to about 3 months ago. The noon sun barely managed to penetrate the green canopy and shine into the forest, floating on a wide but shallow stream. She stepped into the stream and disturbed the silence. She concentrated on searching for the whereabouts of the man-eating monster. She wanted to forget her original purpose, but she couldn't. Spring was in full swing, but her heart was still stuck in that cold winter. She couldn't forget that upheaval. In the past few months, she had gained nothing. Every day, she would feel relieved. But there was another force that kept pulling her into the quagmire. She almost wanted to give up, go thousands of miles away, find a place where no one knew her and start over again. But there was divination in the world. That person might not be able to do anything to Gu Yenying, but if he wanted to find her and kill her, it couldn't be more easy. She stopped in the middle of the stream. After crossing this stream, she would enter the depths of the forest, which was full of all kinds of dangers. At this point, the task could be declared over. "Are you looking for someone?" Just as she was about to turn around, a gentle voice called out to her. The voice came from a man with a face as gentle as the voice. There was a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. His black Taoist robe was as dark as the night, and the tattered hem of his robe swayed slowly with the stream. She exhaled gently, as if a great burden had been lifted from her shoulders. The true danger she had been waiting for all this time had already arrived. Only afterwards did she turn around slowly and bow. Subordinate Qianrongji greets Altar Lord Black Lotus. Finally, she saw the greatest person in the White Lotus sect below the Holy Mother again. Qianrongji, you're still bold enough to come? Before Altar Lord Black Lotus could even say anything, a little girl in white clothes walked out from behind him. She only seemed to be 5 or 6 years old. She spoke with a childish voice, but the coldness in her eyes seemed to freeze all of her blood. She could not say anything at all. That's right, this was the White Lotus Mother, the source of her fear. You seem to have been looking for us the entire time? Altar Lord Black Lotus asked curiously. They did not know about Qianrongji's appearance. They were just worried it was a trap. He had gone to great lengths to prevent White Lotus from stepping into the possible trap. There was no need for him to expose their whereabouts for the sake of a measly Qianrongji. Today, he was no longer able to contain her anger, which was why he had appeared. Ma Emgu was not a patient person. She could not even be bothered to hunt them down, which also meant she no longer took her great enemies of the past seriously. Yes, the game had already ended. Qianrongji immediately dropped to her knees and knocked her head into the water. Yes, Qianrongji has fallen under Gu Yining's control and committed a grave mistake. I can die 10,000 times over. I've specially come to apologize to the Holy Mother and Altar Lord. Don't mention that name. The little girl screamed. I'm no longer an Altar Lord. You can call me Black Lotus. I'm still the White Lotus Mother. The little girl screamed again. All right. You're still the White Lotus Mother. Black Lotus bent down and spoke like he was coaxing a child. Afterwards, he straightened up and rubbed his temples in distress. I really want to spare you, but can't you come up with a better reason? The White Lotus Mother really is difficult to coax now that she's angry. Qianrongji wanted to say something, but Black Lotus raised his hand. I don't want to listen to your lies. Please treat me with sincerity, all right? In order to make you understand the severity of the situation, if you say another lie, I'll kill you. I don't want to listen to her. Black Lotus, kill her. Kill her. The White Lotus Mother constantly stamped her foot, making the water in the stream splash everywhere. Black Lotus grabbed the White Lotus Mother's tiny hand. Just tell me. The White Lotus Mother is running out of patience. She stands up and looks into my eyes. Tell me, why have you come? Qianrongji stood up and gazed into Black Lotus' clear, dark eyes. She could not utter a single word of what she had prepared, as every single word was a lie. I want to beg for a way out. Don't even think about it. The White Lotus Mother kicked the water viciously. Black Lotus smiled. Very good. We have something in common now. There's no doubt that killing for the sake of hatred is pointless. Of course, not everyone believes that. For example, the tiny White Lotus Mother beside him was tempted to skin the great traitor, Qianrongji, alive. I'm very curious. Why aren't you affected by the heart-cleansing technique of clear ripple? Qianrongji said. It's probably because I've practiced arts of charm. The heart-cleansing technique of clear ripple is not an art of charm. Do you know its origins? Qianrongji shook her head. She did not even feel like the technique had any effect on her at all. Black Lotus said. There had once been an eminent monk who had gone through the vicissitudes of life. He saw how the masses were all people who refused to come to their senses, so he created a technique out of great pity. He channeled his own comprehension into the minds of others, allowing them to attain enlightenment in the blink of an eye. Even a fool could comprehend the supreme truths of the Buddhist Dharma, no longer being troubled by the various troubles of the world. It was known as enlightenment. It was definitely not a method used by demonic cultivators to control people. The heart-cleansing technique of clear ripple came from this. It was impossible to resist as the technique itself was beneficial. After receiving the technique, it was like awakening their innate wisdom, allowing them to comprehend the past. From then onwards, there would be no bottlenecks in the mind on the path of cultivation, all the way until they reached the limits of the user's cultivation. If Hua Sengzan had received this technique, he would have reached foundation establishment a few years ago. Only now did Qianrongji understand why all the people of the White Lotus sect who had received this technique would smile so brightly. Even when they suffered heavy setbacks in the White Lotus sect, they would not become dejected, as if they were filled with endless satisfaction. Black Lotus said, "Can you tell me why?" Qianrongji lowered her head. Actually, I really want to be like them. Since young, had she ever experienced such a peaceful moment? She could not even remember. She furrowed her brows and shook her head helplessly. But I just can't feel happy. Chapter 354. I just can't be happy. I see. Black Lotus sighed gently and looked at her in pity. Originally, he thought Gu Yening had a deeper plan, using some sort of artifact to block the heart-cleansing technique of Clear Ripple. However, the answer was unexpectedly simple. Even the heart-cleansing technique of Clear Ripple was unable to wash away the pitch-black pain in her heart. A situation like this had actually occurred before. However, those who failed would usually kill themselves very quickly. Even if they survived, they would be tormented to a state of agony, like a walking corpse, muddle-headed. Since there was no escape, death became the best salvation. Then why are you still alive? Why? Qian Rongji lowered her head and murmured. Suddenly, she smiled and tidied her hair. Perhaps I just don't want to accept this. In this situation, everything she did was useless. Her life was in her hands, but she was instead fearless. Just like what Black Lotus had said, death was not a very bad choice for her. Black Lotus said sincerely, Rongji, I really want you to live. You can't. Don't even think about it. The White Lotus mother screamed. Then the problem right now is, how can I let you live? I might not be an altar lord anymore, but I still can't disobey the White Lotus mother's orders. Black Lotus, where are you standing? The White Lotus mother stressed each word as she kicked Black Lotus's leg. Black Lotus laid out his hands helplessly. Qian Rongji just raised her head. Sunlight flickered like starlight between the cracks of the green leaves. Her figure was reflected in the quiet stream, aloof from the world. It was as if everything here no longer had anything to do with her anymore. She had already done all that was humanly possible. Black Lotus considered it for a while before suddenly smiling. He raised a finger. They all say that it's impossible to have everything right, but as long as you look carefully, you'll always find a way. Afterwards, he crouched down. He said to the White Lotus mother, Mother, will you be satisfied if you kill her like this? This will instead be a form of release for her. The White Lotus mother said, do you think I'll let her die so easily? I'll make her taste all the torture in the world. Only when she cries and begs for mercy and breaks down mentally will I kill her. The corner of Qian Rongji's lips curled into a sneer. Crying, begging for mercy, having a nervous breakdown, do you want me to act it out for you right now? Black Lotus seemed to have grasped the crux of the matter. He smiled and said, yes, torture. Do you still remember that? The White Lotus mother was taken aback. She smiled viciously. Yeah, that's it. You sure are clever. He took out an item and handed it to Black Lotus. Black Lotus opened his hand towards Qian Rongji. He was holding a sparkling amber. Sealed in the amber was a tiny snake as thin as a strand of hair. However, its gorgeous colors were mesmerizing. Qian Rongji asked, This item comes from the Mist Province. Snake goo. Qian Rongji frowned. The Mist Province was known as the Myriad Mountains. Although it had been under Great Xiao's rule for many years, it was still a land of wilderness. The path of cultivation of the barbarians was very different from that of the Central Plains. It was directly inherited from the ancient times. The art of witchcraft was one of the most mysterious killing methods, and it was famous throughout the world. That's right. You want to use this to kill me? A friend of mine once said that true goo is not used to kill, but to make people wish they were dead. Qian Rongji's eyes lit up. Since it was worse than death, that meant she could live. However, this goo is called the pestering goo. In the first 300 years it was always believed to be a dead goo, as no one has ever survived. They all died from agonizing torture. Even the most cold-blooded, tough man will become as fragile as a child after being afflicted with this goo. The White Lotus mother's smile widened. She was innocent and cruel. Qian Rongji also shivered. Black Lotus continued. Only afterwards did people discover that this goo is not fatal. It doesn't even cause any harm. All those who die to this goo commit suicide. If they can endure the pain, it will instead bring them great benefits, which even gave birth to a sect that worships this snake as their sacred snake. Qian Rongji waded through the stream and walked over, reaching towards the snake pestering goo without the slightest hesitation. Was it painful? She had always been very patient. However, Black Lotus brought his hands together, and his face became stern. Do you really plan on living like this? Once this goo is planted, it won't stop until you die. It's impossible to remove, which is why it's called pestering. Seems like I have no other choice. Qian Rongji's face was filled with mockery. Black Lotus gazed at her deeply. I suddenly feel a little regretful. If you choose to die, I'll give you a quick death. There won't be any pain at all. The White Lotus mother was very unhappy. Black Lotus. Black Lotus bowed and said sternly, no matter how unhappy you are, I can't just watch you do this. Slaughter and death will always be unavoidable. But humiliating and torturing isn't something we should do. If you insist on doing this, please kill me first. The White Lotus mother was helpless against him. All she could do was turn her head away viciously. Qian Rongji smiled. Thank you for your kind intentions, but if I only wanted a quick death, why would I have come here? Black Lotus fell silent for a while before opening his hand. Fine then. I respect your choice, but please listen to the last thing I have to say. According to what I know, this snake is not a creature of this world. Instead, it comes from the Hell realm. As a disciple of legalism, you should understand. Qian Rongji's eyes narrowed. She obviously understood. It was said that the Hell realm had a total of 18 major hells and countless smaller hells. They were the place where all souls of the dead returned to in the Great Thousand Worlds. All sins would receive the final judgment of the officials of Hell there. It was the supreme symbol of law. As such, it was very clear why the snake pestering goo did not cause death. The torture of Hell had never been for the sake of slaughter, but for punishment. It would make even the most brutal criminal feel pain and then repent. This snake comes from the venomous snake Hell. The so-called torture of the human world is like playing house compared to the punishment of Hell. In other words, from today onwards you'll have to live in Hell every single day. Before he had even finished speaking, Qian Rongji had already picked up the amber and held it up to the sunlight. She raised her pretty face and looked at the beautiful snake inside. She glanced at Black Lotus and curled her lips. Thank you for your good idea. The amber slipped from her fingers. Under the illumination of the sunlight, the tiny snake inside seemed even more beautiful and enchanting. Suddenly, it opened its eyes and directly entered her mouth. In the darkness, cracks appeared on the amber. It shattered immediately. She was not the one who had freed it. Instead, it had broken free by itself. It was like a wild beast that had caught the scent of blood, a glutton that had seen delicious food. There was no shame in this. Souls filled with hatred were its favorite food and hotbed. It could not help but burrow in deeply. Qian Rongji trembled all over. She instantly knelt in the stream. The tiny snake, more beautiful than the rainbow, swam on her face like a tattoo, moving on her skin. It seemed to be a little stronger than when it was in the amber. She suddenly opened her eyes wide and fell straight down, splashing the stream water. It was an indescribable pain. Even unimaginable pain like a snake slithering. She opened her mouth wide. If she could make a sound, she would definitely be screaming right now. But the pain had seized her body and locked her throat. She could only make meaningless gurgling sounds. However, every inch of her body was groaning, and her whole soul was wailing. She had far underestimated the torture of Hell. She was very wrong, far from being as strong as she had imagined. In just a moment, she regretted it, and was willing to do anything to relieve this pain. Were the souls of Hell also repenting for the sins they had committed in life every day and night? Although she opened her eyes as wide as she could, her vision was blurry. Everything around her seemed to spin, turning into a blurry color. Vaguely, a black shadow approached her and said, "Since this is the path you've chosen, please allow me to wish you a safe journey." Black Lotus stood up and said to the White Lotus mother, who admired Qian Rongji's horrendous state with great interest, "Let's go." The White Lotus mother said, "Let me watch a little longer." Black Lotus became stern. The White Lotus mother cursed, "Stingy." When the first round of pain passed, the venomous snake from Hell seemed to have had enough of its activity, entering a state of rest. She propped herself up and knelt up. The sky had already darkened completely, and she barely managed to organize her chaotic consciousness. Apart from the paleness of her face, she was basically unscathed. The White Lotus mother had not even touched a single hair on her. It was much better than the best-case scenario she had imagined. However, her mind and willpower seemed to have been completely destroyed. It was very strange. If a person endured unendurable pain, they would fall unconscious or go mad, even if they managed to survive. However, she remained conscious the entire time, carefully savoring every single bit of pain. Perhaps this was the wondrous aspect of the punishment of hell. Returning to her senses, the first thing she did was grab her throat. All she needed to do was grab it gently, and blood would gush out and she would be free. Her sharp nails dug into her pale white skin, and warm bright red blood flowed out. After hesitating for quite a while, she pulled back her hand and stood up unsteadily. She found a small cave and dove into it, falling unconscious. She dreamed of a huge snake that was even more beautiful than a rainbow, swallowing her in a single gulp. She woke up very soon, and the second round of pain arrived. Time passed day by day. She took advantage of the time when she could move to replenish her food and water before waiting for the next round of pain in great fear. Yes, fear that she had never experienced before. She was so afraid that she trembled all over. Even when she was resting, the snake would use another method to torture her, making her want to free herself with death every single time. However, she refused to give up. Gradually, she could also perform some simple activities when she was being tortured. But the situation only worsened. Every single time, she would lose her rationality, wanting to rip the snake out of her body and tear off every inch of her skin. Fortunately, cultivators possess tough bodies, so the wounds would always heal very quickly. She even began to wonder whether she could break free from the snake if she peeled off her own skin. However, her remaining rationality stopped her. The snake had already fused with her, and if she did that, she would die very soon. She could not die like this. At this moment, a dangerous aura interrupted her thoughts. A demonic beast that resembled a leopard followed the smell of blood and arrived in the cave. Its glowing eyes constantly drifted about in the darkness. This was a demonic beast that had condensed its demonic core. Perhaps it was the man-eating demonic beast that she had been tracking, but that was not important. Even if she was in perfect condition, she did not dare to say that she would definitely win. Now that she was extremely weak, she could not even move a finger. P.S. Bow to thank the student from the namespace for the reward, and congratulate the new sect master. Chapter 355. Little and did not answer Li Qingshan immediately. Instead, he sank into his thoughts silently. Since you have an idea, then go look for it. It won't take up much time anyway. It was rare for Little and to care about the matters of others, so Li Qingshan felt like he should encourage him. Qian Rongji had left these things for Little and so they had basically done their best. It's far too dangerous. Little and shook his head. Don't worry. I might not be able to divine as well as you, but I can still sense true danger. Li Qingshan pointed at his head before rubbing her hair. I'll just treat it as going out with you. All right. He arrived at the Hawkwolf Guard and accepted the mission. He went upstairs to greet Han Qiongji. After some intimacy, Han Qiongji heard about the details of Li Qingshan's mission. She said in surprise, "You want to accept this mission? Are you very familiar with her?" Of course not, but we've worked together a few times. She's probably dead already, so you should at least bring her corpse back. Li Qingshan studied Han Qiongji and said unconcernedly. Scorching sunlight poured in from the huge floor-to-ceiling window. She sat on a high-backed chair, dressed in the uniform of a Scarlet Wolf Guard. She seemed extremely valiant. Li Qingshan sat on the long table in front of her. His face was filled with fantasies. Han Qiongji rubbed her chin in thought. This action was extremely masculine, which gave her a different kind of charm. All right, you can go. Li Qingshan smiled. What, aren't you worried that your man will run into the White Lotus Mother and be taken as a bodyguard? Han Qiongji leaned back in her chair and raised her legs, placing them on the table. She looked down. If it's little Hua, there might be a chance, but with your beauty, he'll probably be killed. I received the news a few days ago. The White Lotus Mother and Altar Lord Black Lotus. They've already returned to the Mist Province to rebuild the White Lotus sect. Li Qingshan said, is the news accurate? Aren't you afraid of getting caught there? The Mist Province isn't the Green Province. It's truly lawless. Basically all the people who could not withstand the pursuit of the Hawkwolf Guard in the Green Province had fled there. If you really can't find it, don't forget to bring back a corpse. Han Qiongji blinked her eyes. I don't think that's a good idea, Li Qingshan said. The contribution from the mission to search for Qianrongji was still quite impressive. After all, it was related to the life or death of a Scarlet Wolf Guard. Who cares? Anyway, I'm in charge now. Little Flower isn't here, and Old Wang has gone to cultivate. I have to deal with so many errands. So annoying. Okay, wait for me to come back. Li Qingshan leaned over and gave her a hot kiss. He got up and left. Han Qiongji came to the French window and watched his cloud rise into the sky. She smiled and pursed her lips. The speed of the demonic beasts was astonishing. 2 beast eyes glowed with light. They were like 2 fleeting shadows, dragging 2 long tails of light behind them. They circled around Qianrongji in circles, rapidly approaching her. Qianrongji's eyes were wide open. In the beginning, she circled around the demonic beast a little, but afterwards, she stopped moving as if she had become completely numb. The demonic beast confirmed that this was not a trap. The 2 streaks of green light that were circling around suddenly turned towards the center. The demonic beast lunged over and bit Qianrongji's neck. That was the only place on her body with relatively few wounds. Even when she was in extreme pain, she could control herself at all times and not end her own life. Could it be that this was the result of 3 months of painful perseverance? At first, the 4 fangs pierced through her skin. Afterwards, all the fangs only needed to advance a little further, and she would not even have to suffocate before they could bite through her neck. Even now, her gaze and expression had not changed at all. The pain that made others clench their teeth was as pleasant as the spring breeze to her, while the impending death might just be a release to her. The demonic beast stiffened. Tremendous pain immediately filled its entire body like poison. Qianrongji finally revealed a hint of a smile. On her horrifying face, she looked as ferocious as an evil spirit. Her arms were placed on both sides, supporting herself to get up bit by bit. Then she bit the demonic beast's neck. Looking carefully, one could see that the gorgeous little snake had unknowingly coiled around Qianrongji's neck. A parasite would protect its host. Its way of protection was naturally to let the other party taste the same pain. Under the hellish torture, the demonic beast's demonic aura was completely dispersed, could not even tighten its muscles. Its tough skin was slowly pierced by her teeth. The salty blood flowed into her mouth. Like a vampire, she swallowed it in big mouthfuls to replenish her blood. The food prepared in her 100 treasures pouch had long been finished. Fortunately, the smell of blood on her body had attracted many wild beasts. She used this method to eat all of them to replenish her energy. After drinking her fill of blood, she recovered a lot of strength. She tore open the demonic beast's stomach and took out a crystal-clear demonic core the size of a grain of rice. She immediately swallowed it and tried to meditate. The attribute of the demonic core was coincidentally compatible with her. It could be considered a blessing from the heavens. True Qi, which had been absent for a long time, finally reappeared in her aura sea. Under the urging of the true Qi, the wounds on her body closed bit by bit. Qianrongji suddenly felt dizzy. She touched her forehead, which was boiling hot. In the forest environment, she had lost her true Qi for a long time. This was the 3rd time she had contracted a disease. She understood that she had to leave this place. She needed a better environment to recuperate, or else she might die here. If she attracted an even stronger demonic beast, it would bite her neck off before it was seized by pain. She saw the demonic beast's corpse with its stomach cut open. Before leaving, she had to eat it first to store enough strength. The sun rose and set, but in this dark cave, there seemed to be no concept of the passage of time at all. It only took Li Qingshan and Little and a few hours to reach the small village at the edge of the forest. As expected, some villagers had seen her tracks. Her footwork extended into this forest. She had exposed her tracks with such great fanfare. Obviously, she had done it on purpose. At this moment, Li Qingshan and Little were standing in front of this forest. It was as deep and serene as if it was another world. It was indeed not an easy task to find someone in this forest that stretched for thousands of miles. But for Li Qingshan, it was not too difficult. He was very familiar with that woman's breath. When he moved quickly and carried out a dragnet-like search, the strong smell of blood also attracted his attention. He lifted the curtain woven by the vines. He saw a monster lying on the beast's stomach. It was a monster that devoured internal organs. A trace of familiar breath came through the strong smell of blood. He still could not believe his eyes. Qian Rongji. The monster suddenly raised its head. When it saw Li Qingshan, it showed a surprised expression and smiled extremely ferociously. It said in an extremely weak voice, "You're here." It was as if it was sitting peacefully at home, and a long-lost friend came to visit, rather than seeing a savior in despair. Li Qingshan did not say anything. He just took out the elixir and walked forward. The scene in front of him, even he could not bear to look at it. He did not expect the White Lotus sect to be so cruel. When Qian Rongji saw Little and behind him, she suddenly felt ashamed and curled up. The poisonous snake entrenched in her body inexplicably calmed down a little. Li Qingshan wanted to open her mouth and put the elixir in. "Don't touch me." While she was stunned, Li Qingshan's hand had already touched her face. Suddenly, an indescribable pain. It spread all over her body. Where his fingertips touched, a colorful snake tattoo had appeared at some point. The parasite's instinct to protect its host would not change because of the host's will. From now on, no matter who it was, if they wanted to touch her, they would have to taste hellish pain. Spirit turtle suppresses the seas. Li Qingshan suddenly pulled his hand back and looked at it in shock. He saw that it was unscathed, and there was nothing wrong with his body. Just now the pain was like a dream. At this moment, two tender little hands grabbed her hand. "Little Anne," Li Qingshan and Qian Rongji said at the same time. Little Anne's face did not show any painful expression. The hell snake could be extradited to this world to punish the living. It could also punish the dead in the hell of the poisonous snake. But Little Anne was neither alive nor dead. A warmth came from her hand. Qian Rongji saw a golden Buddhist light appear on Little Anne's body, then spread along her hands and spread to her entire body, enveloping her in the golden Buddhist light. The wounds on her body gradually healed. Soon afterwards, the uneven, hideous scars were wiped away bit by bit. This was no longer the effect of Buddhism, but the power of the path of white bone and great beauty. Her face seemed to be even more beautiful than before. Little Anne released her hand and returned to Li Qingshan's side. Qian Rongji said softly, "Thank you." She asked Li Qingshan, "Do you have water?" Li Qingshan snapped his fingers, and a tornado-like stream of water swirled around her body, washing away the filth and ragged clothes on her body. She turned into smoke and dissipated, revealing her fair skin and supple figure. She was completely naked. Li Qingshan had always been a very intense person, but when he stood before this woman, he always felt like his heart was as still as water. Even at a time like this, he could not be bothered to look away. Qian Rongji was the same. She picked up her 100 treasures pouch and took out a set of clothes, changing into them. She stretched out her arms and legs in a natural manner. She did not seduce him, nor did she avoid him. It was as if he did not treat her as a woman, and she did not treat him as a man. Li Qingshan said, "Looks like you've suffered quite a bit. Do you want to know?" Qian Rongji had already put on her clothes and was tidying her long hair in front of a mirror. "Tell me." Li Qingshan was indeed rather curious. Qian Rongji casually recounted her experiences, as if she was telling someone else's story. After listening to her, Li Qingshan also felt a chill inside. He asked, "How are you going to get rid of this goo?" Qian Rongji said, "There's no way to get rid of it, and there's no need to. As long as I can let go of my sense of shame and hatred, it will naturally stop tormenting me." The venomous snake hell was originally used to punish those who committed atrocities because of their shamelessness, and those who committed boundless sins because of hatred. But punishment was not the goal. It was to let the sinners realize their sins in hell, and finally obtain self-redemption and liberation. Only then could it be considered Buddha's mercy. Li Qingshan mocked, "Can you do it?" Qian Rongji also laughed, "Of course I can't do it. I will not be ashamed of anything. I hate everyone in the world." The venomous snake happily slithered around. She suddenly knelt on the ground, and her 10 fingers dug deeply into the ground. The smile on her face was twisted because of the pain, but it became more and more brilliant. Even if she was trapped in the endless hell and suffered endless suffering, she would not repent. P.S. Shamelessly asking for monthly votes will cause you to be trapped in the venomous snake hell. But even if you are trapped in the venomous snake hell, you still want to be satisfied. Chapter 356. Seeing her like this, killing intent surged through Li Qingshan's heart for some reason. Although she had already recovered from her wounds and turned back into the beautiful Qian Rongji, she felt even more inhuman than the monster he had just seen. He said indifferently, "Does that include me?" Qian Rongji said, "Are you human?" Li Qingshan was slightly taken aback. He sneered in disdain. "As long as I can live happily, what does it matter if I'm human or not? Originally, I didn't want to stick my nose into your business, but little and divined that you still had a chance at survival, which was why I came." Qian Rongji glanced at Little and deeply. Little and remained the same as usual the entire time, showing no emotion at all. Qian Rongji smiled. "Just treat the things I left with you as my repayment." Li Qingshan took off on a cloud and returned to Clear River City with the mission items. When Qian Rongji stood before Han Qiongji unscathed, Han Qiongji was surprised too. She knew that Qian Rongji had encountered the White Lotus Mother and had been heavily injured the entire time, resting in the forest the entire time. She smiled. "You sure have a good life, little girl. So much for worrying for you." Even Han Qiongji had no idea about Qian Rongji's role in the mission against the White Lotus sect last time. "Thank you for your concern, second senior sister," Qian Rongji said obediently. As for whether she had a good life or not, you could say that was the case. After receiving little Anne's treatment, the benefits of the hell snake gradually manifested. After the pain, her mind would always be especially clear. Her body and soul seemed to have changed slightly. Qian Rongji's return caused a disturbance in the Hawkwolf Guard. She changed her usual way of doing business and declined Han Qiongji's welcoming banquet. In the past 3 months, although she had developed a subtle connection with the snake that was entangling her, and was able to control the torture time a little, she had to spend more time in harmony with it. The path of the future was once again in her hands. He returned to his residence alone. A familiar figure stood in front of the door. Qian Rongji was surprised. "Little Tian, why are you here?" Chu Tian's face was full of concern as he said, "I heard that you came back. Where have you been these past few days? I was so worried about you that I wanted to look for you several times." Unfortunately, he didn't go even once. Qian Rongji was not surprised at all. It was not that he was not sincere to her. She was very confident in her own means. It was just that for some people, nothing was more precious than their own lives. Facing Chu Tian's outstretched hand, her eyes lit up. If she held this hand now, any genius would have to kneel and beg for mercy. No matter what kind of trump card they had, she could force them to reveal it. However, she hesitated. It was better for her to pull her hand back. Chu Tian was a genius that everyone paid attention to right now. If he died mysteriously, it would definitely shake up the academy. At a time like this, it was best if she did not cause any trouble. He was already hers anyway. She suddenly felt a sense of joy. Although she was still a 6th-layer Qi practitioner, she now possessed fatal fangs that could harm these so-called geniuses. Chu Tian was disappointed, but he felt guilty inside, so he dared not say anything. When he heard that it was Li Qingshan who had brought her back, he felt even more gloomy inside. Why was this guy everywhere? When Qian Rongji accidentally mentioned that she had lost her 100 treasures pouch during a mission and was worried about her future cultivation, Chu Tian immediately took out many pills and spiritual stones generously. Qian Rongji turned him down before accepting it. "Thank you, little Tian. I'll return them to you." Chu Tian gazed at her face in fascination. He felt that she was even more charming and enchanting than before. With a gentle cough, Wu Zhen emerged from the darkness. He had thought about looking for her in the past, but as a descendant of a clan, he obviously could not treat his life as a joke and go to the forest where the White Lotus Mother might appear. Afterwards, he felt like she was dead for sure, so he stopped thinking about it. When he heard that he had returned, he hurried over to see him and greeted him with an unnatural expression. Qian Rongji glanced at Chu Tian and smiled. "Brother Wu, you've come." Seeing how she did not blame him at all, Wu Zhen felt even more ashamed. When he heard that she had lost her 100 treasures pouch, he also gave her some spiritual stones and pills in a hurry. As a descendant of a clan, he was still very well off in this aspect. He was even wealthier than Han Qiongji. Chu Tian said a few words of jealousy to her, and the two of them parted on bad terms. Qian Rongji let out a heavy sigh. She could not swallow the food that was right by her mouth, which was quite a pity. If only the world could be a little more chaotic, so chaotic that no one would care even if someone died. Qian Rongji was not a prominent figure, but she was extremely popular in the 100 schools of thought. In the next few days, people would come to visit her, not just from the school of legalism. There were quite a few disciples from other schools too, and none of them came empty-handed. Her 100 treasures pouch began to swell again. Everyone said that ever since junior sister Qian had returned, her bearing had changed drastically. She had become even more beautiful and enchanting. However, no one knew that every night, when it was quiet, she would lock herself up completely and begin her routine journey to hell. Under the nourishment of pain, the colorful venomous snake was growing bit by bit. Summer passed and autumn came. Li Qingshan woke up in the bamboo loft. His true qi had already gradually reached the peak of the 7th layer. Before long, he would be able to break through again. All he saw was Little and staring at him with wide eyes. Li Qingshan smiled. "Stop staring. Go conduct the morning classes or your master will start nagging me again." Ever since the Buddhist Dharma assembly, she had been in charge of the morning classes in the Ansrava temple. Afterwards, she would allocate the tasks for the Buddhist disciples for the day. This was obviously the One Thought Master's arrangement, and it was the job of the primary disciple in the first place, so she could not shirk it. However, there were many benefits as well. She had already earned quite a lot of pills for Li Qingshan from the One Thought Master. Li Qingshan did not just treat her as a child laborer. Practicing a high-level ability like the Path of White Bone and Great Beauty placed the most emphasis on the cultivation of the mind. This was not something that could be resolved by reading a few Buddhist scriptures or conducting a Dharma assembly. It required her to accumulate it bit by bit in her daily life. A flower was a world, a leaf was a Bodhi tree. Li Qingshan had grown accustomed to her, so he was rather reluctant to part with her. However, upon further thought, he treated it as sending a child to school. With her identity as the primary disciple, coming into contact with a few more people and matters would definitely bring great benefits to her future cultivation. After Little and left, Li Qingshan sat there for a while longer. He neither cultivated nor practiced martial arts. All he did was empty his mind and think about nothing. It was equivalent to waking up early and brushing his teeth and washing his face. Only then did he emerge from the room. The sky was already bright. 2 children played around in the bamboo forest as they swept up the fallen leaves with a broom. They were both second-layer qi practitioners. They channeled their true qi into the broom, and with a wave of their hands, they kicked up a fierce gust of wind. Even the bamboo forest swayed gently. The two of them directly began fighting with their brooms. It was actually extremely methodical. They called out, "I'm the second senior brother, and you're the little junior brother." Suddenly, they saw Li Qingshan emerge and lowered their heads in a hurry. They said politely, "First senior brother." Before the next entrance examination, the School of Novels had a new disciple. After a period of nurturing, the children selected from various places were given the opportunity to choose their schools. The 2 children chose the School of Novels. They both cultivated the water element, and their talent was nothing special. However, they made Lu Chuanfeng so happy that he could not close his mouth for a few days. This continued until the School of Novels finally prospered in his hands. Li Qingshan was finally no longer alone. He patted them on the head. "Stop fooling around. Go and study." The older child said, "We still have to sweep the floor." The other child added, "If we don't sweep it clean, Master will scold us." Li Qingshan knew that Lu Chuanfeng was enjoying being a master. In the past, this place was littered with fallen leaves. When had he ever seen him care? He also liked the 2 children very much, so he said with a smile, "I'll help you sweep." A crystalline water dragon flew out of his hand and swept away all the fallen leaves, revealing the cobblestone path below. The 2 children cheered, their faces filled with admiration. When could they be as powerful as eldest senior brother? "Ajun Ashung, you're done sweeping the floor. Get over here." Lu Chuanfeng's authoritative voice sounded from the bamboo loft. Yes, master. Li Qingshan smiled and shook his head. He watched as they skipped over. Ever since they came, Lu Chuanfeng seemed to have changed into a different person. He put on the dignity of a master. Qingshan, come back early too, Lu Chuanfeng said. Li Qingshan also said, yes, master. Lu Chuanfeng stroked his beard in satisfaction. He looked inside his body. The divine talisman of great creation was shining. The amount of wish power he had accumulated was unprecedented. He had been stuck at the 10th layer of qi refinement for many years. Now, he finally had some confidence to touch the door to foundation establishment. What was the most important thing for a school? It had to be a foundation establishment cultivator. Otherwise, no matter how famous they were, they would be looked down upon. The School of Novels still had to rely on him, the head of the school. In order to save wish power in preparation for foundation establishment, he could no longer bear to transform into a woman. With 2 young disciples around, he could not afford to lose face. When Li Qingshan arrived outside the island, he saw Li Long working there. Thanks to the various crops he had planted, Li Qingshan was able to pacify Millipede in the insect's sack. He greeted him with a smile and soared into the sky. Li Qingshan turned into a small dot and landed on Great War Island. Only then did Li Long lower his head and continue tending to the herb garden. Among the many crops, spiritual herbs were the most difficult to grow. They had extremely high requirements for various environments. However, the process of growing them was also the most beneficial for the disciples of the School of Agriculture. Li Long had cleared out a small piece of land on Cloud Wisp Island, which was rich in spiritual qi. He tried to grow a few medicinal herbs that were easy to grow. Although he did not know the results, his horticultural skills and qi refinement cultivation had clearly improved. He would soon be able to advance further. As long as he did not lack wealth, companions, methods and land, the first few layers of qi refinement were relatively easy to break through. On the practice field, Li Qingshan's fist whistled through the air, smashing towards Han Tie's face. Han Tie's body spun like a spinning top, the spear in his hand turning into a rolling black dragon that swept towards Li Qingshan's legs. Li Qingshan snickered. He did not care about his lower body at all. His fists changed, transforming into layers of afterimages. To the surrounding military disciples, it looked like several dozen fists had struck out at once, covering the sky and covering the earth as they headed towards Han Tie's face. Who said I can't touch your face? He shouted, pay up. Legends of the Great Sage. Readers are welcome to log in. Read the full text. Chapter 357. Han Tie abandoned his spear without hesitation and accurately caught Li Qingshan's fists amidst the afterimages of the fists. Both of their feet sank deep into the ground, causing it to crack. After a few rounds of fighting, the two separated, both panting slightly. Li Qingshan had to admit that the school of the military was worthy of being called the school of combat, and Han Tie was worthy of being the top student of the school of the military. Li Qingshan had already used ocean brawling to the extreme, but he still couldn't touch Han Tie's face. He could always rely on exquisite moves to turn danger into victory. Moreover, in his human form, his body refining technique was still inferior to Han Tie, a 10th layer qi practitioner. His qi refining technique was even worse. When they fought, he was beaten up more often. His brother-in-law wasn't easy to deal with. Han Tie was even more surprised. Every single layer of qi practitioner was a tremendous difference. In particular, the 10th layer and the first 9 layers were worlds apart. The moves that should have been able to vanquish the enemy only left behind a small wound when they landed on Li Qingshan. Moreover, his endurance was startling. Although he had never been defeated, he would drag Han Tie into a bitter battle every single time. Li Qingshan rested for a while and caught his breath. Seeing the sun in the sky, he said, "Hey, it's time to eat." The military disciples all responded, "Eat, eat." After freeloading lunch at the school of the military, Li Qingshan and Han Tie chatted at the side of the training field. Now Li Qingshan would come to the school of the military every morning to train and familiarize himself with the use of battle techniques. The two of them admired each other, and with their relationship with Han Qiongji, they had become good friends. "It's getting late. I'm going to Benevolence Island." Li Qingshan looked at the sky and stood up. The afternoon was the time to learn how to refine pills. When he arrived at Benevolence Island, Wuxia said that he had to focus on cultivation for the next few days and wanted him to refine a furnace of pills. With the jade coiling dragon carving furnace given to him by Han Qiongji, Li Qingshan's success rate in concocting pills had greatly increased. His skills in concocting pills were growing day by day. After all, it wasn't something that could be accomplished in a day. Li Qingshan wasn't in a hurry. He went to Contention Island to accept a few alchemy missions and began to concoct pills. At dusk, after a busy day of work and cultivation, Han Qiongji declined the invitation of several colleagues to go out and have fun and came to accompany Li Qingshan to refine pills for a while. She brought some food for him and flirted with him. Alchemy was very time-consuming, but it was not like smithing, where one had to be focused at all times without the slightest bit of relaxation. Most of the time they would play the role of a boiler worker, so powerful alchemists would often hire a few alchemy boys to help them look after their pill furnaces. Although Li Qingshan did not have such conditions, he had the company of a beautiful woman. He didn't feel bored. At night, Han Qiongji left, and returned. She mentioned that Qian Rongji had broken through to the 7th layer of qi refinement. He came to find her today. He talked with her for a while. Cold stars filled the night sky, but they were quickly chased away by the red sun rising from the east. The cycle repeated itself. In the blink of an eye, another winter snow fell. Li Qingshan's skill in concocting pills continued to rise, but he began to feel anxious instead. The deeper his understanding of alchemy, the more he felt its profoundness. It was not as simple as he had imagined at the start, where he could casually learn for a year or so, then refine large amounts of true spirit pills and exchange them for cultivation pills. In reality, this process was filled with difficulties. The first step was to gather spirit herbs. Even though the spirit herbs used to refine true spirit pills were far inferior to blue butterfly flowers, they were still extremely rare. He had to first use a large number of spirit stones. To refine all of the blue butterfly flowers into true spirit pills, he would need to spend at least tens of thousands of spirit stones. Among them, there were one or two that were practically priceless. They were in the hands of alchemists, who wanted to use them to refine other high-grade pills. If he wanted to buy them, he would have to spend at least 1 or 2 times the price. After causing such a huge commotion, everyone would know what he wanted to do. Never underestimate the intelligence of other cultivators. Then came the second step, refinement. Alchemy was not that simple. Although he had a powerful tool like the jade coil dragon sculpted furnace in his hands, to refine true spirit pills, he would have to spend at least a few months to learn. After learning, he would just barely be able to refine them, but the success rate would definitely be pitifully low. In other words, a large number of precious medicinal herbs would be wasted. If he wanted to increase the success rate, it was very simple. He just had to spend another 2 or 3 years learning. However, whether or not he could succeed was still a different matter. If he could casually refine high-grade pills like true spirit pills after learning for 2 or 3 years, refining one furnace after another, then the streets would be filled with alchemists. The last step was to sell them. Even if he ignored all the previous problems and refined a large number of true spirit pills, how would he sell them and exchange them for cultivation pills? This was not a game. He just had to find a store, pull it up and click the mouse. First of all, he had to conceal his identity. However, that meant that the price would inevitably be lowered, and he might even be blackmailed. A man's wealth was his own ruin. A batch of true spirit pills that could cultivate foundation establishment cultivators meant that many foundation establishment cultivators who usually looked very kind and amiable might change their appearance. "Can I trust you?" Li Qingshan casually asked. In Wuxia's alchemy room, Wuxia was teaching Li Qingshan how to refine a furnace of fragrance-containing pills. It could be considered a relatively high-grade pill, but it was not used for cultivation. Taking fragrance-containing pills could cause one's body to have a strange fragrance. Recently, it was very popular among female cultivators. This time, it was not a mission from the 100 schools of thought, but Wuxia's work. During a boring interval, the two of them were too lazy to joke around. Li Qingshan quietly listened to the sound of snowflakes falling on the roof. He didn't look at Wuxia, but stared at the wall as if he were thinking about something. "Why are you suddenly asking this?" Wuxia turned her head. Li Qingshan looked into Wuxia's eyes. "Answer me." Ruexion's clear black and white eyes swiveled around, as if thinking about why Li Qingshan was asking this. She looked at the beam and said, I don't know either. Although we've known each other for so long, you seem to be shrouded in a mysterious veil that I can't see through. Li Qingshan said. After knowing each other for so long, they joked around and talked about everything, but he had never heard her talk about her background. Even if she did mention it, she would immediately change the topic. That's really too much of a coincidence. Ruexian stared at Li Qingshan. In her heart, wasn't Li Qingshan the same? Their eyes met, and after a moment of silence, Li Qingshan smiled. Then his smile was like a mirror image reflected on her face. Yes, they both had secrets that couldn't be divulged, but even if they were friends, there was no need for them to share all of their secrets. Have you refined a true spirit pill before? I haven't. If there's a chance, I'd like to try, Ruexian said calmly. The most important spirit herb of a true spirit pill was a spirit herb. Blue butterfly flowers were nearly extinct. There weren't too many people who had refined them. Li Qingshan opened his palm, and a shimmering blue butterfly fluttered in the air. It flew in front of Ruexian. Then come and try it. Ruexian stretched out her hand, letting that blue butterfly of light land on her fingertip. She exclaimed in surprise, it really is a blue butterfly flower. I've only seen it in books. I didn't think you'd actually have it. No wonder you painstakingly cultivated the art of alchemy. So it was to refine a true spirit pill. Li Qingshan smiled and shook his head. No, not one. Ruexian's mouth opened slightly. Blue butterflies of light fluttered in the alchemy room. Dozens, hundreds, even more. They rendered the alchemy room magnificent and beautiful. But in her heart, she was thinking about exchanging them for spirit stones. Could they fill up this alchemy room? After a long time, Ruexian finally came back to her senses. She looked deeply at Li Qingshan, and her eyes flickered with extraordinary splendor. Thank you for your trust. His eyes flickered. Li Qingshan said, I also had no choice. After I finish refining them, I can give you 30%. This number. It made Ruexian's heart beat fiercely. Not to mention anything else, with this amount of true spirit pills, she could immediately start breaking through to the foundation building realm. It was Li Qingshan's next words that made Ruexian calm down. You're in charge of collecting the other spiritual herbs. You're in charge of refining them. Finally, you're in charge of helping me exchange them for medicinal pills for cultivation. It'd be best if they're Dao accumulation pills. Most importantly, you're in charge of keeping it a secret. I believe you understand this even without me telling you. Of course I understand. Ruexian smiled slightly. Once the news is leaked, I might even lose my life. Is that so? Li Qingshan's situation wasn't as serious as she imagined. After all, this was still an orderly and prosperous age of peace. He just didn't want people to think of the underground. Ruexian said, the 100 schools of thought isn't as safe as you think. The patriarchs might not do anything to us, but what if there's pressure from above? Isn't the reason why you're afraid of working with the Han family because they're too powerful, while I'm all by myself? Li Qingshan could not help but admit this. He could trust Han Xiongji, but he could not trust the entire Han family. Ruexian did not come from an aristocratic family. Her past was a blank slate. It was said that she was not even a part of the Clear River Prefecture. Even her current master, the leader of the School of Medicine, Wuxia, was a strange, solitary old man. This meant that once this matter was exposed, even Ruexian would not be able to keep the true spirit pills. Apologies. This is a matter of great importance. I can't trust anyone completely. If it were not for the past few months, Li Qingshan would never have been bold enough to trust her like this. I can understand. If you really are someone who trusts others so easily, I'll instead look down on you. I'll tell you a secret too. Ruexian took out a pill cauldron from her 100 treasures pouch. A supreme-grade spiritual artifact pill cauldron. Li Qingshan blurted out. This was not a regular supreme-grade spiritual artifact, but a rare pill cauldron, and the shape of the pill cauldron was extremely strange. At first glance it seemed more like a cauldron. The patterns on it were complicated. Through his recent days of studying alchemy, he could tell with a single glance that this was not a creation of the Green Province, but the Mist Province further south. However, Li Qingshan did not expose this. The people of the Mist Province had always been denounced as barbarians by the people of the Green Province. Although they were both under the rule of Great Xia, the conflict between the two vassal states had never stopped over the past millennia. Their borders were heavily guarded, and the Hawkwolf Guard had always suffered the most losses. The two vassal kings had grievances with each other. If it were not for the suppression of the imperial court, they would have declared war a long time ago. Was Ru Exine a spy from the Mist Province? How could Ru Exine not guess that the blue butterfly flowers came from underground? There were only a handful of organizations that possessed fields of blue butterfly flowers, and they were protected by numerous formations. Even Foundation establishment cultivators could forget about plucking a single flower, so how did a measly Qi practitioner manage to venture so deep underground? Before they knew it, the two of them had revealed a little of their secrets to each other, but neither of them had any intentions of delving into it. Their hearts seemed to grow closer as well. Ru Exine added, "I've accumulated quite a lot of spiritual herbs on me too. A few of them can be used to refine true spirit pills, so there's no need for you to go out of your way to collect them." Li Qingshan smiled. What a coincidence. In the end, the two of them gathered 7 spiritual herbs for refining true spirit pills. Li Qingshan used 2 while Ru Exine used 5. There was an extremely large quantity of them all. Needless to say, they all clearly possessed the special characteristics of the underground and the Mist Province. Most of the spiritual herbs that came from these two places were relatively more precious. The remaining spiritual herbs were collected by Ru Exine. As the primary disciple of the School of Medicine, she was in charge of the medicinal storehouse of the School of Medicine. It was not difficult for her to retrieve some spiritual herbs in the name of refining other pills. In the afternoon of the next day, Li Qingshan arrived at the alchemy room again. Ru Exine took out another formation scroll. She set down the formation and ensured that no one could discover this place. Li Qingshan asked, "How is it?" Ru Exine said sternly, "My master already knows about this?" "What?" Li Qingshan was surprised and furious. He took a step forward and grabbed her shoulder. "I'm just joking. I'm just joking. Oi, it hurts." Ru Exine frowned slightly. She was like a goddess cradling her heart, sorrowful and moving. Li Qingshan became even more vexed. This shameless woman. However, he relaxed his grip. Their faces were inches away from each other. After separating yesterday, they had both guessed each other's identities for a very long time. In the past few months they had not had any physical contact at all. Now they suddenly felt rather awkward. Li Qingshan let go of her shoulder. "This isn't the time to joke around," Ru Exine said. "I'm just telling you to relax a little. Don't act like you're a thief." Li Qingshan said, "I'm not a thief. I'm committing adultery." Ru Exine put her arm around Li Qingshan's shoulder with a smile. "That's not impossible. I like rich men the most. Why don't you kick the first young Miss Han? Don't forget to take back the heavenly maiden scatters the blossoms. Give it to me, and I'll give you the pill cauldron I normally use as compensation." She normally used a high-grade spiritual artifact pill cauldron too. Li Qingshan said, "Don't even think about it. Hurry up and take back the spiritual herbs. Why are there so few?" Ru Exine said, "It's already enough for the beginning. If you take too much at once, people will notice something amiss. Take it slowly." Li Qingshan expressed his understanding. Ru Exine said, "Then let's begin." "Oh right, what's the name of your cauldron?" "Crystal Granule Cauldron." Ru Exine shrank the crystal granule cauldron to the size of a palm. Then, according to the order, she placed the spiritual herbs one by one inside first. Finally, she placed a blue butterfly flower. The first time was purely for the purpose of experimenting and accumulating experience. Her goal was only a true spirit pill. She basically had no hopes of success. Ru Exine sat cross-legged with a focused expression. She no longer had the relaxed and casual look she usually had when refining pills. Li Qingshan didn't dare to disturb her at the side. He meditated and cultivated at the side. After more than 4 hours, the pill cauldron opened, and a strange fragrance filled the air. "I succeeded by a fluke. Here." Ru Exine smiled and took out a purple pill from the pill cauldron. It was exactly the same as the one he had seen before. Li Qingshan took her hand. This is yours. He shook it lightly. It's a pleasure working with you. However, the second furnace of pills failed, and a blue butterfly flower was wasted. Ruexian couldn't help but sigh softly. On the other hand, Li Qingshan's expression was normal because the blue butterfly flower had come too easily. He said, just continue. This made Ruexian sigh. Rich people were indeed different. However, I'll go back and rest for a while. I'll recover my spirit and organize my thoughts. We'll continue tomorrow. Ruexian put away the crystal granule cauldron and removed the spirit formation. She suddenly smiled. If you still don't go out, eldest young Miss Han might really think we're committing adultery. I almost forgot. I'll see you tomorrow then. Li Qingshan made his way out of the alchemy room, but he sighed over the fact that he had made the right choice. With Ruexian's many years of alchemy coupled with a supreme-grade spiritual artifact cauldron, the current success rate was only 50%. If a dabbler like Li Qingshan were to refine it, the success rate would probably be less than 10%. Han Qiongji was waiting by the lake. It was currently snowing lightly, and the sky had already darkened. She asked in confusion, "What took you so long today?" Li Qingshan was rather apologetic. He wrapped his arm around her shoulder. Refining pills took some time. You must have waited for quite some time. Where do you want to go today? Today she wore a bright red hooded cloak with a white velvet collar. She was like a red flame in the snowy sky, warming his heart. The world of the two of them after a busy day was what they both loved the most. Their footprints had stopped at the 100 schools of thought and the prefectural city of Clear River a long time ago. They had left their footprints in all the beautiful places in the surroundings. Han Qiongji's face reddened slightly. Let's go sightseeing. Li Qingshan's eyes lit up. Sightseeing had already become a special signal for them. The white reeds stretched for 5 kilometers. The snowflakes in the sky blanketed the surroundings. A small boat was docked in the uninhabited reeds. It rippled gently, and the enchanting panting of a woman could be vaguely heard. A thick embroidered blanket covered the cabin, and the red cloak was casually tossed to one side. Li Qingshan leaned against Han Qiongji, kissing the woman he loved deeply. His left arm wrapped around her body, kneading her left breast through her clothes. His right hand slid across her body recklessly, from her round thigh to her perky bottom. The coldness in the air could not affect the passion in their hearts. Unwilling to be obstructed by the layer of clothes, Li Qingshan extended his hand into her clothes. Han Qiongji immediately grabbed his hand. Her eyes were like water, and she looked at him with a smile. Pervert. Then she wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him passionately again. She felt a hot big hand sliding into her clothes and holding her plump breasts. She let out a muffled moan. The soft breasts were like water in his hand, but they were full of wonderful elasticity. Li Qingshan changed their shapes according to his will, or fiddled with the 2 slightly hard red beans. But he soon felt dissatisfied. The narrow space seemed to not allow for more. He wanted to see what they looked like with his own eyes. If it was in the past, she would have stopped this greedy action, but today seemed to be a little different. Under Li Qingshan's surprised gaze, Han Qiongji propped herself up and took off her clothes one by one. Only when there was only a red undergarment left did she stop. She turned her head away with a red face. Do it yourself. A large area of snow-white skin appeared in front of Li Qingshan's eyes. That waist was as slender as he felt, and the deep ravine attracted his attention even more. What's wrong? Han Qiongji did not wait for the action she expected. All she saw was Li Qingshan holding her face with a face full of concern. She felt a little warm in her heart. Don't think too much. I wanted to tell you later, but I'm preparing to go into seclusion for a period of time. Legend of the Great Sage. Welcome readers to log in. Read the full text. Chapter 358. You want to break through to the 10th layer of Qi practitioner? Li Qingshan immediately understood. She had been stuck at the 9th layer of Qi practitioner for a very long time. Opening the 12 standard meridians was much more complicated than opening the 8 extraordinary meridians. It required absolute focus, so Qi practitioners would usually choose to enter seclusion to break through. You even said you wanted to catch up to me. Han Qiongji pouted, but her face was full of smiles. How long will it take? At least a few months. Han Qiongji pondered. That meant they wouldn't be able to see each other for a few months. I'll let you take advantage of me today. Han Qiongji propped herself up with her hands. Her delicate collarbones seemed thin, but the pair of jade rabbits on her chest seemed even fuller, as if they were about to burst out of her clothes. Li Qingshan relaxed and said with a smile, "Then I'll do as you say." He reached behind her and undid the knot. The fiery red tube top slid down, revealing 2 lumps of snow-white skin that stood proudly like they were carved from jade. There were also the 2 bright red spots that Li Qingshan dreamed of. Han Qiongji didn't hide her embarrassment like other women. She maintained her original posture, but she turned her head away, leaving Li Qingshan with a delicate and shy side profile. Her jade cheeks were rosy, making her seem especially elegant. However, Li Qingshan's desire was slightly quelled. He admired her half-naked body. She was like a goddess carved from marble. Every single curve was perfect, giving him a feeling that he couldn't profane her. Han Qiongji bit her lower lip. Compared to his warm and wanton hands, his gaze seemed to be more embarrassing. She said in annoyance, "Have you seen enough? I won't be able to see enough for a lifetime." As he said that, Li Qingshan wrapped his arms around her and kissed her red lips. He licked and kissed her soft neck, then slowly moved down to kiss her delicate collarbone, leaving behind a faint trail of water. In the end, he buried his head in her cleavage until he found that red bean. He gently bit it. Han Qiongji let out a soft cry. She twisted his ear and panted, "Are you a child?" Li Qingshan looked up and said with a smile, "I'm not. I can give you one." At the same time, he fiddled with her ample bosom, admiring the changes in her shape as he wished. Her supple bosom seemed to overflow from between his fingers. As soon as he loosened his grip, it returned to its perfect shape. "I don't want to. I hate children the most," Han Qiongji said stubbornly. However, if he really wanted her, he would have to wait until she reached the foundation establishment stage. She suddenly felt a little surprised. Half a year ago, she had never thought of bearing a child for a man. Now she was seriously considering this question. This feeling. It was as if she was possessed. She patted Li Qingshan's face and said, "Bad guy, did you drug me or use some kind of charm on me?" Li Qingshan said, "That's why I've always been suspicious. I, Li Qingshan, am a great man with a heart of stone. I can have any woman I want, yet I just have to be charmed by a little girl like you. I even have to hold back my anger so that I can preserve my chastity for you. It really doesn't make sense." Han Qiongji was both annoyed and amused. She had never seen such a shameless person who took advantage of her while at the same time. At the same time, he complained that he couldn't attract bees and butterflies. However, when she thought about it carefully, she felt a bit moved. Men in the current era, even if they were mortals, would have 3 wives and 4 concubines if they had a bit of money. Cultivators were even more free to do whatever they wanted. How many of the male cultivators in the 100 schools of thought hadn't gone to the brothel to have fun? It was even more common for them to have concubines outside. This was something worth boasting about between men. Although she didn't like Begonia, every time the disciples of the school of legalism gathered, they still had to go to the brothel and each had their own woman. No one felt that there was anything wrong with that, including her. It wasn't until she fell in love with him that she realized the jealousy of women. She wanted nothing more than to lock him up by her side, and not allow other women to even glance at him. And he really did comply with her request. Over the past few months with her, no matter how much he desired her, he never forced her to do it as long as she didn't allow it. She always felt very different when she was with him compared to when she was with other men. Actually, Li Qingshan had only been influenced by the beliefs of his past life. No matter how much he wanted to have several wives and concubines, he would still be tolerant when he met the woman he loved. Moreover, he was controlled by the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression, or he would have lost his self-control long ago. In his past life, he had been called a male chauvinist beyond redemption, but in this life, he had instead become a good man. Sure enough, the environment determined one's beliefs. "Whatever. My life will be ruined by a woman like you." Li Qingshan lowered his head and kissed her. Han Qiongji raised her hand to block his lips. Han Qiongji said. Why should I be the only one to take it off? That's hard to say. Li Qingshan smiled. In just a few moments he had stripped completely. His well-defined body was filled with pressure. I didn't ask you to take it off, Han Qiongji called out, but she could not help but admire him. She rubbed his chest in great satisfaction. She glanced down and saw the main culprit who always clung to her angrily pointing at her. She pushed him aside casually and said in annoyance, "You're so ugly." Li Qingshan felt his entire body burn with lust. He suddenly pressed her down and whispered in her ear, "You won't be saying that very soon. I've already taken it off now, so it's a little unfair." He extended his hand to take off her dress. Not right now. Han Qiongji knew what he wanted to do, so she grabbed his hand in a hurry. "Once I emerge from seclusion, you can ask for my father's hand in marriage. When the time comes, I'll give you everything." When she reached the end, she could not help but lower her head in embarrassment, dropping it to her chest. Li Qingshan looked pleasantly surprised. He cupped her cheek and said, "Qiongji." Han Qiongji said, "Don't be happy too early. My father might not agree yet." Li Qingshan said, "With a good son-in-law like me, he can't wait to be happy. How could he not agree? Even if he doesn't agree, can you not agree?" "That's hard to say. I might not have. You're still doing it," Han Qiongji said. Suddenly, she felt Li Qingshan taking off her panties again. Li Qingshan said, "I'm just appreciating it in advance. You can't be that you won't even satisfy your fiancé's request, right? Don't worry, I'll definitely wait until our wedding night. Then I'll turn you into a woman." How could Han Qiongji refuse this man who was about to become her husband? She could only tap the tip of his nose and said in a weak voice, "We've already agreed. You're not allowed to go back on your word." Li Qingshan smiled faintly and lifted her up. He grabbed the edge of her skirt and pulled it down, revealing her soft snow-white buttocks. Han Qiongji did not even have time to leave behind her last line of defense. In the blink of an eye, he had stripped her like a white sheep. Both of their hearts trembled. Although they had already hugged countless times, this time was completely different from the past. The bronze and Snow White were tightly pressed against each other. One was as hard as iron and the other was as soft as cotton, as if they were about to merge into one. Han Qiongji hugged him tightly, her chest pressed tightly against his chest. She listened to his powerful heartbeat and felt his firm buttocks firmly pressed against hers. His large, rough hand gently slid across her satin-like back. A burning heat suddenly rose. At this moment, if he really wanted her, she could not refuse and could only be at his mercy. Li Qingshan took a deep breath and slowly let go of his hand. With great difficulty, as if he was cutting off a piece of flesh from his body, he placed her on the brocade couch and said, "Let me take a good look at you." Han Qiongji felt a wave of disappointment and loss. She was almost reluctant to part. She wanted him to continue hugging her like this no matter what he did. Li Qingshan was admiring her body in admiration. Her entire body was slender and well-proportioned, especially the places that should be plump. They were extremely plump, sexy and enchanting to the extreme. No matter how generous Han Qiongji was at this moment, she could not help but feel shy. Her straight and slender legs were curled up. There was not even half a bit of manliness left. It was as if she was waiting for her husband to come. That night, their date lasted for a long time. Once they thought about how they would soon be separated and not seeing each other again for several months, neither of them was willing to pay attention to the passage of time. It was not until early morning the next day that they reluctantly helped each other put on their clothes. Li Qingshan personally sent her to the cave where she would be in closed-door meditation. Looking at the cave's door closed, he almost could not resist the urge to go into closed-door meditation with her. But he shook his head and dispelled this thought. He was afraid that by the time they came out of closed-door meditation, they would already have a child. How could they still cultivate in peace? Last night, at the end of their passionate entanglement, she saw that he was holding back pitifully. She did not have time to be bashful and boldly used her hand to help him. And then she sternly warned him that while she was in closed-door meditation, he was not allowed to have an affair. Otherwise, this plaything would belong to her. It was only then did Li Qingshan realize her conspiracy. He laughed and said, "If you want me not to have an affair, just relying on these methods is not enough." His eyes fixed on her tender, bright red lips. Han Qiongji immediately understood what he meant. How could she agree? She bluntly said that only brothel girls would do that. She scolded him for being insatiable, for being ungrateful and violating justice. In the end, Li Qingshan settled for the next best thing. He took pleasure in her soft breasts, and in the end he even dirted her face, so she complained for a long time. Li Qingshan could see that after confirming their relationship, she was actually very bold in this aspect. He thought that she used to often go to the brothel to play, so under the influence of what she saw and heard, she might know more things than he did. When the time came, he would coax her to try it out properly, so that his transmigration would not be in vain. He was already looking forward to married life. As for Han Qiongji's warning, he did not take it to heart at all. At this very moment, how could there be room for other people in his heart? Even Gu Yening had to step aside. After returning to Cloud Wisp Island to inform Little and Li Qingshan went straight to Renqin Island. In Ru Xian's pill room, Han Qiongji was not there, so he could concentrate on concocting medicinal pills. He thought that when she broke through to the 10th layer of the aura refining realm, she would also need Jinling Dan when she entered the foundation building realm. At a time like this, he had never considered that the first miss of the Han family would never need him to provide her with pills. He was only doing it for her own good. Ru Xian smiled as soon as she saw Li Qingshan. "You still look like you're in love. Looks like you had quite a good night last night. Don't tell me you've already ruined the young miss of the Han family?" "How could that be? But I'll probably be married in a few months." Li Qingshan smiled from ear to ear. He had held back this news time and time again, but in the end he could not help but reveal it to Ru Xian, who shared a great secret with him. Ru Xian's heart skipped a beat. She said sorrowfully, "Then I really do need to congratulate you. It's just a pity for me. I spend the entire night before the cauldron, thinking about refining pills. Everyone close to me cares about me." Li Qingshan smiled. "Senior sister, if you want a man, you can line up from here all the way to Clear River City." Ru Xian took a step forward and placed her hand on Li Qingshan's shoulder gently. The light in her eyes flickered. "It's a pity that what I want already belongs to someone else. P.S. Originally I wanted to write less about this, but by the time I return to my senses I've already written a lot. I stopped myself right at the brink of the cliff in a hurry. It's a sloppy start but a weak finish. A process like this is essential for the development of their relationship. If you like it, just treat it as a bonus. If you don't, just skip it. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 359. Li Qingshan gazed at her gentle face that completely differed from Han Qiongji's, and was left speechless for a moment. He felt rather complacent but also rather awkward. If it were in the past, he could take advantage of this opportunity to tease her a little, but that was difficult to say now. He thought, Li Qingshan, "Oh Li Qingshan, Qiongji has only just entered secluded cultivation. You can't do anything that will let her down, so I have to say a few things to make Ru Xian give up. Don't tell me you think I'm talking about you." A mischievous smile that Li Qingshan was familiar with appeared on Ru Xian's face. "Of course not. I won't." Li Qingshan brushed her hand away in exasperation. He eased up inside, but he also felt a hint of disappointment for some reason. He was unable to tell whether she was telling the truth or not. Was that a joke earlier or a test? Or perhaps she really did have someone she loved a long time ago, which was why she had never accepted a single man's confession of love in the past few years. Was that man in the Mist Province? He immediately thought of a tattooed barbarian man with a blue cloth wrapped around his head, standing on a mountain with a child in his arms, gazing north at the mother of his child. He shivered all over. Why did he find it rather familiar? And he felt rather displeased too. As he thought of that, Ru Xian had already drifted away. She closed the door and set up the formation, making all preparations for adultery. She was as graceful as a white ghost. Looking at her graceful figure, she did not seem like she had ever had a child. Li Qingshan nodded. Ru Xian said, "Oi, what are you standing there for? Did you eject your brains out last night? Take out the blue butterfly flower." Li Qingshan felt like he had been struck by lightning. He was tongue-tied. Is that something you're supposed to say? Is that something you're supposed to say? Ru Xian said in disdain. Isn't it just something between a man and a woman? I know more than you, little boy. Li Qingshan could not help but take a step back. He had heard that the barbarian women of the Mist Province were extremely liberal in this aspect. He thought of a group of tattooed men with white cloth wrapped around their heads. He stood at the top of the mountain and looked to the north. Ru Xian blushed as if she could read his mind. What nonsense are you thinking? I'm a doctor. Li Qingshan joked. I didn't say anything. Ru Xian's expression froze. Thinking about it, what he thought had nothing to do with her. She directly took out the crystal burner. Stop talking nonsense. I'll let you see the results of my research last night. Li Qingshan took out a blue butterfly flower, but Ru Xian raised 3 slender fingers. 3. Li Qingshan asked doubtfully, Are you confident? Of course. 10 hours later. A muffled sound came from the furnace. The concoction had failed. In the face of Li Qingshan's disdainful gaze, Ru Xian straightened her hair without changing her expression. It was an accident. Do you want to continue? Li Qingshan asked. Now the success rate had dropped to 20%. Ru Xian was roused too. Of course. Give me another one. Li Qingshan passed another 3 blue butterfly flowers to her. Since you're confident, let's continue. Ru Xian's eyes flickered. Aren't you afraid I'll ruin it again? Then let's continue. It's not like I'm the only one losing anyway, said Li Qingshan. He would not doubt those he used, and he would not hire those he doubted. There was no better choice than her in the entire 100 schools of thought. Then give me 5. Ru Xian propped herself up and took a step forward with her left foot. She knelt on the cushion on one knee and rolled up her right sleeve. She revealed her slender, jade-like arm and placed it on the crystal resin furnace. She was like a female dealer in a casino, holding the dice cup boldly and shouting, Place your bets. Li Qingshan called her a barbarian inside and passed the 5 blue butterfly flowers to her. Afterwards he stared straight at the crystal resin cauldron like a gambler who had placed a huge bet. However, he found it boring very soon, so he shifted his gaze to Ru Xian. After staring at it for a while, she glared at him. He looked away and felt bored, so he simply sat down to cultivate. The night passed and the sky brightened. The furnace was opened, and auspicious light flowed around. Ru Xian took out the 5 true spirit pills and smiled. It's done. Li Qingshan also revealed a relieved smile. Do you want to continue? Ru Xian said, Continue. This time there were 7 flowers. Concocting pills did not mean that the fewer the ingredients the better it was. It was just like cooking. If the ingredients were too small, it would be extremely difficult to control the heat and taste. Moreover, it would also waste time and energy. Of course, it did not mean that the more ingredients the better. A big pot of rice would never be able to compare to a small stove. It did not matter if the food tasted bad, but if the pills were bad, it meant that their effects would be greatly reduced, and they would not be able to unleash their own medicinal properties. The amount of control was related to the skill of the pill refiner and the quality of the furnace. With Ru Xian's level, it was best to refine 12 true spirit pills in one furnace. With Li Qingshan's unrestrained support, she very quickly reached this level. However, this also meant that if she failed, she would lose 100,000 spirit stones. Every time she opened the furnace, it was like a huge gamble. In this process, Li Qingshan could also be considered to have seen the other side of Ru Xian with his own eyes. That kind of courageous gambler, and it just so happened that she won the gamble. The success rate very quickly climbed to more than 90%, exceeding Li Qingshan's best imagination, and even exceeding Ru Xian's own imagination. A few days passed, and after refining a few furnaces of pills in succession, Ru Xian was already a little tired. However, the two of them did not say that they would stop. Under the intense pressure, Ru Xian was like a gambler who had lost all her fortune, and suddenly started winning. Then she could not stop. Her whole person was in a kind of excited state, and her potential was completely stimulated. It seemed like even her luck had become better. In his previous life, Li Qingshan had experienced this kind of strange state before. It was like Jordan's decisive shot on the basketball court, which never missed. Now every furnace that Wuxia refined was a decisive shot. If she stopped now, she might not be able to reach such a high success rate again. Time passed, and snow covered the small path outside the alchemy room. The disciples of the School of Medicine walked past the door and could not help but shake their heads and sigh. In the past, she had only stayed with him for an afternoon, but now it had already been half a month. When had the first senior sister ever spent so much time with a man? There was a lot of discussion among the academy. Li Qingshan had just sent the second senior sister of the School of Legalism into secluded cultivation, and then he had entered the first senior sister's alchemy room without coming out. Who knew what he was doing? What refining pills? I don't care if you believe it or not. I just don't believe it. What kind of pill would take so long to refine without even resting? Some said that Wuxia wanted to use this opportunity to steal him away. This was mostly what the female cultivators said. Li Qingshan had made quite a name for himself recently, so he still had some charm among the female cultivators. Some said that Li Qingshan knew a special technique, or how could he have bewitched the two renowned beauties of the academy? It had to be mentioned that the two of them had never been involved in such matters in the past. They had turned down countless admirers, so they had to ferret him out as soon as possible and bring him to justice. It went without saying that this was a rumor among the male cultivators. It was accompanied by gazes of envy, jealousy, and hatred, as well as expressions of grinding their teeth. It was not like Li Qingshan and Wuxia had not considered a situation like this, but at a time like this, every successful cauldron of pills would be an income of over 100,000 spiritual stones. How could they care about anything else? It was not like they had done anything wrong, so they just let them talk. On this day in the Grand Martial Arts Stadium, two military disciples discuss quietly, "She still hasn't come out. It's already been 23 days. Poor senior sister Han. I really feel sorry for her. This Li Qingshan really is a bastard." Within their grief and indignation, there was also indescribable envy. Before they had even finished speaking, a black shadow arrived before them. A black dragon whistled through the air and lifted the two of them into the air, throwing them to the side of the stadium in the distance. Han Tie stowed his spear behind him and said coldly, "Didn't I tell you? When you're training, you're not allowed to whisper to each other. Swim 50 laps around the island." The two military disciples groaned and sighed. They had swum 50 laps and they had lost half their lives. They knew that their first senior brother had been in a bad mood recently, so how could they dare to object? They clasped their fists and said, "As you wish." Han Tie's face was as cold as ice. After a moment of silence, he suddenly strode away from the stadium. "Tie, where are you going?" Han Anjuan looked down from the platform and frowned slightly. "I'm going to find Li Qingshan." Han Tie clasped his fist with his head lowered. Before Han Qiongji entered secluded cultivation, she had told him to keep an eye on Li Qingshan. He did not take it to heart originally, but he was forced to take action now. The military disciples who were training all slowed down and turned their heads. Li Qingshan was probably in trouble this time. "Do you think he's that kind of person? Is Wuxia that kind of person?" Han Anjuan said. "No," Han Tie said. He understood the temperaments of these two people very well. Even if they wanted to have an affair, there was no reason for it to be so blatant. However, he could not bear to hear others talking about Han Qiongji like that, as if they were treating her like a fool, even though her brain was sometimes not sharp enough. "Return to the team," Han Anjuan said. "As you wish." Han Tie could only return to the stadium and ruthlessly drill the military disciples. "Li Qingshan, get out here." On Benevolence Island, outside the alchemy room, Chu Tian was like an enraged bull, shouting loudly. Seeing that there was no response from inside, he went forward to push open the alchemy room's door. Immediately, a group of medical disciples rushed out to stop him. "The alchemy room is a restricted area. Do not trespass. Senior Wuxia is refining pills. Fellow Chu, please go back." "You don't have to stop me." Chu Tian stepped forward. 5-colored true qi appeared on his body, and forcefully barged in, slamming his palm on the alchemy room's door. The medical disciples did not really want to stop him. They were extremely curious about what Wuxia and Li Qingshan were doing inside, but at this moment they were afraid to see a terrible scene. The door flashed, but it did not open. This time it was not only Chu Tian. Everyone's suspicions exploded. Refining pills in the 100 schools of thought still required a formation? At this moment in the alchemy room, Wuxia had her eyes closed, concentrating on refining pills. Her brows were slightly furrowed. Li Qingshan cursed in his heart, and without saying another word, he immediately stood up and walked towards the door. Now was a critical moment. If he was not careful, he would waste 12 true pill, and that was not even counting. If someone barged in and found out that they were refining true pill, and saw Wuxian's auspicious beast furnace, then it would be even worse. Chu Tian pushed the door open, and became even more furious. 5 colored true qi gathered in his palm, and fiercely slammed down. The alchemy room's door suddenly opened, and a waterspout rushed out, fiercely crashing into Chu Tian's body, directly blasting him away. P.S. I just realized that there was a new alliance master. I was really slow to realize it. It's not that I don't understand, but the world changes quickly. Congratulations to the alliance master of the space of names. I bow and express my thanks. Chapter 360. The ripples dispersed, revealing Qing Shan. His aura was surging. He was already in the 8th layer of qi training. He was only one step away from the 8th layer, and since he had nothing to do recently, he cultivated almost every day and improved at a godly speed. Relying on his extremely pure innate qi, he naturally achieved a breakthrough without encountering any hindrance. Chu Tian, are you crazy? Li Qingshan's face was full of anger. The door to the alchemy room behind him was closed again, and no one could see what was going on inside. With the protection of the 5 elements, Chu Tian was unharmed. He steadied himself in midair and shouted, "You finally dare to come out. What are you doing in there? What did you do to senior sister Wuxia?" Seeing that Li Qingshan was in the 8th layer of qi training, he was shocked. How could Li Qingshan's cultivation speed be so fast too? Li Qingshan said, "None of your business." Chu Tian said, "How is it none of my business? Senior sister Wuxia likes me, so her business is my business. If you know what's good for you, move aside. I don't want to fight you here. I'll teach you a lesson when we fight." She likes you? What kind of madness are you having? If you don't get out of here, I'll teach you a lesson right now. Li Qingshan stood with his arms crossed like a door god, showing that he would not budge. Cutting off someone's path to wealth was like killing their parents. Li Qingshan was filled with murderous intent. However, he frowned. Chu Tian had reached the 9th level of qi refining in such a short time. The speed at which his cultivation base rose was shocking, and his aura grew more and more powerful. It would be difficult to defeat him, let alone stop him. The spell formation would not be able to withstand Chu Tian's palm of the 5 elements, and could only rely on the shockwaves of the battle. Just the aftermath of the battle was enough to destroy the alchemy room. Seeing the 2 girls standing not far behind Chu Tian, he shouted, "Are you just going to watch him come looking for women?" The 2 girls said in unison, "As long as Brother Tian has us in his heart, we will support him no matter what he does." The onlookers gasped in admiration. Chu Tian's face was full of pride. "Did you hear that? I'm not like you being tied up by a woman." He suddenly thought that Li Qingshan might not have been tied up and had already touched his woman. His expression became even more unsightly. Li Qingshan was surprised. He cursed, "No wonder you're crazy enough to come out and look for women. You're such a heartless, rotten woman. I don't want it even if you give it to me." The faces of the 2 girls changed. Chu Tian's face immediately darkened. "You can insult me, but you can't insult my women. Those who touch my reverse scale shall die." The 5 elemental Jinqi in his body burst forth, and the 5 elemental palm imprint radiated a brilliant light as it soared into the sky. Li Qingshan spread his arms, and the waves behind him surged up like the raging tides of the sea. With just a few words, the 2 of them had pulled each other's hatred to the highest level. Chu Tian descended from the sky, his palm bearing the weight of Mount Tai. Li Qingshan looked up, and the 5 elements palm imprint filled his vision. It was almost overwhelming, as if it was the wrath of heaven that could not be avoided or blocked. He took a step forward and he soared into the sky. His qi was like a torrential ocean, but he had lost the geographical advantage first. He was about to collide with the 5 elements palm imprint. He suddenly used the wave-treading stance and moved away in the air to avoid the sharp edge. I knew you wouldn't dare to block it. Chu Tian laughed wildly, ignoring Li Qingshan, and rushed towards the pill room. Li Qingshan did not let him see. He felt that there was something fishy going on. The door of the pill room was very close, and Chu Tian suddenly felt something tighten around his waist. He looked down and saw a water belt like a snake tightly wrapped around his waist. He suddenly looked back and saw that the other end of the water belt was in Li Qingshan's hand, and a huge wave had formed under his feet. The people below suddenly heard 3 explosions in the air. Li Qingshan pulled Chu Tian and used the wave-treading stance 3 times in a row. Like a fired arrow, they left Benevolence Island and plowed a gully on the still water surface. In the blink of an eye, the 2 of them became 2 small dots. They exclaimed in their hearts, "These 2 people have become stronger." The 5-colored true qi on Chu Tian's body shuddered, dispersing the ribbons of water. He lunged towards Li Qingshan. It was still a simple palm strike, but it was far more dangerous than any technique with 1,000 variations. Li Qingshan did not dodge, and only sneered with his arms crossed. Chu Tian suddenly felt a great danger coming from behind. He suddenly turned around, and a giant Vajra sword slashed down from above. Clang! Chu Tian raised his palm and used the sky-supporting stance to block the giant Vajra sword. But he could not block the sword chi and sword intent contained within. Boom! The lake water below was split into 2 by the sword, and the surging waves left a sword mark that was dozens of feet long. It turned out that Li Qingshan had brought Chu Tian to the vicinity of Ansrava Island. Little and was now in the 10th layer of qi refining. If there was anyone in the 100 schools of thought who could beat Chu Tian in terms of true qi, it would be her. A trickle of blood flowed from the corner of Chu Tian's mouth. He did not even have time to scold her for being despicable. Li Qingshan's fist came whistling from behind him. The fist was not a fist but a drill. Layers of water spun at high speed, blurring the appearance of the water and turning it into the most terrifying killing weapon. Vortex stance. The blood that flowed from the corner of Chu Tian's mouth turned into a spurt, and he was immediately sent flying. He wanted to stabilize his body, but his eyes were filled with a golden light. The Vajra warrior was waiting for him on the path he was flying over. Holding the sword with both hands, it raised it high again, and slashed down fiercely. This time it was even more powerful and ferocious than before. The 2's tacit understanding was perfect, and Chu Tian had no chance to catch his breath. He could only watch helplessly as he was forced into a desperate situation step by step. Finally, he felt the threat of death, and his hand hurriedly reached for his 100 treasures pouch. He wanted to use that, but how could he make it in time? The blade turned in midair, changing from slash to slap. The Vajra warrior's angry eyes returned to normal. With a bang, Chu Tian fell into the lake of dragons and snakes like a kite with its string cut, and he gave rise to an enormous splash with a bang. Li Qingshan nodded at Little and Little An expressed, "I'll be here so you can go about your business." Li Qingshan glanced down. An injured Chu Tian posed no threat at all, so he swung his sleeve. "You don't know what's good for you." He left on the waves. If he faced any difficulties, he could find Little Anne. If he faced Chu Tian alone, it would be rather troublesome, so he would work with Little Anne. This had always been his trump card, and it had never disappointed him. The palm of the 5 elements was a very powerful cultivation method, but it was not more powerful than the Guardian King's scripture of demon subdual. You practice 5 types of true qi, but Little N practices 7. At this moment, figures flew up from the nearby islands. The various school leaders all returned to their senses. The One Thought Master and Lu Chongqing were obviously among them. Li Qingshan rushed back to the alchemy room and said to everyone, "You can all disperse." Then he entered the alchemy room again. Everyone had yet to return to their senses. In just a few moves, a supreme genius like Chu Tian had been taught a lesson just like that? Sai, all Chu Tian can do is harass people like us. Of the 3 people who took action earlier, which one of them isn't a genius? A genius was taught a lesson by 2 geniuses working together, so of course this is the outcome. Originally, I thought Chu Tian would be able to get his revenge once he reached the 9th layer, but I didn't think Li Qingshan would cultivate so quickly as well. He's reached the 8th layer in such a short amount of time. Looks like Chu Tian has no hope of getting his revenge anymore. As they discussed, someone whispered he's reached the 8th layer so quickly. Don't tell me he dual cultivates. If Li Qingshan were outside, he would be tempted to choke him to death. As a result, the suspicions and rumors spread even more. The one thought master scolded little and a little, but what could he do to his junior sister? Chu Tian was taken away by Lu Chongqing and placed in confinement. After all, he was the one who had interfered first. He had broken the rules that forbade fighting in the academy, and if he had interfered first, then so be it, but he had even lost in such a horrible manner. It was utterly humiliating for him as the leader of the school. Chu Tian ground his teeth furiously, almost fainting from anger. He was tempted to take out that item immediately for revenge. However, while he was arrogant, he was not an idiot at the end of the day. If he were bold enough to take out that item, it would be taken away immediately. His caution was exactly the same as Li Qingshan's thoughts. Li Qingshan returned to the alchemy room and sat down beside Ru Exine silently. He waited for another hour, and the cauldron was opened. 12 crystalline, perfectly round true spirit pills were placed firmly in the cauldron. The two of them smiled in relief. Just when Li Qingshan wanted to hand over some more blue butterfly flowers, Ru Exine waved her hand. Let's stop here this time. Do you really want to use me as a slave? As she said that, she felt like her entire body was drained of energy. Over all these days, she had used pills to replace food, cultivating to maintain her mind, and refining pills day and night had left her utterly exhausted. Then we'll talk about it in the future. Li Qingshan glanced at his 100 treasures pouch. He still had a lot of blue butterfly flowers left. He had basically gained a clear understanding of their value. This was a startling sum of wealth, enough for him to use for a very long time. Let's split the spoils now. Ru Exine smiled. She was exhausted, but she was unable to hide the joy on her face. Her harvest this time was startling, and her alchemy had progressed by quite a lot. Checking the numbers, Ru Exine had refined a total of true spirit pills in these 23 days. She had refined close to 100 true spirit pills, which were then divided into 2 portions. Li Qingshan had obtained 60 or so, while Ru Exine had obtained 20 or so. Ru Exine was like a miser. She carefully examined the true spirit pills countless times before putting them away into her 100 treasures pouch, explaining why she had chosen to stop at this time. With these true spirit pills, I believe that I'll be able to successfully build my foundation before long. At that time, I'll use my identity as a foundation-building cultivator to activate this crystal resin cauldron, and the success rate will definitely not be lower than now. Now it's my turn to congratulate you. Li Qingshan extended his right hand. Ru Exine reached out to grasp it, shook it lightly and said, "First, it's been a pleasure working with you." Li Qingshan smiled, and directly took out 20 true spirit pills for her. Help me exchange them for pills for cultivation, the more the better. Aren't you afraid that I'll scam you? Ru Exine said with a smile. Falling out over 20 true spirit pills, it wouldn't be shameful if word got out. Li Qingshan said, I'm not very afraid. It's fine as long as you're not afraid. Don't worry, no matter what you buy or sell, it won't be lower than the market price. Ru Exine accepted the true spirit pills, and didn't ask Li Qingshan what he needed so many cultivation pills for. Could it be that swallowing them in one gulp would increase his cultivation? Yet, she didn't know that she had accidentally guessed the answer. Rest well, I'll wait for the good news. Li Qingshan waved his hand, then pushed open the door and left. Chapter 361. Ru Exine exhaled deeply. What a nice man. Li Qingshan returned to Cloudwisp Island and saw Little and sitting on the porch. He smiled. What's wrong? You're not grounded? Little said, he can't control me. I can feel that he's a little afraid of me. Li Qingshan laughed aloud and pulled her into his arms, whispering something into her ear. Little beamed with joy too, feeling happy for him. After enduring for so long, after waiting for so long, he finally saw a glimmer of hope. Afterwards, Li Qingshan continued to study alchemy with Ru Exine every day. Although he did not have any pills right now, just letting her refine them was the right thing to do. However, as time passed, there would be a time when they would part. He would not stay in the Clear River Prefecture forever. He would not stay in the Rui Commandery forever. He would not stay in the Green Province forever. He would not stay in the 9 provinces forever either. One afternoon, before Li Qingshan could go find Ru Xian came knocking on his door. She gave him some pills before smiling. "I'm going into secluded cultivation," Li Qingshan said. "I wish you good luck." "You too." After Ru Xian left, Li Qingshan raised his head. Faint clouds drifted through the blue sky. His heart brimmed with faint joy. It was also time for him to set off. Li Qingshan went to Ansrava Island to call little, and Qian Rongji was actually there too. She squatted beside him and said something to little Anne. When she saw Li Qingshan, she stood up and smiled. "Have you heard?" Li Qingshan asked. "What?" Qian Rongji said. "Vice Sect Master Wei has already established a foundation." Li Qingshan had almost forgotten about this person. The last time he fought with Wei Zhongyuan was almost 2 years ago. After that, he spent most of his time in the 100 schools of thought. Coupled with his rising reputation, Wei Zhongyuan roughly understood. With the cultivation of the 10th layer of qi training, she couldn't do anything to Li Qingshan, so she was very peaceful. "He's so old, yet he succeeded in building his foundation?" Qian Rongji said. "I don't know. It said that he somehow obtained 2 true pill and luckily succeeded in building his foundation." Li Qingshan immediately understood that these 2 true pill s probably came from his 20 true pill s. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The changes in the world were truly unpredictable. Qian Rongji smiled and said, "That old man won't let us go. How about we join hands again? I can give you a chance to attack." Li Qingshan said. "You?" Qian Rongji looked left and right. Seeing that there was no one around, she stretched out her hand. The beautiful little snake slithered out of her sleeve and crawled on her palm. Suddenly she raised her head. Half of her body turned from a tattoo to a physical body. Li Qingshan understood. Without any preparation, even a foundation establishment cultivator would have to take a beating. As long as he could have this moment. If Li Qingshan and Little An joined hands, even a foundation establishment cultivator would be killed without hesitation. "You can separate it from your body?" "Impossible. It's already fused with me. Moreover, why would I separate it? Look how beautiful it is." Qian Rongji gently stroked the little snake's head, like a mother comforting her child. Li Qingshan thought for a moment, then nodded in agreement. He was about to go out and find a place to take the last step, transcend the heavenly tribulation, and become a demon general. If that old man targeted him and destroyed him at a critical moment, it would be troublesome. Those who strike first gain the advantage, those who strike later gain the advantage. Under the boundless night, Wei Zhongyuan stood proudly on the top of the mountain. The mountain wind ruffled his robes as he overlooked the mountains. His heart was filled with lofty sentiments. The spiritual qi of the world constantly resonated with him. He had never felt so at ease before. Many memories flashed through his head. Suddenly, he stopped on a young face and ground his teeth. "Li Qingshan, I will return the pain and humiliation you've given me 10-fold, 100-fold. However, no matter how bold he was, he would never be bold enough to barge into the 100 schools of thought to demand for a person. That would be suicidal. However, he had already ordered people to keep an eye on Li Qingshan's movements. As soon as he left the 100 schools of thought, he would capture him immediately. Without any evidence, no one could do anything to him. However, that was not the first thing he had to do right now. He took off and arrived above the Clear River Prefecture in the blink of an eye, landing directly in front of the entrance. Under the gazes of everyone, he made his way into the building like a king returning, insufferably arrogant. The building was still brightly lit like it was daytime. Wei Zhongyuan gazed at the sky and strode in. In the eyes of regular people, they only found this man to be awe-inspiring, like a god descending upon the mortal world. However, the cultivators all sighed in amazement. This was clearly a foundation establishment cultivator. The disciples of the school rushed over in a hurry to congratulate him. Every single one of them fawned over him, while those who originally belonged to Wei Zhongyuan's faction ravished with joy. Wei Zhongyuan waved his hand. "The school has some family matters to deal with, so the building will be closed today. Everyone please return." The disciples of the sect immediately began to clear the area. Their orders were like mountains, and their words were the law. For Qi practitioners, foundation establishment cultivators were an unshakable existence. Every disciple of the sect knew that the sky of the sect was about to change today. Wei Zhongyuan led the disciples straight to the top floor of the building. Begonia currently stood in the garden on the top floor, gazing at the resplendent night view of the city in thought. She heard the disturbance behind her and suddenly looked back. Her eyes met with Wei Zhongyuan's. Both of them were slightly taken aback before undergoing a series of changes. One was deeply worried, while the other was ravished with joy. Wei Zhongyuan studied Begonia greedily. He no longer had any fear. He fantasized about the pleasure of pressing this woman who ordered him around and doing whatever he wanted to her. He took a step forward and clasped his hands. Sect Master Qiu, I've already undergone the heavenly tribulation and reached foundation establishment. According to the rules of the school, I hope the sect master can marry me as soon as possible so that we can become cultivation partners and comprehend the fortune of yin and yang together. Begonia waved her hand rather tiredly. You're all dismissed. Her prestige was still present, so how could the disciples of the school dare to disobey her? All they did was look at Wei Zhongyuan. You can all go and wait. Wei Zhongyuan raised his hand. He wasn't afraid that Begonia would fall out with him. Although she had built her foundation for many years, she was still in the early stage. The school's cultivation technique paid particular attention to the balance of yin and yang. If she dared to refuse, she would immediately lose the support of the people. At that time, he would inherit the position of sect master, and then capture this traitor who violated the school's rules and play with her as he pleased. The crowd dispersed, leaving only the two of them on the rooftop. Wei Zhongyuan frowned. Who else? Disciple Qian Rongji greets Vice Sect Master Wei. Qian Rongji walked out from the bushes at the side. Wei Zhongyuan said, Didn't I already expel you from the sect? I took her in as a disciple again. Begonia's expression was cold and arrogant. Wei Zhongyuan's expression changed and his pupil shrank. He stared at Qian Rongji until her whole body trembled. But now wasn't the time to care about this. He took a step forward and asked Begonia, What does Sect Master think? Begonia hesitated. She looked back in the direction of the 100 schools of thought in the night. The person she was waiting for was also in closed-door meditation. Wei Zhongyuan strode forward and grabbed Begonia's hand. Today you have to agree whether you want to or not. Begonia's expression changed. Wei Zhongyuan's face was filled with a hideous smile. Black and white spiritual energy collided fiercely, but there was no force released. Instead, they melted each other. Using yang to subdue yin, Wei Zhongyuan had a slight upper hand. Just as he was about to grab Begonia's wrist, Qian Rongji, who was loyal to her master, stood in front of Begonia and shouted, Vice Sect Master Wei, please don't do this. Wei Zhongyuan directly threw a slap, landing it on Qian Rongji's face. Suddenly, all of his strength vanished without a single sound. The hell snake crawled up Qian Rongji's face and bit Wei Zhongyuan's hand. Wei Zhongyuan opened his mouth wide and his eyes bulged. It was an intense pain that came from the depths of his soul. In an instant, Li Qingshan's figure appeared behind Wei Zhongyuan. He pressed his hand on Wei Zhongyuan's back and hundreds of sword qi surged in. Little and wielded a Vajra longsword and slashed down on Wei Zhongyuan's head. Begonia's hand stretched out 2 fingers and pierced towards Wei Zhongyuan's eyes. Wei Zhongyuan forcefully suppressed the pain and circulated his spiritual energy. He wanted to launch a desperate counterattack, but it was already too late. The sword qi collided horizontally. Without the protection of spiritual energy, Wei Zhongyuan's internal organs were torn into pieces. The Vajra sword slashed open the top of his skull. The sword qi and sword intent penetrated his feet. 2 slender fingers not only pierced through his eyes, but also pierced into his brain and stirred violently. In the end, he heard Qian Rongji say, Vice Sect Master Wei, why did you touch my face? Then he lost all consciousness amidst pain and unwillingness. Wei Zhongyuan's body fell to the ground with a loud bang. A dignified foundation-building cultivator had become a corpse in an instant. Li Qingshan immediately collected his corpse. To little Anne, the corpse of a foundation-building cultivator was equivalent to an extra-large medicinal pill. The benefits were not something a mortal's corpse could compare to. Wei Zhongyuan's 100 treasures pouch naturally fell into his hands. Begonia was still a little dazed. She didn't dare to believe that Wei Zhongyuan had died just like that. He had died so easily. That day, when Qian Rongji came to her and said that she could help her kill Wei Zhongyuan, who was in the foundation-building realm silently, she still didn't believe it. Even if 3 foundation-building cultivators worked together to kill 1 foundation-building cultivator, it wouldn't be that easy, let alone a small qi practitioner. But the truth was right before her eyes. Even if she didn't make a move, the 3 of them could still have killed Wei Zhongyuan. 3 qi practitioners had killed a foundation establishment cultivator. Master, I did it. Qian Rongji bowed to Begonia, but there was no loyalty in her eyes. It had to be said that the incident with the White Lotus sect had disrupted many of her plans. It was not like Begonia was an idiot. How could she not realize that Qian Rongji was not under her control at all, with Qian Rongji acting as a double agent? Her submissiveness in the past was all an act. So much for teaching her the various cultivation methods of the sect without worry, treating her as an obedient puppet. However, back then, Qian Rongji had already established a relationship with Gu Yenying. She wanted to help Gu Yenying complete her plan. Even if Begonia was furious, she was afraid of revenge, or she would be treated as part of the White Lotus sect, which would lead to the destruction of her entire sect. She could not even mention the matter of her attempt to use charm to control the Hawkwolf guard. Afterwards, the 2 of them never saw each other again. This continued until a few days ago, when Qian Rongji suddenly visited, saying she could help her eliminate a great problem. P.S. It's almost the end of the month. It'll be a waste if you don't vote. Oi, I'm not telling you to leak it to someone else. Look here, look here. Chapter 362. Qiu Haiteng took out 2 true spirit pills and placed them in Qian Rongji's hands. This was the reward she had agreed on in the beginning. He shot a glance at Li Qingshan and suppressed the urge to silence him. Li Qingshan handed all the useless items related to the door in his 100 treasures pouch to Qian Rongji. He didn't expect that Begonia would be a part of this plan. Qian Rongji, however, said that this was a foolproof plan. After all, they were dealing with a foundation-building cultivator, and no one could guarantee how effective her Hell Viper would be. If her attack missed, the backlash she would suffer would be extremely terrifying. If she didn't have at least an 80% chance of winning, she definitely wouldn't risk her life. As for Begonia, she absolutely did not dare to reveal the secret of them killing Wei Zhongyuan. Otherwise, she would not be able to continue being the sect leader. Killing one's own fellow sect members, no matter what era it was not allowed. Although she was the sect leader, there was still the existence of the Great Elder in the sect. Qian Rongji put away the items from both sides. Seeing that they were all looking at her, she said, "You don't have to look at me like that. Wei Zhongyuan is your mortal enemy, not mine. He doesn't know that I killed his son. I risked my life to help both sides, so it's only natural that I get some benefits." Li Qingshan said, "You're worried that if any of us can't withstand Wei Zhongyuan's pressure, your secret will be exposed." Qian Rongji said, "Fortunately, this kind of future will not happen again. I hope this is our mutual secret." She suddenly frowned and held her wrist. "It's about time, let's part ways here." She smiled at Little An and took the lead to leave. Li Qingshan was about to leave when Begonia said, "Wait." Without turning his head, Li Qingshan said, "I remember you once said that. You don't want to see me again. Give me Wei Zhongyuan's body." Li Qingshan said, "Don't worry, this thing won't appear in this world again." Begonia's gloomy gaze slid from Li Qingshan to Little An, then back to Li Qingshan. One was in the 8th layer of the aura refining realm while the other was in the 10th layer of the aura refining realm. Their future prospects were indeed limitless. Wei Zhongyuan, who once caused their hostility, was already dead. However, Little An had already been accepted as a disciple by the head monk of the Bodhi courtyard, the Annihilum Light Chan master. There was basically no one in the entire Rui commandery who was bold enough to touch her anymore. All the contradictions disappeared. Begonia put on a smile and said, "Come here often in the future. Maybe you'll have to call me sister-in-law in the future." Li Qingshan laughed involuntarily. "You sure are confident." Begonia smiled. She was so confident that she could topple a nation. With a graceful figure and a top-notch cultivation, Which man wouldn't be moved by her? Let's hope that day comes, Li Qingshan said. In his opinion, Hua Sengzan definitely had not given up on Gu Yenying. Instead, he had been deeply agitated. This sect master Qiu's wish would probably come to nothing. Watching Li Qingshan leave on a cloud, Begonia swayed her hips and made her way downstairs. She told the disciples that Vice Sect Master Wei had been convinced by her, and had left to travel and cultivate. Without any evidence, no one could doubt it. No one dared to doubt it. Many of the guests had just been chased out. As soon as she turned around, she saw the door open once more. She sighed inside. Vice Sect Master Wei sure came in a hurry and left in a hurry. Where was he cultivating? Was he preparing for the tribulation? Li Qingshan considered this question very carefully. In the end, he chose to revisit this place. On a cliff that was several dozen meters tall, a jade dragon rushed down, plunging into the deep pool. Although it was winter and the water was dry, its roar was thunderous, and water splashed everywhere. That's right. This was where Oxen had brought Li Qingshan to cultivate. It was where Little An had first learned the path of white bone and great beauty. It was also where he had met Xianyue by chance. The various memories floated through his mind like smoke. Li Qingshan laughed aloud and dove headfirst into the pool. Because this place was part of the boundless mountains, it was uninhabited. Also, because it was close to the human world, there were no demonic beasts. At the same time, it was very secluded, making it the best place to cultivate. Together with Little An, they arrived at the cave behind the waterfall. When they saw that everything was the same, they both felt a sense of familiarity. It looks like we'll have to stay here for a while, Li Qingshan said. Before coming out this time, he had accepted many random missions to avoid arousing suspicion if he did not return for a long time. Little An nodded and said, "All right." However, she made up her mind that she would work hard to catch up to his footsteps. Li Qingshan sat down cross-legged and took out the pills that Ru Xian had given him. As he had requested, they were all high-grade pills. There were even 2 virtue accumulation pills among them. Li Qingshan directly took out a virtue accumulation pill and consumed it. Then, he closed his eyes and digested and absorbed it. Meanwhile, Little An sat down near the entrance of the cave and watched over him. Days passed one after another. The water from the waterfall grew stronger and stronger. That was a sign that the winter snow was melting. Li Qingshan continuously consumed pills. He had already consumed 3 virtue accumulation pills, but he was still a distance away from the final step. Although it was only a step, it sometimes felt like it was so far away that he could not reach it. However, he was not impatient. He patiently allowed time to pass by. The winter snow melted and the trees sprouted. On a certain day, at a certain moment, he suddenly opened his eyes. There was a gleam of joy in his eyes. The ray of light that he had been looking forward to for a long time had finally descended from the sky. He felt as if he had crossed a certain boundary and stepped into another world. At the same time, he felt a great danger approaching. He only had time to say to Little An, "Go away," before the blazing white lightning engulfed him. An electric arc as thick as a water snake bounced Little An away. The cave had already turned into a sea of lightning. Streaks of lightning intertwined and crawled like living creatures, letting out violent roars that sounded like the roars of tigers and dragons. Boom, 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 boom. The lightning tribulation did not descend from the sky like he had imagined. Instead, it surged over from all directions, passing through the thick rock and underground and completely surrounding Li Qingshan in a single moment. It was so fast that he had no time to react at all. In that moment, Li Qingshan even felt like he was the one who had released the lightning, and the source of the lightning was the spirit turtle's demon core in his body. The lightning pierced the spirit turtle's profound shell. The ox demon forges its hide, his flesh, blood and bones. It even pierced his soul. Li Qingshan had made a huge mistake. Regular demons would spit out their demon core and keep it away from their bodies when they underwent their tribulations. It was exactly because the cultivation of the demon core had crossed the invisible boundary of the world that it would summon the lightning. Why would anyone undergo their tribulation while holding their demon core in their body? However, Li Qingshan did not know about this. There were no human books that recorded how demons underwent their tribulations, nor had a demon general ever told him about this. He did have one by his side, But Millipede had always been a simpleton. Why would he think of telling him about this? The rocks in the cavern were all crystallized by the scorching energy before shattering and condensing again from the heat. They constantly shattered and condensed again. Intense pain. Tearing pain. It was as if he was being torn apart inch by inch. The spirit turtle suppresses the seas. Li Qingshan bellowed out. The demon core shone with rings of blue light, stabilizing his mind, soul, and body. Li Qingshan stood up, and his body rapidly swelled. When he rushed out of the cavern, he was already 20 or 30 meters tall. He had completely turned into a demon, and he was still growing larger. His roar drowned out the lightning as he swung his arms, like he was fighting against an invisible enemy. The pool water and waterfall turned into mist in an instant, rolling and churning like a thick cloud. It landed on the ground, and an imposing figure could be seen in the midst of the constantly flashing lightning. It seemed like the passage of time, but in reality it was only a short moment. The disappearance of the lightning was as fast and mysterious as its arrival, without any warning. Qingshan. Little Anne's face was full of worry. He took a step forward and called out his name. He was almost unconscious when he heard this call and woke up. The white mist that shrouded the surroundings was like a white towel that was full of water that had been twisted by someone. The torrential rain poured down, soaking his crimson hair. The water level in the dried-up pool continued to rise. He looked down and saw a blurry figure on the surface of the water. When he saw himself in the water, he revealed a surprised expression. "Is this me?" Shaowen rushed into the mist and saw where he was with a single glance. She stopped and was taken aback. "So noisy." He casually grabbed at the sky, and the mist that filled the sky turned into water and returned to the deep pool. He was not submerged by the water, but floated up and stood up from the water. He waved his hand, and the water surface was flattened. Like a mirror, it clearly reflected the blue sky and white clouds, as well as his appearance. His fiery red hair was draped over his back, and his body was like the work of a sculptor. Every line seemed to have been carefully polished, presenting the most perfect golden ratio, a balance between strength and beauty. If this was not enough to surprise Li Qingshan, when he saw his face reflected in the water, he was immediately stunned. He had seen many handsome men in the past, such as Hua Qingzan and Han Tie, but the handsomeness of his face was no less than theirs. As a matter of fact, it might even surpass them. If he could ignore the two curved ox horns protruding from his head, he could become the man of every woman's dreams. Li Qingshan suddenly understood that this was what he looked like after assuming a human form. He touched his face and smiled. So heavenly tribulations have cosmetic effects too. He thought about how all the animals and birds had become rather presentable after undergoing the heavenly tribulations. He was already 70 to 80% human in the first place, but he had been directly struck into a handsome man. Little Anne smiled as well. He asked, "How do you feel?" "Of course it's fantastic," Li Qingshan roared out, startling a large flock of birds. He laughed aloud, revealing his sharp canines. He actually seemed rather sinister. Power surged through his body endlessly, making him tempted to find a powerful opponent and fight it out right now. The three elders, Fu Qingjin, these opponents that were originally out of his reach had suddenly been pulled closer to him. After enduring for so long, it was finally time to bring up the past again. Your support on this site is my greatest motivation. Chapter 363. The surface of the water was as calm as a mirror. Even the raging waterfall was unable to create a single ripple. Li Qingshan lowered his head, and his reflection in the water suddenly smiled at him. It was even more unrestrained than the smile on his face. He bent down and extended his hand. When the tip of his finger touched the surface of the water, ripples spread out in all directions endlessly. From the very center to the edge of the pool, they did not disperse at all. The spirit turtle's demon core constantly flickered. The surging demon chi constantly rose up, constantly being depleted. It was almost completely depleted. This attracted Little Anne's attention as well. In the center of the ripples, two hands, one real and one fake, actually clasped together. A hand extended out of the water, followed by a wrist, an arm, and a similarly handsome face. Pearl-like droplets of water dripped down. Li Qingshan dragged his other self out of the mirror in the water bit by bit. Their appearances were exactly the same, without the slightest difference. Little Anne was slightly surprised. Her eyes could see through the real and the fake, but she was unable to see anything fake at all. It was like she was Li Qingshan's twin brother. Innate ability. Water mirror's image. This was the name that Li Qingshan had given it. It was like taking a flower from a mirror and scooping up the moon from the water. It was also known as a clone technique. There were so-called water clones among water techniques, but they were actually just condensed from water. Coupled with some illusions of water, they seemed like real people. However, when it came to actual battle, apart from attracting the enemy's attention, they also served as a punching bag. They did not have much battle prowess to speak of. As for this water mirror's image, it seemed fake yet real, and it was completely under Li Qingshan's control. Li Qingshan felt like his mind had split into two. He was currently looking at the world from two different perspectives. The feeling of seeing his own appearance was rather strange. Moreover, he was rather unaccustomed to controlling it. In little Anne's eyes, it was even stranger. The two Li Qingshan stood face to face and reached out to touch their own faces at the same time, as if they were looking at a mirror. Li Qingshan raised his hand. Every single line was so real that he could even feel the beating of his heart and the flow of his blood. This was not a dummy made from water or clay, but a real clone. It was said that one could not attend to two things at once. Now, it could be said that he had the doppelganger technique, but he preferred to call it a mirror image. However, it was not an easy task to separate the mirror image from the main body. He could not help but control it as if it was his own body, advancing or retreating together. Little Anne covered her mouth and snickered. She didn't look like a demon general at all. When Li Qingshan glared at her, she raised her head and glared back at him. Li Qingshan had no choice but to close his eyes. He tried to experience the feeling of drawing a circle with his left hand and a square with his right. After a moment, Li Qingshan used his demonic qi and bent his knees to step on the water. Only his clone shot up into the sky. He arrived above the clouds. He looked down at the thousands of mountains and the clouds in the distance. On the earth, the mountain peaks gathered and the waves raged. It was a vast expanse. Suddenly, at the end of this vast expanse, he saw an insignificant little undulating like a crouching bull. Beside the crouching bull was a quiet little village. Many people were working near the village. It was so peaceful and quiet that it was like a small painting. It suddenly awakened all of Li Qingshan's memories. So his hometown was not far away. For a moment he forgot the hardships of living under someone else's roof, forgot the pain of hunger and cold. Perhaps his memories had beautified everything, or perhaps he had already let go of these things. In his heart there was only a child playing a shepherd's flute, riding on a big oxen, walking slowly on the mountain road. That's right, that was his only wealth. He suddenly had a strong thought. He wanted to go back and see his old neighbors. However, he immediately dispelled this thought. There was no need to bury one's bones in mulberry fields. This was the promise he had made to himself. There was nothing he was reluctant to part with there. If there was something he could not give up, one was on the ground, one was in the Baiklan, one was in the sky. He looked up at the sky and smiled. A feeling of incomparable freedom was deeply reflected in the heart on the ground. On the ground, Li Qingshan walked out of the deep pool and came before little Anne. He half knelt and hugged the only one who shared his happiness, the eternal supporter, tightly in his arms. Little Anne, do you see? I have become so powerful. From now on, no one can casually bully us anymore. Laozi will definitely make them all pay the price. Little Anne felt that the current Li Qingshan was somewhat different. This was not a change in his appearance, but in his temperament. Compared to his human form, he always had a kind of unbridled arrogance in his demon form. She liked him like this, because at this time he always looked a bit happier. But no matter which he was still her Li Qingshan. One Li Qingshan stepped on the ground and hugged the most important person to him in his arms. The other Li Qingshan flew into the blue sky and opened his arms towards the sky. I want freedom. I want freedom to do whatever I want. I want unlimited freedom. 9 provinces, I am coming. 9 heavens, wait for me. Can you wait for me for a moment? Little Anne tilted her head and smiled. Li Qingshan fiercely kissed her on the cheek. As long as it takes. From that day onwards, Little An entered a meditative state. Li Qingshan left behind a mirror image to protect him in the deep pool. His original body wandered around. He even recovered his identity as Li Qingshan and went to complete a few missions. His face was exposed so that no one would suspect that he had disappeared. After his experiments, he had a more concrete understanding of the various abilities of his doppelgangers. The existence of the doppelgangers would not be affected by his original body returning to human form. However, the demonic aura of his original body was constantly dissipating. It could be maintained by meditating and communicating with the spiritual aura of heaven and earth. But if there was an intense battle, it would probably not be maintained for too long. And to create a doppelganger, he needed to consume all his demonic power in one go, and have 30% of his original body's battle power. Don't underestimate this 30% battle power. Because of the 3 great supernatural powers left behind by Brother Ox, his strength, speed, and demonic aura far surpassed that of ordinary demon generals. The overall battle power was even more shocking. According to his estimation, his doppelgangers would not have too much of a problem dealing with Foundation establishment cultivators like Begonia who were not good at fighting. And according to his past experiences, the effects of this innate ability should increase as his cultivation increased. If he could pull out even more doppelgangers from the water, just what would the effects be? After completing another mission and obtaining a few corpses, Li Qingshan used the glazed mirror of invisibility to hide himself and return to the edge of the boundless mountains. Little An still had not emerged from seclusion. He had nothing to do, so he crossed his legs and sat down. He took out the high-grade spiritual artifact he had bought below the Green Vine Mountain, the whale's ingestion of water. He still did not have a suitable weapon right now. After becoming a demon general, he could refine human spiritual artifacts and turn them into so-called demon armaments. A powerful wave of demonic chi was injected into it. Perhaps it was because he had already refined this spiritual weapon, but the process was unexpectedly simple. Gradually, the shape of the whale's ingestion of water changed as well. It became a more regular hilt, but the price was that it lost many of its original functions. It could no longer shoot out Gui water lightning or ice spikes. However, these 2 functions that were originally very practical were completely useless to Li Qingshan in his demon general form. There was no need for him to keep them. He only had 2 requirements for his weapon: sharpness and toughness. Although Li Qingshan was only a beginner in the art of artifact forging, he used his powerful control over water to force large quantities of water spiritual energy into the whale's ingestion of water. The hilt spat out a blade inch by inch. A few hours later, Li Qingshan raised the blade in his hand in satisfaction. The narrow, sharp blade shone with rainbow light under the sunlight. Standing before the cold pool, he swung his hand casually, and the waterfall before him was cut in half. He could not help but laugh aloud. If someone were here, they would see a naked man standing on the edge of a cliff with an extremely beautiful ice blade on his shoulder. He smiled in a flamboyant manner. Yes, Li Qingshan was not wearing any clothes. He was truly naked. After transforming into a demon general, he felt that wearing clothes was not very comfortable. He was born this way, so there was no need for clothes to cover himself. Hence, every time he transformed into a demon general, he would take off his clothes and walk around naked. At this moment, the smell of blood wafted over. The smell of human blood was accompanied by the soft sounds of killing. Li Qingshan immediately looked back. His gaze passed through the layers of trees. Although he was far away from the mountains and could not see the exact situation, it still piqued Li Qingshan's curiosity. With a flash, he disappeared from where he was. After passing through a few mountains, he saw an extremely familiar small village. More accurately, it was a village. This was also an old place, the place where hunters lived, the Drawn Rains village. Only then did Li Qingshan remember that the place where he cultivated was actually closer to the Drawn Rains village, which was deep within the vast mountain range. However, at that time there were huge mountains in the way, and the mountain paths were rugged and difficult to traverse. That was why it felt so far away. At this moment, the Drawn Rains village was being surrounded and attacked by a large group of soldiers. There were quite a few experts among them. If not for the protection of the high walls and the advantage of bows and arrows, the village would have already been breached. Huang Binggu stood on top of the sentry tower, holding a large bow in his hand. The bow was like a full moon, and the arrows were like shooting stars. Every arrow would kill a person, greatly damaging the enemy's morale. However, he was also almost exhausted. His brows were tightly furrowed. Was my drawn reins village going to fall here? At this moment, a voice came from the sky. It was as relaxed as if someone was taking a stroll after dinner, greeting a neighbor. Hunter Huang, long time no see. Huang Binggu was currently extremely nervous. Upon hearing this, he shot an arrow without saying anything. Only then did he realize that the voice was somewhat familiar. At this moment, the battlefield quieted down. The people inside and outside the village all raised their heads in a daze. All they saw was a white cloud descending from the sky. Li Qingshan returned to his human form. Of course, he had also put on his clothes. He easily brushed aside the incoming arrow and lowered the cloud until it was parallel to the sentry tower. He smiled at the dumbfounded Huang Binggu. Is this how you welcome an old friend? This was a remote place. It was not like the Clear River Prefecture, where they had seen many cultivators. In the eyes of the people, cultivators were no different from immortals. Li Qingshan's current behavior only confirmed their suspicions. Why, you're Qingshan. Your support on this site is my greatest motivation. Chapter 364. Li Qingshan smiled. What? It's only been a few years and you don't recognize me anymore? Huang Binggu really did find it very difficult to connect this immortal, who rode on clouds with that farmer's boy. He was more knowledgeable than regular people, but he had never seen someone who could fly like this. It had only been 2 or 3 years since they last met, but his originally tall frame had already completely unfolded. His shoulders were broad and his arms long, and his body was imposing. Just sitting on the cloud gave off an invisible pressure. Although the outline of his face had not changed much, his entire bearing was like a completely different person. Outside the village, many soldiers threw down their weapons and bowed to him. Although most of the hunters in the village could recognize Li Qingshan, they still struggled to believe their eyes. Li Qingshan glanced at the stunned masters outside the village and asked, "What's going on?" Huang Binggu smiled bitterly and put down his bow. He told him the whole story. As it turned out, a new district magistrate had been sent over soon after Yi Dachuan had left. This time he was not someone with connections like Yi Dachuan, but a scholar from the academy. In just a short year or two, he managed the Qingyang district into a solid block, becoming the local tyrant. The Drawn Reins village was a stubborn force from the old era, as well as a flashy name that challenged the authority of the district government, so they became a holdout that was heavily regulated. Huang Binggu saw how Li Qingshan did not put on the airs of a cultivator and knew that his intentions had not changed, so he pleaded, "Qingshan, you have to help me this time. You're half a member of the Drawn Reins village." Only then did Li Qingshan remember this. He smiled. Back then when I entered the Drawn Reins village, it was like entering a tiger's den. You can be considered a first-rate master now, so why are you still in this village? I remember when you said you wanted to wander around again. Although Huang Binggu was still called Sickly Tiger right now, his face was rosy. He was in high spirits. Clearly, the ginseng alcohol had played a significant role. He cultivated his inner force diligently, and had already reached the level of a first-rate master. Huang Binggu glanced back at the village. The new district magistrate is overbearing. How can I just leave like that? Li Qingshan patted him on the shoulder. Do you have any wine? Huang Binggu's face lit up, and he turned to the manor and shouted, "Bring the wine." Jars of wine were served, and the two of them drank on the watchtower. Sure enough, it didn't take long before the new county magistrate received the news and rushed over. He didn't ride a horse or sit in a sedan chair, but used his lightness skill to float over. In this day and age, being a scholar was not synonymous with being weak. Inner force and swordsmanship were compulsory subjects. The new county magistrate was also young. As soon as he saw Li Qingshan, his expression changed, even though he was also a first-rate master. But his knowledge was a level higher than Huang Binggu's. His heart shuddered, high-level qi practitioner. His attitude immediately became extremely polite. After hearing about his identity as a Hawkwolf guard, he became even more careful. Li Qingshan also did not side with Huang Binggu. He invited the county magistrate over and mediated between the two of them. He got the county magistrate to stop using weapons and got Huang Binggu to change the name of Drawn Rain's village, a tall tree that attracted the wind, so as to avoid senseless killings. How could the two of them refuse the mediation? They immediately shook hands and made up. After drinking, Li Qingshan patted Huang Binggu's shoulder. How can I allow someone to sleep by my bedside? Old brother Huang, you better find another way to survive. He shoved a pill into his hand. Huang Binggu glanced at it and blurted out, an innate pill. Before he could even thank him, the cloud had already passed over the mountain and vanished. When spring arrived, Little An stood up in the cave and made her way towards the sunlight. She allowed the whistling lightning to tear at her clothes and strip away her flesh. Her blood immediately boiled. Most of her beautiful body had already been charred, before turning into ash. In the end, only a set of white bones remained. She walked very slowly, but she did not stop at all. Even the terrifying heavenly tribulation was unable to make her waver. That was because he was waiting for her outside. She could not be left behind by him. She wanted to be with him forever. With this stubbornness, she finally made her way out of the cave. Li Qingshan currently stood on the surface of the water, raising his head to observe the shape of a cloud. He turned around and smiled. He placed a wild flower he had plucked from somewhere into her hand that had already withered to bones. He smiled. Let's go. The flower withered and the smile blossomed. After over 2 years of development, the Green Vine Mountain had finally recovered some of its former glory. In the particularly gloomy hall at the top of the Green Vine Mountain, the 3 elders sat before one another. The Green Vine elder's eyebrows and beard became even more disheveled, tangled together like a mess. His wise eyes were filled with worry. The Lone Grave elder's pale white face was slightly green. The Golden Pheasant elder was still dressed in luxurious robes, but he no longer possessed the high-spirited bearing of a rooster. It was rare for the 3 of them to gather together, as they had all felt uneasy recently. Although they did not know divination, all Foundation establishment cultivators could communicate with the spiritual chi of the world. And with their age, who knew how many storms they had experienced? They believed this uneasiness was definitely not a coincidence. After quite a while of silence, the Green Vine elder said, I'm just afraid it's revenge from underground? I've already contacted the Demon Slayer. The Golden Pheasant elder said, What? The 3 of us are already so old, yet we have to ask the Demon Slayer for reinforcements just because we don't feel right. If this gets out, we'll probably become a laughing stock. For once, the Lone Grave elder said, Fair enough. With that, even the Golden Pheasant elder shut up. A while later he asked, Did you really sense something? The Lone Grave elder said, Death. The hall became even more terrifyingly quiet. The Green Vine elder said, Don't worry. I've already cast down numerous formations throughout the Green Vine Mountain. Even a fly can't fly in. His expression suddenly changed. What's wrong? Someone touched the formations and was stopped. After a moment of silence, the Green Vine elder let out a sigh of relief. They seemed to have retreated. Before he had even finished speaking, the Golden Pheasant elder listened closely. Is there a sound? The Green Vine elder focused and sure enough, he heard a gentle sound. It was not the cry of a bird, nor was it the cry of an insect. The 3 of them sensed the surroundings, but they were unable to find the origin of the sound. However, the sound was clearly growing louder and louder. The dust on the ground leapt up in joy, and the dark green tea in the teacups rippled gently. It's below. The 3 of them leapt up and looked down. The Green Vine elder said, That's impossible. There are formations below as well, and the rock is as tough as metal. It's impossible for someone to pass through. Under the doubtful and worried gazes of the other 2 elders, he added, Not even demons. The tremors grew louder and louder, growing closer and closer. A hole suddenly appeared in a certain part of the ground. The earth twisted in the surroundings as if an invisible force had pushed it away. A huge pink millipede crawled out of the hole, making crackling sounds as it circled around the hole. Seemed like it was waiting but also like it was urging them on. Sensing the auras of the 3 elders, it directly curled up into a ball. The nightmare of the past seemed to come back to life all of a sudden. The golden pheasant elder cried out, "It's still alive." The green vine elder's expression was ugly as well. That's right. It was much smaller, but it was definitely the demon general they had set up a trap against in the past. Chapter 365. What's there to be afraid of? It's just a measly demonic beast right now, said the golden pheasant elder, but his voice was rather unsteady. The lone grave elder did not relax his vigilance. Instead, it grew heavier. It was impossible for a demonic beast to make its way here. Powerful demon chi surged out of the cave. The golden pheasant elder's face changed. "Demon General, why are you running so quickly?" A clear voice rang out from the black cave. It was clear and resonant, echoing through the spacious hall. Millipede unfurled his body, shaking his head and wagging his tail. The lone grave elder shut his mouth, and corpse chi surged from him. The green vine elder said, "They've come with ill intentions. Be prepared." A handsome man emerged from the cave. His red hair draped over his shoulders, and his eyes shone brightly, like charcoal burning in the darkness. He shifted his gaze and looked at the three elders. "Your land is so tough." There was nothing Li Qingshan could do about the layers of formations, so he forcefully carved out a path in the center of the mountain and made his way to the top. However, this was not a new innate ability. Instead, it was a different use of his old abilities. After becoming a demon general, his three innate abilities had all become much stronger. The spirit turtle's profound shell had obviously become tougher, and the ox demon tramples had gone from roughness to finesse. He could control the direction and range of the shockwaves more effectively. The three elders all experienced a strange and absurd feeling. In the middle of the night, a naked man had made his way to the main hall of the Green Vine Mountain from the most unlikely of places. The Green Vine Mountain was the foundation of all formations, so there was a hole at the very bottom that the formations could not reach. However, the earth there was even tougher than steel. Li Qingshan said loudly, "I've come for revenge today. Prepare to die, you three old coots." The Green Vine Elder asked, "Just you? Are you blind? Doesn't this count? Do you still remember this guy?" Li Qingshan kicked Millipede under his feet. Millipede climbed onto Li Qingshan's body happily, draping it around his shoulders like a great pink scarf. Li Qingshan rubbed his forehead. "Sai, let's go. You act like you don't matter at all. You've made me lose all interest in revenge." Millipede crawled back into the hole with a series of clattering sounds. The three elders exchanged glances. Then they laughed together. So this was the uneasiness they felt? Although the demonic chi he emitted was very powerful, it was only relative to ordinary demons. One look was enough to tell that he had not been a demon general for long. What they feared the most was the demon commander underground taking action, or a large-scale attack in revenge. Was a mere demon general bold enough to make trouble for them on the Green Vine Mountain? A monster core that was delivered to his doorstep. How could he not accept it? "Do you know who I am?" Li Qingshan asked boldly. He was not a person who liked to talk nonsense. Villains who talked nonsense did not have a good ending. But when it came to revenge, he had to clearly tell the other party who he was. "Why did I come here? Otherwise, even if I killed my enemy, it would be as tasteless as wearing silk clothes at night." What answered him was the green vines that rapidly extended beneath his feet, bursting out eagerly from the ground one by one. Li Qingshan leapt up, but he heard the cry of a golden pheasant from above. The golden pheasant elder flapped his wings and slapped him to the ground. The vines immediately wrapped around him. What a wretched name. It'll only stain my ears. Li Qingshan used the spirit turtle's profound shell to block the vines. In the blink of an eye, he was wrapped up into a ball of vines, immobilized. The three elders immediately recalled what had happened during the herb gathering ceremony. The humanoid black demon had left an extremely deep impression on them. Today was basically a repeat of what had happened back then. "So it's you." The Green Vine Elder smiled. Originally, he was still rather worried. He felt like he had won a little too easily, but now the final sliver of doubt had vanished. This demon had become arrogant right after undergoing the heavenly tribulation. He felt like he was omnipotent and wanted revenge, but he did not understand the difference between them. Even the weakest among the three of them was mid-foundation establishment. It was impossible for them to lose in a one-on-one battle. At this moment, the lone grave elder had not even done anything. He just watched on coldly from one side. Li Qingshan cried out, "That's impossible. How can I lose to you humans? I'm going to blow up my demon core and drag you down with me." The three elders immediately became nervous. The power of Millipede blowing up his demon core was still fresh in their minds. The golden pheasant elder could not help but back away, but the lone grave elder summoned the ancient bronze corpse general to block him. Li Qingshan seemed like a bomb that could explode at any time. "Hold on. If you hand over your demon core, we'll spare your life," the green vine elder said in a hurry. "That's impossible. Humans are all crafty liars. I'll never believe you." Li Qingshan released powerful demon qi, as if he was about to blow up his demon core at any time. The green vine elder could tell that he was wavering slightly. He said patiently, "We won't lie to you. How about this? I'll disperse the vines first to show my sincerity and let you return to the cave." At the same time, he exchanged glances with the lone grave elder and the golden pheasant elder. As long as this stupid demon gave off the slightest opening, they would strike together and kill him. If they reported this to the demon slayer, they would probably be rewarded separately. The densely packed vines receded from the spirit turtle's profound shell. To the three elders' surprise, Li Qingshan turned around and charged out of the hall. "Stop him!" The green vine elder took out a cane made of green vines and pointed it at Li Qingshan. Vines burst out of the ground, swaying and twisting like a demon. Li Qingshan came to a halt and leapt over gently, brushing past a vine that had almost wrapped around his ankle. Then he turned around rapidly, constantly changing directions without any pattern, leaving behind a path of vines behind him. The entrance was right in front of him. The ancient bronze corpse general descended from above with surging corpse qi. With a boom, it struck the entrance and spread its arms as it lunged towards Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan wanted to retreat, but he was already surrounded by vines. Looking up, the golden pheasant's claws swiped down. "You still want to leave?" The lone grave elder extended a finger and shot out a pitch-black streak of light. It passed through the gaps in the vines and struck Li Qingshan accurately. Li Qingshan's body weakened. The golden pheasant's claws had already pressed him down. Resplendent golden light illuminated the gloomy hall. He squinted his eyes, and all he saw was the sharp beak pecking over viciously. Just when the green vine elder let out a smile of relief, the sense of danger he had been sensing for the past few days suddenly rose to the limit. Silently, a long, narrow blade of ice pierced through his body from behind. "Humans are all crafty liars." Li Qingshan smiled as he gripped the hilt of his blade, revealing his sharp teeth. Even a lion would use its full strength to catch a rabbit. With Li Qingshan's personality, how could he become careless just because he had undergone the heavenly tribulation and looked down on 3 foundation establishment cultivators? Right from the beginning, he had planned on launching a sneak attack. Originally, he wanted to kill the 3 elders one by one, but he never expected them to be gathered together. Moreover, due to the formations, the sneak attack failed. If there was no opportunity, then he would create an opportunity. Li Qingshan first used his mirror image to disturb the enemies before suddenly launching a sneak attack to kill the most troublesome person, the green vine elder. The green vine elder lowered his head and looked at the blade before turning around to look at Li Qingshan. Disbelief filled his face. Just when he tried to circulate his spiritual qi, the blade twisted and swung behind Li Qingshan. It left behind a streak of light in the air, piercing the eyes of the lone grave elder and the golden pheasant elder. Green vine. The long narrow blade kicked up a fierce gust of wind, sweeping through the surroundings. A streak of light was caught in it. Whether it was the huge pillars that supported the hall or the countless spreading vines, they were all cut through in a single stroke. The green vine elder's body had already been split in half, falling to the ground. "How dare you!" The lone grave old man's dead face also revealed an expression of shock. However, before he could finish his words, the devilishly handsome face appeared right in front of him and interrupted him with a smile. "How dare I?" The lone grave elder's heart sank to rock bottom. The smile was filled with a familiar smell of death. Although their appearances were exactly the same, their strength was worlds apart. The person before him was startlingly powerful. He did not possess the strength that a demon general who had just undergone the heavenly tribulation should possess. The blade of ice did not stop at all. With Li Qingshan's right hand as the center, it formed a beautiful semicircle. Corpse chi erupted. The lone grave elder roared out madly. Black corpse chi gushed out from his sleeves as he retreated to the edge of the hall. He lowered his head in shock and looked at the wound on his chest. The blade had sliced through his protective corpse chi easily. If it were not for the force from the eruption of corpse chi, he would have followed in the green vine elder's footsteps already. A clump of corpse chi that was as black as swamp did not disperse. When it came in contact with one of the pillars, it was like an invisible beast had taken a bite out of it. A gap immediately appeared. With a great rumble, the upper half of the pillar fell down with a piece of the roof. Before it had even reached the ground, it had been melted away by the corpse chi. Even inanimate objects were like that. If living beings came in contact with it, they would probably be reduced to a puddle in the blink of an eye. With a cry, the golden pheasant unfurled its wings and shot out several hundred feathers, which turned into several hundred streaks of golden light that stabbed into the corpse chi. There was a flash of snow-white light, and the corpse chi was split into two. Li Qingshan emerged with his ice blade and smiled at the lone grave elder. Nice reaction. A streak of moonlight poured down on him, gilding him with a silvery blue sheen. His handsome face and perfect body seemed even less like a living being, more like the statue of a legendary god. From beginning to end, he did not give off any demon chi at all. Lanterns lit up the green vine mountain. Many disciples emerged from their residences and gazed at the hall at the top of the mountain. What's happened? Let's go take a look. Yu Shuquang yawned. It's already so late. What's the matter now? Several hundred streaks of golden light shot out from the ground, stabbing towards Li Qingshan. The golden pheasant swooped down. Lone Grave, why don't you work with me and kill this demon? With a series of rapid, sharp sounds, Li Qingshan swung his ice blade, creating a wheel of blades that landed on every single feather with great precision. The feathers flew out even faster than when they had come. The accompanying wind was like countless huge blades and axes, swinging through the hall viciously, destroying everything in the way. Li Qingshan raised his head and looked at the claws of the chicken. He did not dodge, nor did he block. He only threw a punch. The disciples of the Green Vine Mountain saw several hundred streaks of golden light shoot out of the hall in a straight line. A golden pheasant smashed through the roof and was sent flying. Its golden light had dimmed, and it was in a horrible shape. The Legends of the Great Sage. Welcome all readers. Read the full text. Chapter 366. It's the Golden Pheasant Elder. Just what has happened in the hall? The golden light illuminated the shocked and terrified faces of every single disciple of the Green Vine Mountain. Yu Shuquang felt his sleepiness vanish. He could not help but stagger backwards. An enemy that could send the Golden Pheasant Elder flying was not someone a measly chi practitioner like him could deal with. Looking around, the other disciples of the Green Vine Mountain reacted the same way. The Green Vine Mountain was not as important as their lives. A while ago, moonlight seeped through every crevice of the damaged hall like water. Silver blue light crisscrossed, turning the dignified hall into a strange world. However, it was immediately purged by the golden light. The golden pheasant that descended from above was like a golden sun, dazzling and resplendent. Compared to it, Li Qingshan's tall figure seemed so insignificant. Within the scorching light, he seemed like a silhouette, let alone the fact that his swinging arm was like a slender piece of firewood that could be set alight at any time. In that moment the fist collided with the sun. The two powers collided. Streaks of light and waves of air flickered and surged. Not a single intact pillar remained in the majestic hall. It tottered about in the intense wind, but in that moment, it was forcefully propped up by the air currents, which suddenly swelled outwards. Li Qingshan's feet sank into the ground, but an endless power surged out from the lofty Green Vine Mountain, from the vast earth. It surged into his body, into his fist, and was released endlessly towards the golden pheasant. The confident smile on the golden pheasant elder's face vanished. In the next moment the fist sent the sun flying. Li Qingshan pulled back his fist and smiled. When I'm standing on the ground, It's best if you don't compete with me in strength. The strength of the earth. This was a brand new innate ability that originated from the ox demon. As long as he stood on the ground, he would receive the assistance of an endless supply of divine strength. Originally, Li Qingshan found it to be rather useless. Looking at it now, the effects were quite impressive. His scarlet eyes swiveled and landed on the lone grave elder. A clear expression of shock appeared on his pale white, dead face. But it was not just because Li Qingshan had sent the golden pheasant elder flying. Just as the golden pheasant elder called out for them to work together, he summoned the ancient bronze corpse general to attack Li Qingshan from below. However, no matter how hard he tried to activate the bronze bracelet on his wrist, the ancient bronze corpse general remained motionless. Suddenly, the connection with him was severed. He was scared out of his wits and rushed towards the ancient bronze corpse general without caring about anything else. The motionless ancient bronze corpse general suddenly raised its head. In that instant, the lone grave elder had the illusion that it was not an eyeball. Instead, they were two burning flames. It wasn't until he realized that it wasn't an illusion that the ancient bronze corpse general was pouncing towards its former master. It revealed a small skeleton holding a white bone sword in its hand. Since Li Qingshan said that he would use his full strength, then he would really use his full strength. Little and was his most important strength, 10 times more powerful than any innate divine ability. The lone grave elder was alarmed. He immediately decided to flee. If he continued fighting, he would definitely lose his life here. Black corpse chi surged and gathered beneath his feet, lifting him into the air. Like a rocket, he moved with startling speed, immediately trapping the rebellious ancient bronze corpse general beneath his feet. Just when he was about to break through the roof, four skulls the size of carriages blocked his way, spitting out surging blood flames of corpse incineration. The darkness and moonlight that had just descended on the hall was purged by the flames once again. The hall creaked and trembled, like an old man in his twilight years. It could no longer endure its own weight and began to collapse. At this moment, time seemed to slow down. The movements of every single speck of dust was extremely clear in Li Qingshan's eyes. He did not assist little Anne. After undergoing the heavenly tribulation, her strength was no less than his. An ability like the Path of White Bone and Great Beauty allowed her to become more powerful than her peers with every step she took. He looked at the sky again. The golden pheasant elder had been completely frightened by Li Qingshan's punch. He did not even dare to circle around. He unfurled his wings and took off into the clouds. Li Qingshan casually let go of the hilt and swung his hand. He exhaled gently and leaned his shoulder backwards. He extended his hand as hard as he could, like he was throwing a shot into the sky. His feet showed no intentions of leaving the ground. Instead, they sank even deeper. Compared to his movements, everything around him was so slow that it looked like a still picture. Surging demon chi surged into his arm. Something was released, and his slender arm suddenly turned the color of black metal. It rapidly expanded and extended. 3 meters, 15 meters, 30 meters. He extended his 5 fingers that were as thick as pillars and grabbed the fleeing golden pheasant in the sky. Where do you think you're going? The golden pheasant elder's face was filled with fright. He felt a terrifying power tighten around him, almost suffocating him. He fell towards the hall once again. At that moment, the ratio between the two seemed to return to normal. The arrogant rooster had been grabbed by a human's hand and sent into the kitchen. All that was left was panic. All the disciples of the Green Vine Mountain widened their eyes. All of this was a sight that would only appear in nightmares. The huge, demonic claw was unimaginable. Just what kind of monster was hidden in the hall? The hall was large, but it was probably extremely restrictive to the monster. The golden pheasant was crushed by the huge claw in the air. Li Qingshan's hand returned to normal as well. He grabbed the golden pheasant elder by the neck and smashed him into the ground heavily. Golden feathers drifted through the surroundings. Boom! The shockwave radiated out in all directions, speeding up the collapse of the hall. Rubble and beams fell down with a rumble. The golden pheasant elder called out, "You can't kill me. That goes against the Treaty of Kings. It'll lead to war. You'll die a horrible death. Let me go. We don't have any grievances of life or death." Li Qingshan leaned over and whispered into his ear with a smile, "I have another name. I'm Wuxia. The golden pheasant elder's eyes suddenly widened. He opened his mouth in an attempt to say something, but he would forever lose the ability to do so. Li Qingshan had snapped his neck. Not only had his neck bone been broken, but his head had also been separated from his body. Blood flowed out. At the same time, Little Anne's bone sword had already pierced through the lone grave elder's forehead. The pale white face of a corpse was filled with fear, exactly the same as the faces of many corpses he had seen in the past. Having lost the ancient bronze corpse general, the lone grave elder was instead the weakest among the three of them. He could not even block a single strike from Little Anne. Flames surged out, burning him to a crisp in a single moment. Rumble! The hall completely collapsed. The disciples of the Green Vine Mountain raised their heads. A blade-wielding man stood in the ruins, standing at the very top. His scarlet hair ruffled wildly in the mountain wind. The full moon hung behind him, blurring his appearance and casting a black silhouette. However, he seemed even more lofty and aloof than the Green Vine Mountain beneath him. The only thing clear was a pair of scorching cold scarlet eyes. He raised the ice blade high into the air. Moonlight flowed through the blade as his murderousness surged into the air, dyeing the moon bright red. P.S. Bowen thanked the new alliance leader of a cripple. Congratulations to the new alliance leader. He only felt power surge out from the computer, spreading through his entire body. I've received your encouragement and support. Legends of the Great Sage welcome readers to log in. Read the full text. Chapter 367. The disciples of the Green Vine Mountain retreated in a panic. They all turned around and fled in all directions. Yu Shuquang was the first to flee. The Green Vine Mountain was already done for. He did not want to stay behind and die with them. However, he was filled with despair. Even the three elders could not stop him, so how long could they possibly flee for? Li Qingshan gazed down from above. No matter how fast they fled, no matter how far they fled, he only needed a single swing of his blade to kill them. He held the blade in his hand, but he did not swing it down, as he saw one or two familiar people among them. He smiled and lowered the blade. He's gone. Little Anne emerged from the rubble. Are you sure? Li Qingshan raised an eyebrow. Yeah. Little Anne nodded. Fuck, he still managed to flee after being cut in half. That old bastard must have been playing dead earlier. I'll definitely whip his corpse in the future. Li Qingshan cursed. As it turned out, the Green Vine Elder who should have been lying on the ground obediently had actually vanished after the intense battle. It went without saying that he must have used this opportunity to flee. Now that he thought about it, even mortals would roll around for a while after being cut in half, while the Green Vine Elder was like two pieces of wood. He was even better at playing dead than Millipede. Just who was the demon here? Li Qingshan had used the mirror image to divert the attention of the three elders, while the Green Vine Elder had used his two old friends to divert Li Qingshan's attention. Let's go hunt down that actor. Li Qingshan sniffed the air and dove into the hole. According to the smell of blood, the Green Vine Elder had fled through the hole he had created. It would be terrible if he ran into that idiot Millipede. Little Anne tilted his head in thought. What was an actor? In the pitch-black, cramped hole, the Green Vine Elder clutched his neatly gaping stomach as he lay on the enlarged green vine staff, fleeing along the way. The tremors above him gradually grew distant, but he did not ease up at all. The fear from the strike was still deeply embedded in his heart. He was still shaken. From the moment Li Qingshan stabbed the Green Vine Elder, the Green Vine Elder sensed it. It was impossible for him to win this battle, because he knew very well that he wasn't completely defenseless. It was just that the saber had come too fast and too ruthless. Unless he had cast a protective spell or summoned a protective spiritual weapon beforehand, he would not have been able to dodge it. It was impossible to block it, and dodging it was even more impossible. That unbelievable power and speed, coupled with extraordinary destructive power, was the bane of cultivators, so in that instant, he chose to fake his death without hesitation. Green vines wrapped around his waist, piecing together his body that had been split into two halves. Then they emitted rings of green light in an attempt to heal his terrifying injuries. However, the remaining demonic chi on it prevented the effects of the green light. It took a long time for it to recover, but at least its life wasn't in danger. As the strongest among the three elders, the Green Vine Elder was not particularly skilled in battle. However, its ability to heal and recover was unparalleled. It grew and multiplied endlessly like a green vine. Millipede just happened to be strolling around in the cave. When he saw the Green Vine Elder, he immediately lunged over with his claws and fangs. It spat out a pink poisonous mist. The Green Vine Elder's eyes turned cold. He swung his cane. "I can't deal with demon generals, and I can't kill a measly demonic beast like you?" At this moment his heart shuddered. The Golden Pheasant Elder and the Lone Grave Elder's presences had vanished. How could they be so fast? He believed that even if he could not defeat two mid-foundation establishment cultivators, they could still flee. At the very least they could last for a while. The situation was even worse than he had anticipated. The red-haired demon general gave off no demon chi at all, and his movements were unpredictable. He was like an assassin hidden in the darkness, as if he could appear at any time and cut him down. The Green Vine Elder was overcome with fear. He raised his hand and sent Millipede flying before rushing past. Actually, Li Qingshan had yet to discover that he had vanished. Li Qingshan followed the scent and followed it all the way. He saw the curled-up Millipede and smiled. "You sure are lucky." Arriving at the entrance to the cave at the foot of the mountain, he saw the beautiful scenery of the mountains and the moon. The intoxicating fragrance of flowers filled the air. Spring was the time when the flowers bloomed. Li Qingshan wrinkled his nose. The scent had become very faint. It was not just because of the fragrance of the flowers. The Green Vine Elder must have kept his wounds under control and used some other method to hide his scent. However, Li Qingshan still managed to find a special scent, the scent of humans. It was like a thin, clear trail that extended into the depths of the boundless mountains. Li Qingshan leapt up and arrived on a small mountain on the other side. But the scent stopped there. He could not help but frown. If he could see through things, he would be able to see a nervous old man hiding in an ancient cypress 100 paces away. The Green Vine Elder had used a technique of wood evasion and melded into the tree trunk. Although he had temporarily evaded Li Qingshan's detection, his nervousness and fear did not decrease at all. Instead, it spread even more. There was also an indescribable sense of pity. He was the mighty sect master of the Green Vine Mountain, yet he had actually been hunted down by a demon to such a state. Li Qingshan circled around in the gloomy forest a few times. Suddenly, he snorted coldly, "I can see you." He had learned this from Han Qiongji, and sure enough, it scared the Green Vine Elder witless. He resisted the urge to run away. Li Qingshan casually swung his ice blade, kicking up a wild, sharp gust of wind. The towering trees were cut in half, rolling down the mountain with a rumble. Looking down from above, a large swathe of the forest had been obliterated in the blink of an eye. However, there was still no sign of the Green Vine Elder. Li Qingshan called out, "Green Vine, no matter where you run off to, there will be a day when I kill you. Kill you, kill you, kill you." The sound of metal clanging echoed through the mountains again and again. It made the Green Vine Elder's heart tighten. He was currently curled up, rolling down the mountain with the severed tree. In the end, he collided with a boulder. Just now he had stopped. He felt like his waist was about to snap again. The forest fell silent once more, but he dared not move at all. Who knew whether Li Qingshan was currently hiding in the darkness, waiting for him to reveal himself so that he could kill him? Even when the sun had risen, he still did not move at all. It was said that people were more afraid of death as they grew older. He had basically used his actions to prove this truth. As long as there was even the slightest possibility of danger, he would continue to hide. Only 3 days later did he slowly emerge from the tree. Only after confirming that Li Qingshan was indeed gone did he let out a sigh of relief. Gazing at the smoke-shrouded Green Vine Mountain in the distance, he suddenly burst into tears. If it were not for the fact that his wood escape technique had almost killed him, he obviously would not be bold enough to return to the Green Vine Mountain. Only by seeking the Demon Slayer's assistance could he have a chance at revenge. Actually, after Li Qingshan had said that, he had directly left. If he could not kill him today, he could just kill him in the future. Why would he have the patience and obsession to squat in the forest and waste time? After this battle, He felt like he was showing signs of breaking through to the third layer of the tiger demon. He was just about to go make trouble for a few more fellows and fight them again. Li Qingshan, Little Anne, and Millipede. The three demons moved through the darkness underground. The familiar environment made Millipede extremely excited. He moved his 1,000 feet eagerly, rushing towards his bed. Li Qingshan sat on the huge skull transformed from the skull prayer beads. He wore a scarlet robe and a scarlet belt around his waist, casually covering his vital parts. The ice blade hung from his waist. He seemed to be in high spirits and in high spirits. He had conjured the robe from his hair. To demon generals, this was a small trick. He did not feel any discomfort wearing it. He had finally escaped from the state of running around naked. The 100 treasures pouches of the lone grave elder and the golden pheasant elder were stuffed into his clothes. He did not have the time to check them. If he wanted to see the spoils of war, he obviously had to take them out and admire them one by one in peace. Only then would he feel especially happy. After walking for a few hours, they had already penetrated deep underground. Home was no longer far away. Little Anne sat in Li Qingshan's lap as she refined the corpses of the lone grave elder and the golden pheasant elder. The bodies of Foundation establishment cultivators were only around 50 kilograms in weight, but the life force they contained was not comparable to even 10,000 people. It was like the difference between qi gathering pills and virtue accumulation pills. This was a difference in quality. The reason why Little Anne was able to undergo the heavenly tribulation so quickly was closely related to Wei Zhongyuan's corpse. She refined it very quickly and felt that her cultivation had improved once again. Li Qingshan rubbed her head. You don't have to do anything this time. Just as the cave was right in front of them, there was a sudden tremor. A huge object burst out of the earth and opened its mouth, biting towards Millipede. Its 4 fangs were even longer than swords. Li Qingshan was not surprised at all. How could such an obvious demon qi escape his notice even if it was hidden in the earth? He flew up and pressed his hand against the demon's head. What he touched was tough rock. Li Qingshan smiled. I was wondering why this demon qi was so familiar. So it was this. The huge object turned out to be a huge snake head, but it was the color of lime. It seemed like a stone statue at first glance. The boulder viper was one of the most powerful demon soldiers under Li Qingshan's command in the past. He had only managed to subdue it after using Millipede as his shield. However, it had never been completely convinced by Li Qingshan as the leader of the demon soldiers. But now, the thing that Li Qingshan was least afraid of was rocks. He casually sent out a shockwave. The boulder viper felt a shockwave travel from its head to the tip of its tail. Cracks immediately appeared on its indestructible rock armor. The world spun around it and its entire body went numb. It was pulled out of the earth without any resistance. It was greatly shocked. Li Qingshan said, "Boulder viper, do you still recognize me?" The boulder viper shook its head and recovered from its dizziness. It raised its head and saw a pair of familiar scarlet eyes. It then looked at the horns and the scarlet hair. "You're the leader." Li Qingshan smiled and patted its head. Demons have good taste after all. Vice leader. The boulder viper then looked at Little Anne, and finally at Millipede. King Millipede. It had been attracted by this demon qi, which was why it had broken out of the earth and launched a sneak attack. It had not sensed the presence of Li Qingshan and Little Anne at all. You're back. After 2 years, they had once again returned to the underground world to take back everything that belonged to them. Li Qingshan asked curiously, "Why did you attack us?" P.S. New book, new atmosphere. All kinds of tickets requested. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 368. The boulder viper looked at Li Qingshan in awe. Although it was the strongest among the demons, the difference between it and a demon general was not small. What Li Qingshan had done earlier had made it lose all interest in resisting. It answered obediently. It answered honestly, "I am responsible for guarding the cave for King Yiliosu. I will not let anyone disturb the king's rest. Otherwise I will be punished." The boulder viper helplessly curled its huge body. It missed the era when Millipede was the leader. Back then, he was unrestrained and did not need to listen to anyone's orders. King Yiliosu? This demon has good taste in naming things. Li Qingshan muttered to himself. Then do you know what kind of demon he is? What magical powers does he have? Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Li Qingshan would never underestimate his enemies. I don't know either. Also, King Yiliosu is not a demon. Not demons. Li Qingshan raised his voice. Don't tell me humans can carve out territory underground too? No, he's not a human either. If he's not a human or a demon, then what is he? The Boulder Viper described it, but unfortunately, as a powerful demon that lived underground, it was very lacking when it came to adjectives, which confused Li Qingshan even more. All he knew was that King Yiliosu did not come from the other demon generals in the surroundings. Instead, she came from underground. If he couldn't figure it out, then he would go and see for himself. Although Li Qingshan was cautious, he was not afraid. He had the Boulder Viper move to the side and strode into the depths of the cave. Leader, King Yiliosu comes and goes without a trace. He's very powerful. The Boulder Viper reminded Li Qingshan from behind. Li Qingshan had clearly become a demon general not long ago. He might not be a match for King Yiliosu. He hurriedly burrowed into the soil. If King Yiliosu discovered him, he would be the one who let them in. That would be terrible. In the darkness there was suddenly a bit of light. Suddenly a spot of light appeared. A blue butterfly flower was emitting a faint blue light in the darkness. Its two butterfly wings were fluttering lightly. However, it was clear that it had not yet matured and was unable to break free from the restraints of the branches and fly into the sky. Millipede swam over with a clattering sound. Li Qingshan grabbed its leg and told it to find a place to hide, so that it wouldn't be noticed by King Yiliosu. Li Qingshan told Little and to wait at the cave entrance as he walked forward alone. Finally, he saw the sea of blue butterfly flowers again. Blue butterfly flowers were quietly blooming, but there were only one or two of them dancing in the air. Before every blue butterfly flower bloomed, it was like a flower. This time Li Qingshan had taken away who knew how many years of accumulation from this place. Apart from the sea of flowers, Li Qingshan couldn't find the slightest bit of familiarity. A crude rock cave. It had undergone meticulous carvings, totems, and patterns. They covered the rock walls. Specks of light flickered on the domed ceiling. Countless pearls and gems of various sizes were embedded into the ceiling, making it look like a starry sky. It was beautiful, like a black palace filled with dreamy colors and exotic charm. At the center of the palace, Millipede's large spirit stone bed had been replaced by an exquisite wooden couch. Layers of curtains hung down, making it impossible to see what was inside. Just from this decoration alone, Li Qingshan was certain that King Yiliosu was not a monster. No monster would waste time on something like this. The aura coming from behind the curtains seemed to prove this point. It wasn't demonic aura, but it didn't seem like spiritual aura either. It was something in between, something that seemed right but wasn't. He could vaguely guess what it was. But when he walked forward and lifted the heavy curtains, he couldn't help but reveal an expression of shock. The two pointy ears indicated that it wasn't human. Its smooth skin seemed to be shrouded in a layer of night. It was the color of the midsummer sky. The mixture of black and blue further proved this point. It was not human, nor was it a demon but other folk. Li Qingshan could even tell its race with a single glance: night roamers. This was all thanks to the countless dates he had with Han Qiongji. When the two of them chatted about everything, Li Qingshan was the one listening most of the time. Han Qiongji had mentioned the existence of this race in the past. Their ink blue skin was their most prominent characteristic. They were the complete opposite of humans who moved around during the day and rested at night. They were nocturnal. They could see through the deepest darkness, but they were blind during the day. After the human race prospered, they were exiled to remote, savage lands just like other folk, becoming a legend. He never thought he would actually meet them underground. If this was not enough to leave Li Qingshan so surprised, then the fact that King Yiliosu, who sat with her legs crossed in the heavy curtains, was actually a woman was enough. Strands of her ink blue hair draped over her perfect oval face. Her eyes were tightly shut, and her eyelashes were long. Her nose was tall, and her facial features were exquisite. She only wore simple black armor, which only wrapped around the most important parts. Beautiful patterns that resembled flowering branches extended across her exposed skin. They were of the same style as the surrounding murals, but they seemed more like natural tattoos than tattoos. They were also the only adornment on her body. If he could ignore the color of her skin, she was without a doubt a supreme beauty. Or in other words, it was her skin that was like the night sky that filled her with a mysterious exotic charm. Li Qingshan saw her frown slightly. Clearly, she had sensed his existence, but she remained motionless. She had probably reached a critical juncture in her cultivation. Li Qingshan was rather disappointed. He just climbed onto the stone bed and sat down in front of her, admiring her hot figure as he waited for her to wake up. It was not that he did not want to take advantage of her, nor was it because his legs had softened at the sight of a woman. On the contrary, certain parts of his body had silently hardened. He began to reminisce about the good times he had spent with Han Qiongji. He wondered if she had emerged from seclusion yet. When the time came, all he needed to do was to successfully kiss her. Li Qingshan's goal in coming here had never been to kill. Demons could not kill each other. This could be considered the first law of the demi-human world. Although this Yi Liusu was a mutant, she had definitely obtained the permission of the demon commander to govern this territory. She could be considered a member of the demi-human race. Killing her would be easy, but he would not need to continue living underground. He would use the method of demons to directly defeat her and take back the territory that had once belonged to Millipede. A drop of sweat seeped out from the tip of Yi Liusu's nose. She was extremely nervous. This was a critical juncture in cultivating the Night Demon Sutra, so she had given the order to seal off all the paths leading to this place. The fact that the intruder had been able to pass through the pass and reach this place proved that he possessed extraordinary strength. Right now she was unable to move. Otherwise, not only would she fail at the last step, she would also suffer a backlash and be heavily injured. At this moment, she suddenly felt his hand reach out towards her. Her body immediately tensed up, but that hand only waved in front of her. Li Qingshan was bored from waiting. He yawned and changed to lying on his side. Suddenly, he saw a sheathed dagger hanging behind her waist. It was curved like a crescent moon, so he reached out to take it. Yi Liusu suddenly opened her eyes, which were as brilliant as the stars in the night sky. P.S. Please guarantee your monthly ticket, my dears. Legends of the Great Sage. Welcome readers to log in. Read the full text. Chapter 370. At the same time, a blade of light that resembled a crescent moon swept towards Li Qingshan's throat. Little An stood guard at the entrance of the cave. All he saw was Li Qingshan enter the curtains, but he did not say anything, nor did he fight. Who knew what he was doing? Just as he was bored, there was a long whistle, and the wind blew up the curtains in the surroundings. The sharp sound echoed through the spacious cave, growing louder and louder. Yi Liusu went from sitting with her legs crossed to a half-kneeling position. She leaned forward and poured all of her strength into the curved blade in her hand. The blade was less than an inch away from Li Qingshan's throat, but it could not advance any further. It had been cut in half by a long narrow blade of ice. Li Qingshan remained in a half-crouching position. He gripped the ice blade in a reverse grip with his left hand, easily receiving all of her strength with a single hand. He admired her delicate face from top to bottom. The addition of the two eyes that resembled stars was like a finishing touch, making her come alive immediately. He smiled. You may have undergone the first heavenly tribulation, but it's impossible for you to win against me in a contest of strength. Little An sat down with his legs crossed. They had finally begun fighting. At this moment he suddenly heard a noise from the depths of the cave. What are you doing? Yi Liusu said coldly. Her voice was as clear as the flash of a blade. The intruder's appearance left her slightly amazed. What a handsome man, no, a demon. Although night roamers were known for their good looks, where both men and women were extremely beautiful, there was not a single face that could surpass the one before her. His smile was even more enchanting, but there was no gentleness in it at all. Instead, it seemed more like a brazen provocation. Coupled with the movement of his right hand, the killing intent in her heart became even colder. I want to see your blade. Only when Li Qingshan said that did he discover that her blade was already in her hand. while his hand was on her bottom. It's not like it's my fault. Who told you to change positions? He withdrew his hand with such a matter-of-fact thought. Do you see it? Iliyosu said coldly. I see it. Li Qingshan glanced down. The short curved blade flashed with the brightest white light. It flashed with the brightest white light, and it really looked like a crescent moon. He suddenly understood why. It was like a human assassin painting his weapon black. In the underground world, only light could blind people. Then his gaze uncontrollably landed on the cleavage of her chest. In this world, it was rare to see a woman who dressed so boldly. Then die. Iliyosu reprimanded. She turned the blade in her hand and slashed it down. The blade light cut through the darkness. It was faster and more ruthless than the one she had used just now. As a strength-type monster general, his reaction and speed must be a bit slower. How dare he get so close to me? This is the biggest miscalculation you've made today. However, he had never heard of Spider Queen having such a demon general under her command. He was probably sent by another demon commander. If he killed him and was found out, that would be troublesome. The other party didn't seem to have any killing intent, so it was better to hold back. Iliyosu soon discovered that. Her worries were unnecessary. Li Qingshan flew into the air. His posture didn't change at all, as if he was still lying on the stone platform. He spun and brushed past the blade light with surprising dexterity. Iliyosu's eyes flashed. The curved blade was like a swallow gliding over the water. With an unbelievably beautiful posture, it changed from a downward slash to an upward slash. In the narrow space above, it turned into a series of broken shadows, covering every vital part of Li Qingshan's body. Li Qingshan smiled and reached out his hand. He accurately caught her right hand that was holding the blade. Iliyosu immediately let go. She grabbed his arm and pulled it down. At the same time, she caught the curved blade with her left hand and slit his throat. She was like an antelope hanging its horn untraceable. Her killing intent was hidden in it. Li Qingshan also felt a hint of danger. He tilted his head slightly. A chill passed through his throat, leaving a thin trace of blood. The smile on his face didn't change. Taking advantage of the weakness of his attack, he grabbed her left hand again and pressed her heavily on the stone platform. Iliyosu struggled for a while. Naturally, it was useless under the suppression of Li Qingshan's strength. She raised her long leg in black boots and kicked at the back of his head. Li Qingshan leaned down and avoided the kick. He said, "Before you make a move, you'd better listen to what he's here for." Their eyes met. The tips of their noses almost touched. They could clearly feel each other's breath. It was ambiguous and charming. Iliyosu stared at Li Qingshan's eyes without showing any weakness. The light in her eyes dimmed a little, showing the original dark blue color of her eyes, like ice in the night. "Who are you?" Li Qingshan was taken aback. For a moment he didn't know how to answer. He raised his eyebrows. Good question. He currently didn't have a proper name. Xianyue had once called him Big Black. This was clearly a terrible name. He had once called himself the Old Demon of Black Mountain, but this was even worse. Was he afraid that others wouldn't be able to contact Li Qingshan? Li Qingshan instantly fell into distress. He had never been good at coming up with names. He had almost forgotten that there was a peerless beauty pressing down on him. Iliyosu used this chance to keenly observe her enemy. She suddenly noticed that there seemed to be something engraved on the two sharp and proud horns on his head. She murmured, "North Moon." Li Qingshan's eyes instantly lit up. Right, that's it. He retraced his memories to a few years ago. In the depths of the boundless mountains, the naughty and adorable cat demon had forcefully engraved this promise on his horns, leaving it in the depths of his memory. Even the heavenly tribulation could not erase it. On Ice Sword Cliff, he had roared at the sky as loudly as he could, swearing that he would obtain the power to send her to the Dragon Province. No, how is he now? Iliyosu squinted her eyes and suddenly raised her head. She sneered inside. Hasn't anyone ever told you not to be distracted when you're fighting? With a thump, Iliyosu lay back down on the stone bed. She gasped in pain. So hard. Li Qingshan returned to his senses and smiled. Just call me North Moon. How's your head? A huge bump had appeared on Iliyosu's smooth forehead. Little and crouched at the entrance of the cave. His teeth chattered as he let out a chuckle. I'm going to kill you. Yiliosu squeezed out the words from between her teeth. Li Qingshan said, I'll give you that chance later. Let me finish first. Where should I start? Oh right, you know the previous demon general of this territory, right? I think it was an idiot called Millipede. A human lured him out and killed him. Don't tell me that's you. Yiliosu's face was filled with ridicule. Of course not. He might be a little stupid, but I won't allow you to talk about my friend like that. Anyway, this territory originally belonged to him, and it also belonged to me. In other words, you're living in my home right now. Lie on my bed. I want you to piss off. Li Qingshan himself found this to be extremely interesting. It was like something someone would say to his ex-wife after a divorce. He tilted his head slightly. Do you agree or not? So what if I agree? So what if I don't? Only then did Yiliosu understand that this guy was a demon soldier under Millipede's command. He wanted to take back his territory after going through the heavenly tribulation. An even greater question arose in her heart. How could a demon that had just gone through the heavenly tribulation be so strong? He could completely suppress her in terms of physical strength. If you agree, then that's for the best. If you don't, I'll beat you until you agree. Li Qingshan's smile was very sincere. Beating up a beauty like this should be a different kind of flavor. Then let's try it. Yiliosu said coldly. The curved blade began to spin. She spun her scimitar and turned it into a circular wheel, slicing towards Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan leaned back and dodged it, cursing inwardly. A gust of wind came from the back of his head. He grabbed her round and powerful thigh with a backhand. Yiliosu used the force to bounce up. She grabbed the hilt of her scimitar and stabbed towards Li Qingshan's right eye. Li Qingshan wanted to use the same trick again. He tried to grab her hand, but he only caught air. It was just a feint. On the narrow stone platform, Yiliosu turned into a shadow, flying up and down around Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan did not move from his spot. He only danced the ice blade into a wheel, blocking her every stab. At such a close distance, the flash of the blade filled every gap between the two of them, but there was not a single sound of collision. Yiliosu displayed her dexterous and mysterious blade technique to the extreme. Her blade never left Li Qingshan's vitals. Suddenly, the scimitar spat out an arc of light, bypassing the ice blade's obstruction. It drew a strange arc, circling behind him and hooked towards his back. Soul hook. Just like its name, this technique had helped her take the lives of countless people. Even those with similar strength could not escape death. With a long clang, the ice blade was slanted behind Li Qingshan, blocking the tip of the scimitar. This proved that the two's strength was not similar. Yiliosu slid to the edge of the large bed like a ghost. She panted slightly, staring at Li Qingshan. Too strong. Not only was his strength overwhelming, but his reaction was also faster than hers. Was this really a demon general who had just passed the heavenly tribulation? That was close. Li Qingshan saw a small crack on the ice blade. He wiped it with his hand, and the ice blade returned to its original state. This battle was not for killing or revenge, so he was not in a hurry to kill with one strike. Yiliosu's martial arts were extraordinary, and she could help him break through the third layer of the tiger demon in battle. The scimitar in Yiliosu's hand suddenly lit up, and she swung it. Moonbreaker. Li Qingshan suddenly leaned back, and a cold crescent of light slid past his face by a hair's breadth. He saw a blue butterfly flower fluttering in the path of the crescent of light. It was easy to imagine its fate when it was cut in half. He immediately soared into the sky and caught up to the crescent arc of light, destroying it with his saber. This is my flower. You'd better be careful. Li Qingshan stood above the sea of flowers. The blue butterfly flower was completely unaware of the danger it was in just now and flew over his head. The flower was not a flower, and the butterfly was not a butterfly. It was a true spirit pill that could fly. It's mine. Moonbreaker. Yiliosu swung out an even bigger crescent of light. Li Qingshan dodged to the side. With a boom, the crescent of light landed on the rock wall behind him, leaving behind a huge mark on the exquisite mural. Li Qingshan glanced backwards and said with ease, "Fortunately, the mural isn't mine." Yiliosu was furious, but she really did not dare to swing her blade carelessly anymore. Every single mural here was the result of her painstaking efforts. Repairing them would be extremely troublesome, and this guy could not be dealt with something like that. At this moment, demon chi and the dark aura unique to night roamers surged over from all directions. P.S. Thank you for your encouragement. My monthly votes have never been so impressive. I'm actually ranked 12th. Of course, I know this is because the gods haven't done anything yet, waiting for the double at the end of the month. However, I'm still very happy inside. Temporary happiness is still happiness. I don't have a great writing speed. To be honest, I don't pursue this either. Coming up with new and interesting content and carving it out bit by bit is where my interest in writing novels lies. How do I put it? Although I'm the only one in the room right now, I was in the gloomy underground earlier, watching the battle between Li Qingshan and Iliyosu with great interest. It was too greedy to pursue joy all the time. If reading these words can make you feel like your usual loneliness is easier to endure, and that you can look forward to tomorrow, that will be my greatest honor. Oh right, it's snowing today. It's beautiful. Chapter 371. Li Qingshan began to admire Yi Liusu a little. The sight of reinforcements coming from all directions proved that Yi Liusu's control over this territory could not be compared to that idiot millipede. Demons that Li Qingshan was extremely familiar with appeared at the entrance of the cave one by one. There were figures everywhere, as well as a group of night roamer guards. There were both men and women, and their appearances were all rather delicate. They wore simple armor and wielded bows, arrows, and spears. Leader! The demons sighed in amazement. Although Li Qingshan's appearance had changed drastically, they could still recognize him with a single glance through his special features. King Iliyosu. The guards eyed him covetously. They drew their bows to the limit and raised their spears, waiting for Yi Liusu's orders. Yi Liusu did not ease up at all. If he were a regular demon general, she might have been able to control or weaken them with numbers, but the one before her was clearly not one of them. If they fought, it would only increase their casualties. She swung her curved blade and ordered loudly, "Don't interfere. This is our battle." The demons immediately let out a sigh of relief. None of them wanted to become enemies with a demon general. Although demons were forbidden from killing one another, it would not be fun if they were provoked. King. The captain of the guards, Yi Liubu, was confused. Did she have to fight alone against an enemy? The bow in her hand had already been drawn to the limit. The triangular arrowhead flickered with a dark green light, clearly smeared with poison. It was directly aimed at Li Qingshan's back. At such a close distance, even a demon general could not dodge a volley of arrows. At this moment, she saw the enemy turn around, ignoring her hostility. He smiled faintly at her. His handsome face and dazzling smile caused her heart to flutter. His hand remained firmly on the bowstring. In the past, he would have been an excellent partner in bed. But now they were irreconcilable enemies. Li Qingshan studied the night roamers curiously. He felt slightly excited inside. This was not a sight that could be seen easily. Sure enough, it was just like the legends. Most night roamers were beautiful. Any single one of these night roamer guards could be described as a handsome man or a beautiful woman if they were placed on the surface. Especially the young girl at the front. She had a delicate face that was somewhat similar to Yi Liusu's, and her appearance was even more outstanding. She was only slightly inferior to Yi Liusu, especially when she pulled the bow. The waves on her chest were even more turbulent. "Put down your weapons. This is an order," Yi Liusu said coldly. Only then did Yi Liubu put down her bow unwillingly. She thought to herself, "Sister Lu Su, could it be that you have taken a fancy to this demon general? Wasn't she never attracted to men?" It seemed that she had been enlightened after seeing this rarely seen handsome man among demons. If that was the case, it would be a good thing. He wondered how many days he could borrow it from her. Will she agree? What's this? Yi Liubu suddenly saw Little and crouching in a corner. Because he gave off no aura at all, he seemed like an inanimate object at first glance. However, she clearly saw the skeleton move earlier. The skull turned towards her. Flames surged within its skull. Vice leader. The demons were surprised again. Yi Liubu waved her hand and pointed at little Anne. He's also an accomplice of the enemy. We'll deal with him, and we'll leave the great king to deal with him. Once we're done, let's have some fun with our sisters." She glanced at Ieyasu from the corner of her eye, testing her reaction. The red-haired demon general was truly tempting to her. Seeing how Ieyasu had no intentions of objecting, she beamed inside. The night roamer guards answered loudly. In particular, the female guards all stared at Li Qingshan with shining eyes. Their gazes were like a group of bandits staring at a rare, noble beauty. Their gazes easily pierced through his robes. It made Li Qingshan feel rather uneasy. Suddenly, he remembered what Han Qiongji had once said. There's a very bad evaluation of night roamers, which is that men and women can get together at will. They have no concept of chastity like humans. There was once a person who got lost and came across a village of night roamers. Due to his handsomeness, many night roamer women fought over him. He stayed at their homes for the night, and when he returned, he relished it when he returned. Li Qingshan even sighed. Why does such a great place disappear? In the end, he was pinched viciously by Han Qiongji. She continued, "That's just a misunderstanding among mortals. As night roamers are a race where women are superior to men. Women are not bound by any etiquette. They toy with men just like how human men toy with women. It's only natural. If you like it, I'll go find a few male pets to keep you company." Li Qingshan immediately became excited. Heaven did exist. He said loudly, "Even if it doesn't work out, I'll still let the sisters have some fun." Ieyasu burst into laughter. "You sure are interesting. I just wonder how you're like in bed. Great King, don't hurt him, especially down there." It led to a roar of laughter. Li Qingshan turned around and said to Ieyasu, "Looks like your clansmen are very confident in you." Ieyasu said, "Aren't you worried about your companions at all? I forgot. Do demons have feelings like that?" Li Qingshan said without even looking back, "Little Nan, don't hurt them." Little An gazed at the night roamers who lunged over innocently. He was taken aback when he heard the two words Little Nan. But he immediately understood what it meant. The two words North Moon came from the scholar wood tablet engraved with the two words South N on Little Anne. In the world of demons, he obviously could not use his original title. Ieyasu did not use a weapon. She directly extended her hand towards Little Anne. She did not take the little skeleton seriously at all. It did not seem like something powerful no matter how she looked at it. It was probably something like a servant or puppet. However, she could not hurt it either, or she would make the red-haired beauty unhappy, and she would not be able to work hard in bed later. Little An did not move at all. He did not attack, dodge, or flee. He allowed Ieyabu's hand to grab him. Before Ieyabu could even understand what was happening, she collapsed on the ground. Her consciousness was extremely clear, and she did not feel like she was injured at all. However, she just happened to be unable to move a single finger. Her body seemed to have become someone else's. When Little An first practiced the path of white bone and great beauty, she already possessed the ability to control flesh and blood. She had even opened Li Qingshan's Fengqi acupoint at the most crucial moment. Ever since then, she rarely used this ability. After undergoing the heavenly tribulation, this ability had become several times more powerful. She had already shown mercy by not killing those who touched her with their flesh and blood. The night roamer guards immediately fell into a panic. Ieyasu was the strongest among them. She was close to undergoing the heavenly tribulation too, yet she had actually collapsed on the ground before she could even use a single move. Captain, has she been poisoned? Don't touch that skeleton. Ieyasu. Ieyasu called out loudly, but she received no response. She was surprised too. She stared at Li Qingshan. What did you do? Li Qingshan shrugged as if he was saying, I'll tell you. Don't worry, she won't die. You better get your people to watch the show obediently. What do you think? Will you reconsider my suggestion? Ieyasu said, if you win, I'll return the territory to you. Li Qingshan added, if I lose, I'll let my sisters have some fun. Oh right, that includes you, right? Don't even think about it. I'll show you the true strength of night roamers right now. Ieyasu wielded her curved blade and made her way towards Li Qingshan slowly. However, her figure gradually vanished. She was like a piece of paper that had been dipped into ink. First, the ink dyed the edges before completely turning her pitch black, merging with the omnipresent darkness underground. Even with Li Qingshan's extraordinary senses, he completely lost track of her. He sighed in amazement inside. This is the true strength of night roamers. Han Qiongji had once explained to the doubtful Li Qingshan, "Do you know why night roamers treat women as superior to men? That's because women are far stronger than men. Only when they're strong will they receive respect. They're actually no different from us. This strength isn't your physical strength, but your special ability. It's just like how giant lumberfolk can plant their feet underground to absorb energy, allowing them to constantly grow like trees. Night roamers also have their own innate ability. They can absorb energy from the darkness and merge their bodies with the darkness. By other folk, they don't just refer to other folk. It also includes the meaning of people with extraordinary talent. It's said that a very, very long time ago the world was ruled by them. Regular people worshipped them like gods. Only Li Qingshan remained in the sea of flowers. He paid close attention to the movements of the wind and grass in the surroundings. He suddenly took a step back, but it was already too late. The gleaming blade swept past his cheek, leaving behind a thin, bloody mark before vanishing into the darkness again. A strand of red hair drifted down. He had no idea what the curved blade was. Even the ox demon forges its hide was unable to block it completely. Yiliosu was even more surprised inside. Her hook blade of Wu was extremely sharp. Combined with the night demon blade technique of disaster from the night demon scripture, it was unstoppable and unstoppable. However, when it landed on this guy's face, it actually felt like it could not penetrate any deeper. The female guards all sighed, as if they were watching a perfect creation being damaged, which made Yiliosu furious. Just whose side were these people who could not move when they saw a man on? The main reason was because the guards completely trusted Yiliosu's strength, but she just happened to lack the confidence. This demon general called North Moon was just too powerful. Even until now, he seemed to only be playing around. He had yet to unleash his full strength, and the skeleton called Lil Nand managed to subdue Lu Bo without moving at all. He had probably undergone the heavenly tribulation already. This was the greatest danger she had ever faced since she became king, but she had to overcome this danger. Only then could she revive the night roamers. Another blade swept towards Li Qingshan's fragile throat. He raised his hand in an attempt to catch the blade, but all he caught was a patch of scattered light. It also left behind a bloody mark on his palm. In the blink of an eye, a few more wounds appeared on Li Qingshan's body. Yi Liubo was dragged out of Little Anne's range of control by her companions. She finally regained control over her body. Before she could even glare at Little Anne, she propped herself up with one hand and extended her other hand in Li Qingshan's direction, calling out loudly, "Great King, don't hurt him down there. Your support on this site is my greatest motivation." Chapter 372. It's fine, Captain. Demons can grow back. What do you know? If it's traumatized and can't harden up, it won't be beautiful anymore. Yiliosu felt disgusted. She could not be bothered with them. She swam through the darkness like a fish. The world became completely different in her eyes. Li Qingshan's existence was as bright as a white speck in the darkness. She approached him silently and swung her blade. Little Anne became nervous. She had her own perspective which allowed her to see the living. Yiliosu's dense aura of life was difficult to hide even in the darkness. She could see every change in position. The sharp blade of light rapidly swung towards the back of Li Qingshan's neck. He smiled and turned around, swinging his blade countless times in a single moment. The ice blades bloomed like flowers, enveloping every inch of space behind him. As long as Yiliosu was there, she would definitely fall into the web of blades. The temperature in the cavern seemed to plummet in that moment. The cold wind that swept over forced the night roamer guards to retreat step by step. Yiliobwa shivered. The arrogance on her face vanished, replaced by solemnity. She grabbed her bow again. Only then could she feel a sliver of safety. She could not even block a single blade. What a terrifying blade technique. He's definitely not a regular demon general. However, the Great King won't lose. It's impossible to defeat the Great King with this method. The curved blade vanished with a flash, like a comet. It was impossible to grasp. The thousands of ice blades gathered together again and hung down, illuminating a strand of scarlet hair. His scarlet eyes flickered. Looks like it's not just invisibility. He's actually merging his body into the darkness. He could cut through water with his blade, but he could not cut through shadows. Admit defeat. You can't see me, nor can you harm me. Ieyasu's voice rang out from everywhere, from every corner of the darkness. Coupled with the echo effect, it seemed like thousands of voices were speaking together. Ieyasu's voice rang out from everywhere, from every corner of the darkness. Coupled with the echoes, it seemed like thousands of voices were speaking together. You can see me, but you can't harm me either. Li Qingshan placed the ice blade on his shoulder. Li Qingshan placed the ice blade on his shoulder. All of the tiny wounds on his body recovered instantly. I just don't want to use a killing move. You better not know what's good for you. Wasting time like this is futile. That's not necessarily true. Li Qingshan suddenly raised his saber up high, and it glowed with a resplendent blue light. Just use light to slash. However, there was still no sign of Ieyasu. Do you think that any kind of light will work? Ieyasu mocked. Do you think that any random torch will be able to break my night vision? I see. Since we're night roamers, we need sunlight. Li Qingshan withdrew his demon chi and rubbed his chin in thought. Come and give it a try. Ieyasu said. Ieyasu smiled and said, this is the underground. Even if you have great means, don't think about letting the sunlight shine here. That's not necessarily true. Li Qingshan shook his head and raised his hand. Suddenly, a golden spot of light appeared on top of his head. The spot of light became extremely large. It turned into a golden fireball. What is this? It's so dazzling. Ieyasu covered her eyes instinctively. The dazzling light dispersed the darkness. A black figure appeared in front of a mural to Li Qingshan's left. The golden light did not possess any terrifying destructive power, but the thick darkness receded bit by bit reluctantly, revealing Ieyasu's original appearance. It revealed Ieyasu's original appearance. She stared at the golden fireball blankly. This is the sun? That's right, this is a sun. Li Qingshan held the miniature sun he had conjured from the divine talisman of great creation in his right hand. He placed it before his eyes and gently stroked its golden fur. It was scorching hot. It was not particularly hot. As a result, he poured in a bit more power of belief to make it a little brighter. It was as easy as controlling a large light bulb. Of course, compared to the real sun, even if Li Qingshan poured in all of his power of belief, it would not even reach a billionth of its brightness. However, it was not fake. What it gave off was real sunlight. The tiny golden ball of fur was the bane of the night roamer's abilities. Perhaps they were the kings of the night, but he had turned this place into daytime. Ieyasu tried her best to widen her eyes, but Li Qingshan's figure was completely obscured by the light from the sun. It was a blur. The weaker night roamer guards even teared up. They turned around and closed their eyes. Actually, sunlight did not cause any harm to night roamers. It was just like how darkness affected regular people. It would only affect their abilities. In particular, night roamers who had cultivated should not have been affected by sunlight at all, let alone the miniature sun Li Qingshan had conjured. However, they had already lived underground for far too long. Basically, every single night roamer would be completely submerged in darkness from birth to death, which made their abilities even stronger. However, at the same time, their resistance to sunlight had become unprecedentedly weak. Ieyasu did her best to put on the cloak of darkness again. Darkness constantly surged around her. Just this slight interference prevented her from merging with the darkness perfectly and unleashing her ability to roam at night. This was the first time she had ever experienced such interference. Who would have thought someone could actually bring the sun underground? In her eyes, Li Qingshan became more and more unfathomable. If this was a part of his ability, then he was basically the bane of night roamers. I just thought of a pretty good move. Give it a try. Li Qingshan tossed aside his ice blade and arrived before Ieyasu in a flash, hurling a punch through the air. Although sunlight has affected my ability to roam at night, you're dreaming if you think you can hit me with a direct attack like that. The punch was like a fierce gust of wind, producing a series of explosions in the air. Ieyasu's figure drifted about like a shadow, completely unaffected. She was nowhere near as strong as him, but she was no slower in terms of speed. She gave up on attacking and dodged with all her might, like a dark elf dancing in the wind. At this moment, Li Qingshan suddenly opened his fist and struck out with his palm. However, it was only an inch away from Yi Liusu. Yi Liusu did not take it seriously at all, mocking Li Qingshan for his futility. In that moment, an invisible terrifying force slammed into her abdomen viciously, spreading through her entire body. All Yi Liubu saw was Li Qingshan strike out with his palm, and Yi Liusu was sent flying. She shot through the sea of flowers and slammed into the wall heavily. The residual force was unleashed through Yi Liusu's body. The wall immediately became riddled with web-like cracks, shattering into pieces. The sound of the collision was completely drowned out by a thunderous sound, shaking up the night roamer guards to the point of dizziness. The sound came from Li Qingshan's palm strike. Waves of air surged out in all directions, lifting the curtains high into the air and pushing down the sea of flowers. The might of his palm strike shocked everyone, human and demon alike. Only after being taken aback did they cry out, "Great King!" Yi Liubu rubbed her eyes. Just what was he doing? Li Qingshan looked at his palm in surprise and joy. The effects were even better than he had imagined. That's right, this was still his innate ability, the Ox Demon Tramples. In the past, he had always found the Ox Demon Tramples to be on a completely different level compared to a defensive skill like the Spirit Turtle's Profound Shell. It was basically useless. In particular, how many cultivators would still stand on the ground and fight with him obediently after reaching Demon General? Only after becoming a Demon General did he barely manage to use it to open up an underground tunnel. It was basically recycling trash. Only now did he realize that the so-called Ox Demon Tramples was just a misunderstanding of the innate ability. Its true ability was vibrations. In the past, because his demon chi was too weak and his cultivation was too low, he could only use a method like stomping on the ground to strengthen the power of the shockwaves. Otherwise, the tiny vibrations would not be enough to cause enough damage, which was why it was a false impression. In the battles that followed, he never thought about using the shockwaves anywhere else either, as there was no need for him to do so. As long as he managed to break through the protective true chi of the enemies he encountered, they would basically be dead. There was no need for him to use the shockwaves at all. Otherwise, it would be useless even if he used it against opponents he could not defeat like the Three Elders. After becoming a Demon General, the power of his innate ability increased drastically, finally demonstrating the power it was supposed to possess. Just now Li Qingshan used the air to transmit the shockwaves. Although the effects were nowhere close to the ground, it still demonstrated startling power. Yi Liusu was both surprised and furious, as well as a sliver of fear. Her opponent was unimaginably terrifying, and the power he used was powerful and mysterious. Her armor was basically unable to provide much protection before this power. Just how many trump cards did he still have up his sleeves? However, she could not give up. She had obtained this territory from the Spider Queen after much difficulty. It was the only path for the night roamers to return to the surface. She could not give it to someone else. Returning to her senses, she discovered she had just let out a hysterical roar. The curved blade glowed with light, turning into a huge crescent moon that illuminated the cavern. She changed her nimble tactics, becoming one with the blade and stabbing over with an aura that could cut through all obstructions. Li Qingshan was slightly taken aback too. He was surprised that this beautiful woman who seemed more like an assassin could actually unleash such an aura. His blood surged for the first time. "Come at me." Li Qingshan threw a punch and cracks spread through the air. Yi Liusu shivered inside, but she did not hesitate at all. Her dark blue eyes shone like stars as she stabbed out with the blade, forgetting about life and death. She was like a joyful comet or a hawk striking the palace. Yi Liubu basically forgot to breathe. She gazed at Yi Liusu in reverence. This was the king they trusted. Her power would definitely be able to cut through all obstructions, including this wretched demon general. A thunderous rumble erupted in the cavern, but all that greeted her was a fierce gust of wind, ruffling Yi Liusu's long dark blue hair. She eased up slightly. "Looks like this power isn't limitless. I'll show you what's coming with this strike." Li Qingshan looked at his fist helplessly. The shockwaves reached a few feet away before weakening and dispersing. With this pause, the blade shot over like a bolt of lightning, His forehead throbbed slightly. The strike contained all of Ieyaosu's power. Even the ox demon forges its hide could not block it. Chapter 373. Li Qingshan tried to dodge, but the darkness under his feet surged like a living creature. Black hands reached out and grabbed his legs and legs. The darkness continued to spread upward like incorporeal sticky asphalt. At some point, Ieyaosu's loud roar turned into a low chant. The tip of the saber was only 3 inches away from his glabella. The energy saber was about 3 inches away from his forehead. Li Qingshan held the saber in between his palms. Ieyaosu's dark blue eyes looked past the 10-meter-long saber and stared at Li Qingshan with a murderous look. She used all her strength, but she could not move the saber an inch further. Quake! Li Qingshan smiled. In an instant, cracks covered the saber like lightning and spread to Ieyaosu's body. The saber shattered inch by inch. Ieyaosu felt every bone in her body tremble violently, accompanied by waves of numbing pain. For an instant, her body did not feel like it belonged to her. Li Qingshan retreated rapidly until his back slammed into the wall. "My king!" Ieyaosu cried out in shock. Li Qingshan grabbed Ieyaosu's slender neck and exerted a little force. Ieyaosu frowned and raised her head. Her eyes filled with reluctance and despair. "Even though I've held back, you still can't threaten me." Li Qingshan looked disappointed. He had wanted to use this battle to break through to the 3rd level of the tiger demon, but he was still lacking. Perhaps it would have been better if it had been a life-and-death battle. At this moment, a sharp whistle came from behind. 7 poisonous arrows formed a formation and pierced toward Li Qingshan's back. A faint blue light formed by many hexagons flashed. Li Qingshan did not even have the interest to look back. Instead, he let go. "If you want to fight, let's continue. But this time I won't hold back. I'll defeat you in one move." Ieyaosu was shocked. If he had used such a defensive method from the beginning, in that case all of her attacks would be futile. Failure was not unacceptable, but it was like this. Her failure didn't make the other party serious at all, but it made her feel deeply frustrated. In the past 2 years she had been on expeditions everywhere. Not only did they reclaim their rightful territory, they even expanded it a bit. Other than the few people by the Spider Queen's side, they no longer cared about the 2 words Demon General in their eyes. Only now did they realize how big the world was, and how there were many strong people who couldn't be underestimated. "All right, I can promise you." "Your Majesty." Ieyaosu's expression changed. This territory had been obtained with great difficulty. "Shut up," Ieyaosu said coldly. Learning to respect the strong was the rule of survival in the underground. "I can also make my sisters happy." Li Qingshan laughed, but all he received was a look of hatred. He shrugged his shoulders. He was unconcerned. "However, this isn't something I can decide." Ieyaosu's eyes flickered. No one knew what she was thinking. "Then who can decide?" Li Qingshan hooked his arm around Ieyaosu's shoulder. "Earlier you said you'd give the territory to me if you lost, yet now you're saying you can't decide. Are you doubting my decisiveness?" "Empress Helicoverpa Rosa." Ieyaosu shivered. Afraid of angering him, she added in a hurry, "Ma Lorsi won't interfere with the territorial disputes of her demon generals, but if a demon general suddenly wants to take over a territory, it's impossible for her to ignore her opinion." "That does make some sense. What do you think? I can take you to see Ma Lorsi and hand over the territory to you in person." Li Qingshan was expressionless. "You mean you want me to go underground with you to the main camp of the night roamers, and then see the demon commander who's very familiar with you but not me? I want her to decide who the territory belongs to." Ieyaosu felt scorching breaths land on her ear and neck. There was no ambiguity at all, as if she was in the mouth of a monster that could fly into a rage at any time. She gritted her teeth and said with great difficulty, "Yes." Li Qingshan laughed aloud. "Then what are we waiting for? Let's set off immediately." Ieyaosu was surprised. She found this handsome and powerful demon general to be even more unfathomable. Was he so confident in his own strength? That was why he was bold enough to set off for that dangerous place under the lead of an enemy. He was rash and arrogant, yet filled with unbridled charm. Compared to the gloomy male night roamers who seemed constantly uneasy, he was basically the other extreme. But before that, I need to find a suitable place to settle my friends down. I think this is a good place. Li Qingshan looked around the cavern. He found the murals to be rather beautiful. They were very suitable as decorations for his home. Yiliosu agreed through gritted teeth. Li Qingshan stood on the stone platform and gave a speech to the demons, receiving their absolute obedience. Millipede wriggled out too, returning to the bed he was familiar with and curling up comfortably. Little and sat on his back. After going through numerous trials, they had finally returned to square one once more, taking back what belonged to them. This was because Li Qingshan said to Yiliosu, "You go ahead first. I'll catch up later." All Yiliosu could do was lead the night roamer guards and set off first. No one spoke along the way. The atmosphere was very oppressive. They gradually left the cavern and arrived at the edge of Millipede's territory, but they still did not see Li Qingshan. Yiliobo went up and said, "Great King, will that guy really come? Don't tell me he's lying to us?" Yiliosu fell silent. Then all she could do was return to the clan and ask for reinforcements. But would that be enough to deal with him? Perhaps it would only be possible if Lolth and the others beside her took action. However, what kind of glib tongue would it take to make the demons turn on one another and kill the powerful geniuses of their own race? Demons had always been contemptuous and fearful of the night roamers. It's wrong to doubt the promises of others. Li Qingshan appeared in the darkness alone. Seeing how the group had stopped because of his appearance, he strode to the front. "Let's go. I've wanted to go underground and have a look a long time ago." Yiliosu discovered that there was actually a sense of naivety and childishness on his face. He was so interested that it seemed like he was going to watch a show. Even though Yiliobo hated him deeply, she could not help but be tempted when she saw his handsome face in high spirits. Li Qingshan stared straight ahead as if he could see through the thick earth. His dream of traveling across the 9 provinces was gradually becoming a reality. He wondered what a city of night roamers would be like. And what would the Empress Helicoverpa Rosa think? Speaking of which, this was no different from the human world. If he wanted a place in the world of demons, he had to pay a visit to the Empress first. However, according to what Millipede had said, that person would not be too easy to get along with. But that was fine. The worst outcome would just be falling out and attacking him only to be killed. At this moment, on the bed of spiritual stone in the center of the sea of blue butterfly flowers, Li Qingshan and Little and took out the 100 treasures pouches of the Golden Pheasant Elder and the Lone Grave Elder. They checked through the spoils of battle this time in peace. Taking risks was obviously extremely interesting. If they could sit at home and take risks safely, it would be even more interesting, and it would not affect their cultivation either. Although they channeled their true chi into the Golden Pheasant Elder's 100 treasures pouch, a vast space opened up loudly. Li Qingshan was taken aback for a moment before laughing aloud. He pulled Little and into his arms. "We've struck it rich this time. Legends of the Great Sage, welcome to the readers." Read the full text. Chapter 374. Yiliosu also discovered that a mysterious smile had suddenly appeared on Li Qingshan's face, as she hurried along silently. Countless guesses immediately ran through her head, but she was unable to guess why Li Qingshan was happy. The abundance of items in the 100 treasures pouch had completely exceeded Li Qingshan's expectations. Let alone the various high-level pills, just the spiritual stones alone made him overjoyed. As the sect master of the Pheasant's Grace Mountain, the Golden Pheasant Elder's 100 treasures pouch stored all the resources of the entire mountain. These resources were not for him alone, but for the development of the entire sect. After who knew how many generations of accumulation, they all ended up in Li Qingshan's hands. Apart from the spiritual stones and pills, there were also large quantities of spiritual herbs, such as 300-year-old dragon's tongue and 500-year-old snowheart orchid. Every single one of them was worth several thousand spiritual stones. It was impossible for regular foundation establishment cultivators to possess them if they did not possess a sect with a deep foundation. Even if they bought them, they would immediately refine them into pills. It was impossible for them to be stored in a 100 treasures pouch. Because the Pheasant's Grace Mountain used the Golden Pheasant's plume as their weapon, There were not a lot of spiritual artifacts, but there were 3 supreme-grade spiritual artifacts: a sword with a cloud pattern, a piece of bright yellow embroidery, and a small celadone bottle. Although Li Qingshan did not know what they were, he liked them when he saw how they glowed. In particular, the small bottle seemed rather familiar. Suddenly he remembered. Wasn't this the one that had been sold for almost 10,000 spiritual stones in the auction below the Green Vine Mountain in the past? The functions of the small bottle had been introduced in detail during the auction. Regular water could be converted into spiritual water. Whether it was used for refining pills, forging artifacts, or watering spiritual herbs, it was extremely beneficial. Out of the 3 spiritual artifacts, only this item showed signs of being refined. The sword with the cloud pattern and the piece of bright yellow embroidery remained untouched. When the golden pheasant elder fought as a golden pheasant, he could not split his attention to control the spiritual artifacts, so he did not refine the 2 spiritual artifacts. His golden pheasant's plume was the most powerful spiritual artifact. However, before Li Qingshan's overwhelming power, even if he had another supreme-grade spiritual artifact, it would not be enough. However, aside from that, he did not find any legendary arcane artifacts. Apart from that, he did not find any legendary arcane artifacts. This was not strange. The number of arcane artifacts in the world was not as plentiful as spiritual artifacts. Every magic artifact possessed astonishing power. This also meant that it was extremely difficult to refine. Usually, only large clans and sects would have them, and they were rarely circulated in the market. Foundation establishment cultivators usually use supreme-grade spiritual tools. And even if there was a sale, the golden pheasant elder would not spend an astronomical price to buy an arcane artifact. The world was at peace, so there was very little fighting. In particular, cultivators above foundation establishment would not necessarily have the opportunity to fight someone even once in a decade. What's the point of buying it? If the vial was not a spiritual artifact that assisted cultivation, the 3 elders would not have fought over it. Li Qingshan was already satisfied with these 3 supreme-grade spiritual weapons, especially that celadone bottle. It was good to store some spiritual water for bathing. There were also some shiny metal ores. Li Qingshan guessed they were materials for forging artifacts. He had never learned how to forge artifacts, so he did not know what they were called. However, just from the glow they gave off, he could tell they were valuable. They must have been used to forge golden pheasant's plume. Speaking of which, he had obtained a large handful of golden pheasant's plume as well. They should also be supreme-grade spiritual artifacts, and they came in a set. They were supreme-grade among supreme-grade spiritual artifacts. Unfortunately, he needed to practice the cultivation method of the Pheasant's Grace Mountain to use them. There was a complete set of the golden pheasant's method of the dawn in his 100 treasures pouch, but it was impossible for Li Qingshan to practice it. Afterwards, he opened up the lone grave elder's coffin. The items inside still left Li Qingshan surprised. What greeted his eyes was a tremendous number of corpses. There were corpses of all kinds, male, female, old and young. Some had been refined, while others were in their original state. They were hideous and terrifying like a living hell. The Burial Mound Mountain used the art of refining corpses as its foundation. Corpses were their most important resource. They were both consumables and necessities. In order to obtain these corpses, who knew how many graves the disciples of the Burial Mound Mountain had dug up? Li Qingshan took out the spiritual stones and pills, and placed them into the golden pheasant elder's 100 treasures pouch. Afterwards, he passed the lone grave elder's 100 treasures pouch to little Anne. "This is for you." There were also the lone grave elder's bone staff and bronze band, 2 supreme-grade spiritual artifacts. Both of them gave off a sinister aura and were related to refining corpses. He had no use for them either. After splitting the spoils, Li Qingshan stood up and stretched. He laughed aloud. Let's go into secluded cultivation again. This time, his target was the 3rd layer of the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression. That way, he could perfectly suppress the demon chi of the ox demon and tiger demon, just in case he gave himself away when he reached the 3rd layer of the tiger demon. Little Anne's eyes shone brightly. She had another plan in mind. After undergoing the heavenly tribulation, her cultivation had increased drastically, but she had also reached a new bottleneck. Without sufficient comprehension, she could not increase her cultivation of the path of white bone and great beauty through the essence of her flesh and blood alone. However, she just happened to be able to continue refining skull prayer beads. If nothing went wrong, she would be able to gather 12 beads into a string and forge her first white bone spiritual artifact, no arcane artifact. When the two of them were filled with ambition, they looked at Millipede again. He had already fallen asleep, coiled up on the stone platform and stretching out bit by bit. He seemed very comfortable. He would never know what ambition was. All he knew was that he could finally lie down here and sleep again. Li Qingshan sat down and took out a handful of pills, shoving them into his mouth. His mind gradually sank, entering a state of unconsciousness. However, he had no idea that his actions on the Green Vine Mountain had already kicked up a huge uproar in the cultivation world. At the center of the uproar, Yu Shuquang and the disciples of the Green Vine Mountain scattered and fled down the mountain. Gazing back at the misty mountain in the distance and seeing that no one was pursuing him, Yu Shuquang finally stopped worrying. He sat down on the ground and gasped for air. He had lived a life of the Jianghu where blood flowed from the tip of his blade. Originally, he thought he had nothing to fear anymore. But when the scarlet eyes glanced at him, he almost rolled down the mountain in fright. Without the slightest doubt, if the blade landed, he would have been a dead man already. The righteous path of cultivation was like how monkeys scatter when the tree falls. Under Li Qingshan's pressure, the disciples of the Green Vine Mountain scattered in all directions, afraid that Li Qingshan would catch up to them and kill them all. Yu Shuquang looked around. Only Yu Lian remained by his side. "Foster father, where do we go now?" Yu Lian remained gentle, but he had become much steadier. He was originally Yu Shuquang's trusted disciple. After he gained a foothold on the Green Vine Mountain, he had brought him to the Green Vine Mountain as well. It was no longer suitable for them to be master and disciple, so Yu Lian accepted Yu Shuquang as his foster father. Yu Shuquang said, "We can't stay on the Green Vine Mountain any longer anyway. This isn't a good place. Who knows when demons will attack again? With our cultivations, we'll be at the mercy of others. Why don't we return to the Proud Sword Manor?" After 2 years of arduous cultivation coupled with the tremendous resources provided by the Green Vine Mountain, he had also reached the 4th layer, while Yu Lian had reached the 2nd layer. They had both achieved major breakthroughs in their lives. Although they had both achieved major breakthroughs in their lives, they were still at the very bottom of the cultivation world. Even if they were tied together, they would not be able to withstand a single slash. If demons launch a large-scale attack, the Proud Sword Manor probably won't be safe either. There's a tunnel leading underground outside the city. Why don't we go to Clear River City and seek refuge with Junior Sister? Yu Lian thought of something and said. About this, Yu Shuquang found it rather embarrassing to seek refuge with his daughter as a father. Junior brother Yu is right. Don't hesitate anymore, brother Yu. I plan on going to Clear River City as well. Diao Fei emerged from behind a large tree. His cultivation had already reached the 6th layer, and he had split open a sea of qi in his dantian. If he reported this to Commander Wang, he would have the right to earn a position as a Scarlet Wolf Guard. "First senior brother, you're here too." Yu Shuquang was overjoyed. Although he knew Diao Fei would not be able to block a single strike from the demon, he still felt slightly safer. The two of them had met 2 years ago. Although they were not exactly close friends, they had become acquainted with each other. Yu Shuquang respected Diao Fei's outstanding cultivation. Diao Fei knew Yu Shuquang had a daughter called Yu Zijian, who cultivated in the 100 schools of thought. With her pure yang body, she was highly regarded by the leader of the school of Taoism, so he dared not slight her. How terrifying! Diao Fei sighed. After reaching the 6th layer and becoming the first senior brother of the Green Vine Mountain, he felt rather elated and complacent. Only after witnessing the unparalleled power tonight, did he understand that he was just a slightly larger shrimp in the cultivation world with his meager cultivation. Diao Fei sighed again. Yu Shuquang agreed with him and sighed with him. "What do you think, brother Yu? Let's go together. We can look after each other in Clear River City." Diao Fei had heard that Yu Zijian was familiar with the Hua family. If there were any changes to the situation, he could ask her to mediate between them. Seeing Diao Fei, Yu Shuquang suddenly thought of a person. This was the common topic of conversation between the two of them in the past. I can't seek refuge with Zijian, but I can seek refuge with him. That's right. The person Yu Shuquang thought of was Li Qingshan. It was all because of Li Qingshan's assistance that he was able to reach where he was today. He could be regarded as half of Li Qingshan's subordinate. If he sought refuge with Li Qingshan, it would not be embarrassing. He had heard that he was doing quite well in the 100 schools of thought right now. If he knew that the person who had scared him off was Li Qingshan, who knew what his expression would be like. Alright, let's go right now. Are you telling the truth? After listening to Diao Fei's story, Wang Puxi's eyebrows furrowed into a knot. A demon general had actually killed the 3 elders. It was unbelievable no matter how he thought about it. With how crafty the 3 old coots were, even if they could not defeat him, could they not escape? Then he looked at Diao Fei. There was not a single wound on him. If the demon general was so arrogant and powerful, why would he leave them alive? As a result, he asked another question. It's completely true. If you don't believe me, Commander, there are 2 other junior brothers who came with me. The other seniors and juniors have all seen it too. I believe it will spread before long. Please make a decision soon, Commander. Come with me. Wang Puxi leapt up from his chair. Recently, the conflict between the humans and demons had become more and more intense. It was not just limited to the Clear River City, nor was it limited to the Rui Commandery. Instead, the entire Green Province was filled with the flames of war. However, he had never heard of a demon general killing Foundation establishment cultivators like this, and he had killed 3 of them in a single go. If it was true, then it would be a huge matter. He had to report it to Commander Gu immediately and ask her to make a decision soon. Chapter 375. Diao Fei followed Wang Puxi to a square room in the corner of the floor. He saw that the room was empty. The snow-white walls, floor, and ceiling were covered in runes, leaving behind many grooves. Wang Puxi placed the spirit stones in and activated the formation. With a flash of light, an illusory figure appeared in the room. It flickered for a moment before stabilizing. It was an attendant dressed in green. He bowed and said, "Sir, why did you activate the illusion formation?" The commander of the Clear River Prefecture, Wang Puxi, has an extremely urgent matter, so I wish to meet with Ma Gu. Wang Puxi clasped his hands, placing emphasis on the word meet. "Sir, please wait a moment." When Gu Yinying heard that Wang Puxi had something urgent to discuss with her, and had even activated the illusory formation, she could not help feeling curious. When she arrived at the room with the illusory formation, she saw Wang Puxi's image and asked with a smile, "Old Wang, what happened to make you so anxious?" Wang Pu bowed and pulled Diao Fei to his side. "Repeat what you said just now." Subordinate Diao Fei greets Lord Gu. Diao Fei lowered his head, not daring to look directly at the white-clothed figure. He recounted everything from the beginning to the end. At first, Gu Yinying looked relaxed, but her smile gradually disappeared. In the end, she felt helpless. There was smoke everywhere, but why did it have to be here that caught fire in the end? Do you know why that demon came? He did not kill anyone else and only killed the 3 elders. Not only did Wang Puxi find this strange, but Gu Yinying sank into her thoughts as well. The pitch-black arm that extended from the hall and the scarlet-red eyes made her think of something. However, he immediately dispelled this thought. How could this be possible? The leap from demon to demon general was like a chasm between heaven and earth. Even if it took 100 years, it would still be considered fast. This subordinate does not know? Do you remember what that monster looked like? I can't remember. Diao Fei was afraid that his gaze would attract the demon general's attention, so he didn't dare to look any further. At that time, he clearly remembered many characteristics, but in the end, the only thing that remained in his heart was that pair of charcoal-like crimson eyes. Isn't Chu Sherdao in Clear River? Let him draw. Wang Puxi hurried to the 100 schools of thought. "Father, why have you come?" In the 100 schools of thought, Yu Zijian grabbed Yu Shuquang's hand in surprise and joy. Yu Shuquang knew this was an important matter, so he was afraid to speak carelessly about the Green Vine Mountain. All he said was, "I missed you, so I came to see you, alright? Sai, you've really grown up." You're exactly the same as your mother. No, you're even more beautiful than your mother. Yu Zijin wore azure Taoist robes. Her hair was tied up into a bun, and she carried the nine-yang sword on her back. Her attire was simple. However, it seemed even more pure, beautiful, and spotless. In just 2 years she had reached the 5th layer of the aura training realm, and this was because the slovenly Taoist wanted her to build a good foundation. Otherwise, he would have been able to cultivate even faster. His entire person was like a piece of unpolished jade that had its stone shell shaved off bit by bit. Only a trace of flawlessness was revealed, yet it was filled with boundless brilliance. Unknowingly, her figure had also become slender. Why not? In the past I let you come. Why haven't you come? Has something happened at home? Yu Zijin asked in doubt. Yu Shuquang knew his daughter was not as easy to coax as before, so he suppressed his voice. I can't tell you right now. I'll tell you later. You're acting so mysterious. Then, have you heard about Niu Juxiao's whereabouts recently? Worry immediately filled Yu Zijin's clear face. It was this question again. Yu Shuquang and Yu Lian exchanged glances. Yu Shuquang smiled bitterly. Don't worry. He's doing better than you. How do you know? Do you have news of him? Yu Zijin grabbed Yu Shuquang's arm and asked urgently. You're the one who told me. Yu Shuquang had only obtained news of Li Qingshan from Yu Zijin's letter, when she mentioned the interesting matters of the 100 schools of thought. However, he could not say. Father swears on his dignity. All right. I do have news of him, but I can't tell you. That's what he wants. Is he really fine? He's really fine. Then why hasn't he come to find me? You've made me worry for him. Yu Zijin felt like a boulder had been lifted from her heart. She smiled and began to daydream again. However, Yu Shuquang was worried inside. Has this girl really fallen in love with Li Qingshan? It's been 2 years, but she still hasn't been able to forget about him. She's already grown into a woman. Sai, it's time for men and women to get married. Qing Tong had said something about severing his emotions and devoting himself to cultivation, but he did not believe that. He understood the pain of being alone the best. How could a person not have a companion in life? He had to properly watch over her when it came to this. That kid might be a little stubborn, but he's not bad. Should he tell her about his identity? Once they met, he had to discuss it with him. Yu Zijin happily toured around Wuwei Island with Yu Zijian and Yu Lian. As for Yu Shuquang, he pretended to ask about Li Qingshan unintentionally. Oh, you mean senior brother Li? He's already at the 8th layer, and he clashed with that senior brother Chu I mentioned to you a while ago. In the end, he defeated him in a single stroke. How impressive! Yu Shuquang nodded in satisfaction. Only a cultivation like that is worthy of my daughter. Now that he's my son-in-law, he won't be able to show me any respect anymore. He's been in the alchemy room with senior sister Ru Xian for so long. Once senior sister Han comes out, she probably won't spare him. That's what Chenglu said. What's going on with senior sister Ru Xian and senior sister Han? Yu Zijin told Yu Shuquang about the gossip in great interest. She noticed the changes in Yu Shuquang's expression and asked in surprise, Father, what's wrong? Nothing. Oh my, what's the name of this mountain? Yu Shuquang smiled dryly. As it turned out, Li Qingshan was quite a playboy. Fortunately, he had not told her about Niu Juxia's true identity out of impulse. He could not let his daughter become involved in this. Gu Yinying waited for a while, and Wang Pushi brought over a young man. He reported, Master Chu has already retired from painting. He no longer paints. This is his final disciple Chu Danqing. He can also take on the role. Chu Danqing was stunned when he saw Gu Yinying. He had seen Chu Shidao paint thousands of beauties, but none of them could rival even a fraction of her beauty. Instinctively, he sketched out a painting for her, but he immediately felt like he was unable to draw it. Even if he managed to draw it, it would barely have any charm. She was just a regular beauty. So you're Chu Danqing. Your master has hidden you really well. If you want to look, you can look later. Hurry up and paint. Chu Danqing returned to his senses. His face was bright red from embarrassment. He turned to Jiao Fei and said, Please close your eyes and carefully recall the situation back then. Then relax your mind. Jiao Fei closed his eyes. Chu Danqing pressed a finger against Diao Fei's forehead, while his other hand moved like the wind, painting on the paper. His expression also returned to normal. A single strand of weasel hair spat out a riot of colors. Sometimes it would fold up and draw carefully, and at other times it would spread out in thick, heavy colors. Immediately, a brightly colored painting leapt onto the paper. Chu Danqing blew on it gently and showed the painting to Diao Fei first. Look, it's like this. The nightmarish scarlet eyes filled his vision once again. Diao Fei was alarmed and took half a step back. Only then did he see the entire painting. On the ruins there was a black silhouette, a dark red moon, a raised ice blade and drifting long hair. The various details that he had lost in his memories had all been retrieved. It was basically even more detailed and vivid than what he had seen back then. Yes, it is. Wang Puxi could not help but look at the painting too. He wanted to see just what kind of person could kill the three elders and make Diao Fei so afraid. All he saw was the lifelike figure in the painting, as if he was about to leap out and swing his blade down. He was slightly surprised inside. What a painting! What a murderous aura! Am I supposed to be this demon's opponent? Then Chu Danqing lowered his head and presented the painting to Gu Yanning. With just a single glance, Gu Yanning confirmed the identity of the person in the painting with her demon half. It was just like how humans could not tell the difference between two magpies, but in the eyes of their own kind, these special characteristics were basically as obvious as labels. Wasn't this that kid? For once, Wang Puxi found a sliver of surprise on Gu Yanning's face. Gu Yanning waved her jade folding fan gently. How strange! How strange! On the ice sword cliff, just when she thought he would embark on the path of demons, he returned to become a hawkwolf guard. Just when she thought he would choose the path of human cultivation, he turned into a demon again and risked his life to fight for a demon general. In the blink of an eye, he had already become a demon general. He had surpassed many demons and barriers that would take hundreds or even thousands of years to cross, claiming the lives of 3 Foundation establishment cultivators as soon as he struck. She had never encountered such an unfathomable person before. Interesting. If that was the case, everything made sense. The reason why he had sought out the 3 elders was for revenge. Because he was originally a human, he possessed a sliver of benevolence and did not commit a massacre. Several thousand kilometers apart, the 2 rooms fell silent at the same time, quietly awaiting her orders. Gu Yanning folded her folding fan and struck her palm gently. I might have to pay a visit to the Clear River Prefecture later. I'll send someone to investigate first. Wang Puxi was rather troubled. Little Hua and Qiongji are both in secluded cultivation. I'd better go personally. It's inconvenient for you to do so. Isn't there a Li Qingshan? I heard he's in the limelight and he's very powerful. Get him to investigate properly and write me a document when he returns. I want to hear his thoughts on the case. Gu Yanning's eyes flickered with light as she seemed to smile. Little bro Qingshan, are you in such a hurry to throw those words right in front of me? Yes, I'll summon him right now. Is there anything else you need me to do? Wang Puxi said. As it seemed, Commander Gu really did view this Li Qingshan in a new light. She had actually left such an important matter to him, even praising his strength. It was unbelievable. However, he was unable to connect the brazen, reckless demon in the painting to the primary disciple of the School of Novels, Li Qingshan. Old Wang, what's bound to come will come, Gu Yanning said slowly. Her eyes swiveled. Very well done. Your painting skills will definitely surpass your master's in the future. Chu Danqing was taken aback. Only then did he realize she was talking about him. He raised his head, but the figure had already vanished. He felt lost inside, but he also understood something. If he looked at the heavenly maiden scattering the blossoms again, he would definitely see her. The legends of the great sage. Welcome to the readers. Read the full text. Chapter 376. Li Qingshan moved underground with the group. The twisting and turning paths seemed endless, sometimes to the east and sometimes to the west. The only thing that did not change was going down, diving even deeper underground. Having dealt with the issue of cultivation, he no longer had to spend so much effort on it, so he directed all of his attention back to the mirror image. Iliosu and Iliobwa led the group at the very front, leading the way. They would choose the fork without the slightest hesitation. The cavern was quiet. Not a single person in the group said anything. There was not even the slightest sound of footsteps. It was like they had all become illusionary shadows. Night roamers are basically natural-born assassins. I wonder what kind of environment has trained them to be like this. Li Qingshan praised inside. In particular, Iliosu basically seemed like she was floating. Coupled with her terrifying innate ability, it was probably very likely for her to kill him if she tried to assassinate him when he was caught off guard, even if he was much stronger than her. They turned into a new cavern. Iliobwa glanced at the emotionless Iliosu, who only cared about advancing. She frowned slightly and lowered her head. Her expression changed as she struggled with her thoughts. Suddenly, she slowed down and arrived at the back of the group, grabbing Li Qingshan's hand. I have something I want to say to you. Just as Li Qingshan was confused, Iliobwa said something through the pulses of her aura. She knew a little about how demons communicated with each other. Ah! Iliobwa cried out and was pulled into Li Qingshan's arms. The two of them stopped. Iliosu looked back with a frown. The group stopped. The night roamers all had different expressions. The men were obviously furious, while the women were rather envious. You can go first. We have some matters to attend to. Li Qingshan lowered his head and sniffed Iliobwa's neck gently. Iliobwa blushed slightly. Hurry up and catch up. Iliosu glanced past the two of them before continuing with the group. They're gone. What do you want to say? Before he finished speaking, Iliobwa wrapped around Li Qingshan like a snake and kissed him on the lips. He stuck out his tongue. Li Qingshan was slightly surprised, but he was not to be outdone. The two of them actually kissed passionately in such a place. After a while, Iliobwa has no intention of giving up. Li Qingshan is aroused and forcibly separates her. Pursing his lips, he said, "You can tell me now. Can I trust you?" The expression on Iliobwa's round face was complicated, but it was definitely not the shyness of a woman. Looks like I'm the only one you can trust now. Of course, Li Qingshan didn't think that Iliobwa was just a love-struck fool. Looking at her appearance, it was obvious that she really had something to say. I can tell you one thing, something very important to you, something related to life and death, but you have to promise me two things. That doesn't seem fair. Then just one thing, please don't hurt my sister. Why do you think I'll hurt her? If I tell you this, you'll do it. Then why do you want to tell me? If I don't say it, she'll hurt herself. I don't accept it. Li Qingshan shrugged. Why? What you want to say is that she came up with some stupid idea to harm me, but to be honest, I'm not afraid at all. Li Qingshan's mirror image. To a large extent, it was to test the waters. It was nothing to be killed once or twice. Once he understood the situation underground, what revenge couldn't he take? One more thing, you don't have the right to make a deal with me. Li Qingshan's expression was cold. Then I'll beg you, okay? I can be your servant and work for you. If I work for you, I can also tell you the situation underground. Iliobwa felt powerless. She knew very well that he was right. Even Iliosu was unable to oppose him at all. With her strength, what right did she have? If it were not for the fact that his personality was not as vicious as regular demons, probably even King Iliosu would not be able to maintain her pride right now. Many times the feeling he gave her was more like a human. It was exactly because of this that she was bold enough to negotiate with him. And, after the test just now, she had discovered that he had feelings for women. As a result, she felt like her chances of success had increased by quite a lot. This was not a joke. Many demon generals underground would not suddenly change their sense of beauty after assuming human form, and take a liking to creatures that walked on 2 feet. They would still treat them as walking food. You finally told me what I want to hear. Li Qingshan smiled. Right now, what he wanted to know the most was the situation with the night roamers and the situation with Helicoverparosa. As long as he could grasp the overall situation, what would Iliosu's petty scheme against his mirror image amount to? Then you've agreed? Iliobwa beamed with joy. Can a servant ask for a master? Li Qingshan said sternly. You. But the master will consider the servant's feelings. Li Qingshan rubbed her cheek with a smile. Tell me, or I'll have to consider rejecting your allegiance. My elder sister wants to harm you. Yi Liubo was helpless. In the end, she still chose to believe him. He could have used even more intense methods to interrogate her, or he could have viciously humiliated Yi Liusu, but he did not do that. As expected, it's basically written all over her face. Li Qingshan curled his lip. She lured you into the enemy's territory. However, what Yi Liusu said next finally surprised Li Qingshan. Wait, you mean the enemy? Who can be her enemy underground? Since he had been appointed as the lord of the territory by Helicoverpa Rosa, other demons could not kill him willy-nilly. Obviously the night roamers of other clans. As it turned out, the night roamers underground were not united. Instead, they were divided into a few large clans. Queen Helicoverpa Rosa forbade open warfare, but she revered chaos and assassination. Coupled with the competition for benefits and resources, the conflict between clans was extremely intense. Assassinations, poisoning, and traps were used against one another. As long as they did not leave behind any direct evidence, they could get away with it. As for the incompetent failures who left behind evidence, they would be judged and turned into sacrifices for the Spider Queen. It was possible to imagine just how welcome Yi Liusu, a genius of her clan, would receive when she returned to the Gloom region and the territories of other clans. And in order to silence her, a witness like Li Qingshan would definitely be hunted down. That's a stupid idea. Li Qingshan shook his head. Yi Liusu sure was vicious enough. She was actually willing to perish together with him. Did she really think she could deal with him like that? My sister has no other choice either. In order to take over that territory, our Spider Shadow clan has already become the target of attack of a few large clans. We've suffered very heavy losses. If we attract an enemy like you, it'll probably be the end of our clan. Even if we can't harm you with this method, it'll be enough to heavily injure those clans. If Li Qingshan escaped, those clans would bear the crime of killing a lord and attacking a demon general. If he died, he would definitely drag a bunch of people down with him, and the Spider Shadow clan would be able to get someone else to take over the territory. Only after thinking that through did Li Qingshan truly begin to admire Yi Liusu a little. What an impressive spirit of sacrifice. Liubo, you're nowhere near that. I can't wait for the Spider Shadow clan to be destroyed. What does it have to do with us if all the night roamers die? Yi Liubo sneered. She was actually filled with hatred towards her own clan. Only afterwards did she look at Li Qingshan eagerly, grabbing his hand and calling out, "Master." Li Qingshan's heart turned numb from her call. Regular people would not be able to emulate such a lewd and flirtatious feeling. If it were not for the fact that he was thinking about Han Xiongji in the distance, he basically would have done something. In consideration of your feelings and loyalty, I won't kill your sister if she doesn't bring about her own destruction. Actually, she's still of some use to me. Yi Liubo beamed with joy, but she also felt rather strange inside. Originally, she wanted her sister to capture him and toy with him, but she ended up becoming his servant instead. However, he seemed even more charming right now. What attracted her was no longer his perfect face. With his strength, he would definitely become a major figure who could run amok underground in the future. Being his servant would be much better than being ordered around by the clan. Thinking like that, she did feel like she had taken a good step forward. In the underground world, the strong preyed on the weak. No matter how handsome a person was, he was just a plaything. Only great strength could gather people's hearts and rule over everything. Strength was a form of charm in itself. I'm curious about that matter though. I want to ask you to protect me. Who wants to harm you? If you lose your territory, there'll definitely be a very severe punishment once you return. There are plenty of people in the Spider Shadow clan waiting to kick you when you're down. Yi Liubo felt resentful, but she also felt rather complacent. Now that she had gained the protection of a powerful demon general, even the matriarch could do nothing to her. Don't worry. The master will protect the servant. Thank you, master. Yi Liubo's heart warmed up, and she smiled sweetly. Yi Liusu was currently leading the group of night roamers, stopping to rest in the cavern. She felt slightly worried. At this moment the two of them returned. Yi Liubo hugged Li Qingshan's arm intimately as she smiled gently. That's enough. Li Qingshan shook off Yi Liubo's hand. Yi Liubo glanced at him begrudgingly and said to Yi Liusu, "Sister, I've already told Sir North Moon about your plan. Iliyosu shuddered inside. What she worried about the most had happened. She roared out furiously, "Liobua!" However, Li Qingshan grabbed her hand that was about to draw her blade. Yi Liobua glared back at her without backing down. "Sister, even if you want to sacrifice yourself, you'll have to ask the sisters first." When she told Iliyosu's plan, the Night Roamer guards immediately fell into an uproar. "I was wondering why the route seemed a little off. Ma'am Liyosu, is that true?" They did not have the spirit to sacrifice themselves for the clan. It was not like they would be punished for losing the territory anyway. At most, they would just be dragged into it a little. Yi Liyosu said nothing, as if she was agreeing to it. "From today onwards, I will leave the Spider Shadow clan and become Sir North Moon's servant." At this moment, Yi Liobua's words kicked up a storm. This was equivalent to betraying the clan, entrusting her fate completely to Li Qingshan. If Li Qingshan refused to protect her, she would no longer be able to survive underground. Li Qingshan smiled. This was probably the legendary aura of a king. If he really had the power of a king, why would he worry about no one following him? As long as he had enough influence, there were many things that he did not have to worry about at all. P.S. I'm done with this chapter. I'll go write the second chapter now so that I can face the blackout tomorrow. Phew, I'm a little tired. You're tuning into the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.